Good morning. Good morning. Testing mic 2 1 2 3 ठीक है ना? Request those who are outside the hall, if you can hear me, please come into the hall and take your seats. We are ready to start. Thank you. And request everyone who's in the hall to please settle down as well. Namaskar and good morning to everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the 14th annual GCC Conclave by SSF Global. We had a packed day yesterday. Hope you rested well and are all geared up for a lot of engaging and interesting sessions today. First of all, I'd like to request Dr. Sanjeev Rastogi, CEO, GCC Adani Group, to come and speak about the journey of GCC at Adani Group. Over to you, Dr. Rastogi. You can.
Very good morning, friends. Happy to be here. My session was supposed to be a little later, but happy to go first. So I'll not take more than 5 minutes, but let me give you a gist. So last year, when Gautam Bhai, we normally call Gautam Adani as Gautam Bhai in the Gujarati parlance. So he called up and he said, we need to set up a GCC for the whole of the group. I didn't realize what I'm getting into, the complexity and the scale. And we had a finance function which was already in place for last 10, 12 years. But obviously, when we looked at the scale, we were told that we need to bring all the 25 businesses Adani is into, all the listed entities, 900 legal entities, and 700 sites we need to support. And these sites are various parts of India, including ports, airport, realty, cement, transmission, generation, what businesses we are in. And the biggest complexity was that we could take some of the people, we could not take some of the people. So we had to had a very agile workforce because business had to run. They were all running businesses, and it was not transition of work. It was taking over the existing work which was done in the BUs. And one of the biggest things for us was to create a blueprint how the GCC will look like. So in a typical scenario, what happens is you plan out functions that what activities will move into GCC. So thanks to Rakesh, SSF at that point of time, they had done very good work in finance, mapping out all the activities. And we took lead from there and then we mapped out all the activities we could do. But then the chairman had his own thoughts, being a dynamic leader. He said 90% of everything will move into GCC. So, which means that an HR function which had 100 people will have only 4 people, 1 CHRO and 4 people in the business. A business running 30,000 crores, a business with 1 lakh crore of turnover. And similarly in the finance organization, everything else in finance will move other than a key function of the CFO plus 4 people. So finance function of 200 people will move. For example, Adani Ports, Adani Power, Cement, everything will move into the GCC. So we took a very different approach. We moved HR, lock, stock, and barren, 90% of the processes. Finance, we said we'll move into, because it's a legal entity, compliance, it is SEBI regulated, it is listed entities. So we'll move into waves. And then we went into techno-commercial, which is the procurement side, moving close to 300 odd people from the group. Then we looked at corporate security, analytics, IT, SAP. So the journey we just started with 600 odd people is now right now close to 3,000 people. So in less than a year, we went live last year on 9th of October. So I will not say it is a smooth sailing. Of course, managing multiple stakeholders, 26 group CEOs, different businesses, different sites, has its own complexities. And the way the group is growing, This year, the target is to spend 1.5 lakh crores on the capex. So you need to have processes managing it. So I was asked to present a blueprint how the GCC will look like in 3 years and 5 years. One of the most toughest tasks, I went with some cost saving numbers, and I was told that 300, 400 crores over $200 billion company won't matter to create a GCC. So cost is out, people cost saving is out because it's not an arbitrage game within India. And getting a talent in Ahmedabad and different sites is, of course, a different model and different engagement. So we set out on that journey. We have reached a fair level of maturity, I would say 3.5 out of 5, to be honest. But we are moving towards 4. In next few months, we'll move. So what I have promised to the group, along with my group CFO, is that we'll not increase the headcount in next 3 years and 5 years. Our growth will become 2,000 legal entities. Our EBITDA will become from 90,000 crores, which was last year, to 1.5 lakh crores. 6 lakh crore of assets. We will not increase the headcount. What will increase is the mix of headcount we have with the agentic workforce, digital workers, and our human headcount will remain constant. But what will change is the mix of people we have on the floor. What we have set out for is that how we move towards agentic workforce and how we upskill and reskill our people which are there, because talent retention becomes a big challenge. And let me tell you, without a great talent, without a great team, you can't do anything whatever you set out for. So, and you need to upskill your people. The basic processes will get automated over a period of time. We are working on right now 9 initiatives, which are LLM, APIs, and one of the key things which the group is looking at, that GCC becomes a now center of implementing new technologies. Also gives business insights, take over the administrative work from the businesses into the GCC. So there's more time for businesses to focus on growth and expansion. And that's the task we are set out for. And yesterday, as I was speaking with Abhinav, I clearly said that unless you impact the business outcomes, unless you are connected with your key stakeholders, the CEOs, the KPIs are irrelevant. Whatever you do internally is meaningless to them. However, my productivity it is on me. What people look at, how seamless experience is for the employees and external stakeholders, what I'm doing to support business growth. So we have right now the biggest renewable plant, green energy being built in Khavda, which will be visible from space. We are doubling our power capacity to 30 gigabytes from 15 gigabytes, from 12 airports to multiple airports. We are bringing the biggest healthcare system in India with 2 biggest hospitals with Mayo. Reality, we are developing Dharavi, one of its kind of project, multiple projects in Mumbai and elsewhere. And you will see a lot of acquisitions happening across the group in different businesses. So you're driving on a dirt road, but you need to keep your car clean, the window doors clean. And that's the challenge we have. But you need to have a blueprint. So 3 major things for your success for setting up these kind of GCC is that have a vision, articulate that vision to all your stakeholders. What are you trying to do? Bring on board everybody who is impacted by this. So have an open communication. You will not be doing what they expect you to do because it's a journey, and you need to bring them on board, work with them to define the KPIs, the SLAs, look at their pain points. What are you causing with this disruption? Look at a transformation journey, get your stakeholders, your seniors to support your vision, and cascade this very openly. And the last and the most important thing I would say is have the right set of talent. And you may get your talent, but unless you upskill, reskill them, and unless you bring them on your vision, what are you trying to set out? You are looking at a failure. So bring your strong leadership team. And as I said yesterday during the award, that you are as good as your leadership team is or your team is. So bring the strong people, strong functional experts. And last but not the least, I think where I'm standing today, whole of the credit goes to Ravi Ramakrishnan, Anand sir, and Rakesh, because they gave me this platform for last 10 years to create my visibility. And Rakesh was instrumental in getting me to the group as well. So a big thank you to all the leaders who have shaped up my journey. And SSF is a very great platform where they are not commercially driven, but they are driven through the knowledge And they always say we bring knowledge partners, we bring companies together to share, collaborate, and learn from each other. So a big thank you to Rakesh and SSF for what I am today. And thank you, sir. Anand sir, Ravi sir is not here. So we can connect offline. I can speak for more than half an hour, 1 hour on this topic. But thank you very much for having me in today. Thank you very much.
Very much, Dr. Rastogi, for giving us a good overview of the plans that the group, Adani Group, has from the point of view of GCC inclusion. Thank you. And I guess with every award comes more responsibility. Friends, we move on to a virtual session by Nikita Chopra. She is CEO, Australia India Chamber of Commerce. Nikita is a dynamic leader, entrepreneur, and medical scientist who has successfully built a career spanning healthcare, community service, and business leadership. She currently serves as the CEO of the Australia India Chamber of Commerce, where she drives strategic initiatives to strengthen bilateral trade, business partnerships, and cultural collaboration between Australia and India. Welcome aboard, Nikita, and we look forward to your 20 minutes presentation. Thank you. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is having a beautiful and cozy morning. The Melbourne community for Indians is really big, but indeed, Australia has holded the Indians in Melbourne or Australia on a large scale as well. There are more than 100,000 of students in Australia and 15,000 Australians in India. GCC has evolved from back office, but has created the strategic excellence place where we as the chamber are connected through business or through bilateral trade. Now, Australia really is keen to be a part of Indian economic development. And how we are very sure is for the number of businesses that usually connect to us for bilateral trade. India's fast growing economy, highly complementary economies involving strategic alignment, and of course, Australia is Indian Ocean country. Therefore, it has proven that double or the trades, the trade agreements that are happening has built that interest between Australia and India. The Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement ECTA happened in 2022 December. That has changed the world for Australian businesses to invest and to create GCCs looking in India. Now, this agreement has really changed the scenario from Indians' point of view in India to world trade and focus on Australia as well. There are different sectors that were promised by ACTA, which has now globally grown to wood. I will take a couple of names to now food sector, to a lot of sectors involving cotton, agriculture exports, which is now decreasing the tariffs to none. So I think this has built the opportunity for both of the countries to be mutual friends and to invest the businesses together along with focus of economic development. I'm not sure if maximum of you know about the next step, which is Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, CECA, which aims to build an ECTA for expanding market opening opportunities for business and industries in both countries. The companies like ANZ Bank have shifted their GCC model in Bangalore. And that was a really big initiative that bought because ANZ is one of the biggest banks here in Australia. And this way, this has created a more buzz between Australians and Indians to connect over finance, construction. More of the GCCs, which was back end, is now in the front end.
Let's give a minute or so to Nikita. She's trying to reconnect. Nikita is dialing from Melbourne. So maybe we just wait a couple of minutes more and let her have a fair try. Let me tell you a little bit more about Nikita's journey. Alongside her leadership at AICC, she is also the director of Big Events Australia, which is a fast growing event management company, and the owner of the Black Prince Pub and Restaurant, where she has combined her entrepreneurial vision with her passion for hospitality. In addition, she serves as director of Click Art Australia, contributing to the creative industries through innovation and engagement. Parallel to her entrepreneurial journey, Nikita has a strong background in medical science, having worked across multiple healthcare institutions in Victoria. She has held roles as a medical scientist at Anandpat Laboratory and Frankston Hospital, as well as medical laboratory technician at Monash Health. Beyond her corporate and scientific career, Nikita has been deeply engaged in community development and social causes. She worked as a project support officer at the Victoria Sikh Gurdwara Council, leading initiatives to prevent violence. Unfortunately, Nikita is not being able to reconnect. We'll probably shift her session to sometime later during the day when it's easier for her to connect. And we move on to our next session, which is called Point of View, leveraging the combined power of cloud, data, and AI platform charter for the GCC success. And for that, I'd like to invite Damien Jordan, Senior Vice President, Hexaware Technologies. Damien is an accomplished technology and transformation leader with more than 2 decades of experience driving IT strategy, digital transformation, and large scale delivery across the insurance and healthcare sectors. Currently serves as the Senior Vice President, Healthcare and Insurance at Hexaware Technologies, where he leads global transformation initiatives, client engagement, and delivery excellence. It's over to you, Damien.
Thanks. Click it, yeah. No. Thank you. How's it? Schools. All the lights are bright. Namaste, hello, and thanks for attending this session. This session is all about how, when we envision the future of GCCs, what are the key kind of technologies that are going to play in to enabling that future? And we're going to focus in on cloud, data, and AI. My name's Damien Jordan. I work for Hexaware. I've been with Hexaware for about 5 years. I've been in the industry for 35 years or thereabouts. And for 25 of those 35 years, I've worked with Indian delivery centers. About 50-50 career split between service provider and customer. So good experience all round, and some very long and good experience of working with the Indian delivery centers. So just some stats to begin with, really. I think by 2030, we're going to see a step change, and obviously, that there's a journey to go on to get to that step change. But a step change in the role of GCCs across the enterprise, redefining the impact that they have on innovation and transformation, productivity and strategic leadership. We're going to see a 25% increase in GCCs overall. We're going to see a 50% increase in staffing within those GCCs, but doubling of kind of output and GBA. And I think that whilst those figures might seem disproportionate, I think they're kind of underpinning the fact that the value of GCCs of the future is going to be significantly more, right? There'll be more complex work moving to GCCs, more functions will move into GCCs. So my view is that GCCs are going to become the innovation and transformation hubs for the enterprises that they serve. So a quick bit of audience participation. Who thinks the first statement is true? So that GCCs will continue to deliver value for money? Raise your hands if you think one is true. Some people, yep. Who thinks the second is true? So GCCs really, they're going to start defining the future of the enterprise transformation. They're going to be those kind of innovation hubs. Hands up for option 2. Many more for option 2. Who thinks both are true? Yeah, absolutely. I agree. So I've certainly seen a lot of ambition in everybody really at this event with the sessions that I've attended so far, which is great. But how do we kind of unleash that ambition, and how do we enable the GCC of the future, or GCC 2.0 as we're referring to it within Hexaware? So I think there are some key enablers, and those enablers are going to be cloud, data, and AI, which is obviously why we're here discussing those topics today. And those 3 enablers are really going to enable that kind of next-gen, that set of next-gen IT services across change, run, business process, the lot. I think they're certainly going to enable transformation, and transformation from kind of legacy transformation, digital customization of user experiences, etc., etc. Transformation is going to be huge, and it's only getting faster. But whilst all the time focusing on the kind of cost-effective scalability and the ability to rapidly respond to changing and evolving business strategy. Now, the GCC leaders that are here, your GCCs will be at different stages on this journey. Some of you will be way down it, some of you will just be beginning. But I think, these are going to be the strategic enablers for that journey. So moving on, we'll kind of double down on cloud to begin with and get to data and AI next. So cloud, it really provides an enabling foundation for the GCCs of the future, I think. There's still a lot of legacy in the world. It never ceases to amaze me how much there is. In fact, we were talking to a customer the other day. He runs a GCC in Bangalore. And that GCC is the kind of the data center and cloud hub, if you like, for the various geographies that he serves across the enterprise organization that the GCC is there for. Every year he has to embark on infrastructure upgrade program, keeping things up to date, keeping things fresh. His ambition is to get everything else to the cloud, but you've got this kind of contention really between what he wants to do and what the application owners want to do, because there's a whole bunch of applications out there that actually can't move to the cloud. So there's a lot of legacy out there still, and actually he's asked us to help him kind of sit down and come up with a legacy transformation program, so that actually we can start to migrate those applications to contemporary technology and get them to the cloud. But it's just a good example, I think, of where sometimes, you know, what's happening in a GCC can feel a bit detached from the customer in this situation, with the application customers that he's serving. If you're not using cloud, then really you're kind of losing out on the cost-effective scalability and dynamic resource provision, of course. So really, if you can start to embrace cloud more, then great, go for it. There are some things to watch out for, right? So FinOps is a key thing to make sure that you've got in place. Without that, costs can spiral out of control, and actually it kind of has a negative financial impact on what you had previously. Legacy integration, I touched on that, but you've got to think about, you've got to plan out that migration to cloud and make sure that everything's still going to connect with each other and talk to each other and still work. Security and compliance, of course, big consideration. You've got to think about where you're going to actually host in the cloud. Make sure that you're aligned to regulation and governance and kind of govern that tightly. But also talent gaps. So make sure you've got good cloud architects and make sure you've got good FinOps people in the team to kind of keep you on the straight and narrow. Okay. So data. I saw a strapline the other day, is data the new oil? Could be. It certainly fuels AI and intelligent operations, I think. And really, you can look at data through a couple of lenses. There are benefits and use cases for operations. Real-time monitoring of data can prevent outages, reduce recovery times, and driving down the cost of operations and reducing overall kind of business impact of outages and whatnot. But the other lens really is around the analytics and using data to enable analytics and generate insights that inform business decision making. I think GCCs really have got the opportunity to create very strong data analytics and data science hubs that really start to get underneath the data and generate strategic insights for the business and enable then the market leading decision making across the enterprise. Again, there are some things to watch out for. So data can be very fragmented and in silos. You need a strategy. You've got to work through the privacy and regulation constraints that you need to align to and with, and data literacy. You've got to make sure that you employ the right people, the scientists, the analysts, and that people in the broader business are able to act on the insights that the analytics gives. And tool sprawl. So sometimes what I've seen is that outside of IT, in the business, if you like, they go to market, buy a tool, and you have this proliferation of tools across the estate, which can actually make it quite hard. So in the data strategy that you have, be very clear on the tooling that the enterprise should be using. And to AI. So I think AI really is going to be the engine of transformation. It's not a case of if and when, it's a case of now and how. I think organizations are spinning a bit with AI. Not many, I think, have a clear strategy. Certainly heard of customers or organizations having implemented Copilot and kind of thinking that they've done Gen AI. That's all they needed to do. There's no clear strategy. There were no clear guardrails, which can be quite problematic. If it's not done well, then what should be confidential in an organisation and off the record can suddenly become on the record and freely available under data subject access requests. So be careful. You've got to embrace it, but you've got to do it properly and you've got to do it well. And actually, we as Hexaware, we're just involved now with one of our customers, kind of going almost back to day one and helping them define their AI strategy and identify use cases across the business to be taken to the board to get funding, and then we'll effectively we will create the production engine to work through those use cases and get them implemented. But again, some things to watch out for. So governance and ethics, if you're not careful, the use of AI can start to reinforce what you don't want it to reinforce. So HR, I think, is a good kind of example of that. If you're not careful, if you've got an imbalance in recruitment, or you've not got the diversity that you want, but you're plugging machine learning into that, then it can start to actually exacerbate problems. So you've got to be very mindful and plan that out well. Data quality and availability. The output from Gen AI is only really as good as the data quality, etc., that you put into it. So be careful of that. And hype versus kind of real impact. I think some organisations, from a technology angle, are very keen to get going with it and are kind of doing things for their own benefit, which is good. I think really the power comes from really joining up technology and kind of the business to identify some business improving use cases and working collaboratively to kind of tease those out and exploit them. I'll give you one good example. So a healthcare provider, we were working through some potential use cases with them. This healthcare provider, one of its offerings is an annual health assessment. So one of the ideas is actually you could take the output from an annual health assessment, and then you could generate a very tailored kind of get fit, get well program addressing all the kind of negative points that came out of that kind of health assessment. So there's plenty of use cases out there. They just need thinking through, and I wouldn't do it. My recommendation is to not do it as a technology silo. So when we bring the power of those three things together, they're effectively greater, I think, than the sum of their parts. And GCCs can be at the forefront of exploiting the technology and drive that enterprise value by being faster to market, faster to benefit realization, more efficient. Gen AI really should be on everyone's mind, and everyone should be benefiting from it. I think it's still very new and confusing for some people in reality, not just technology people, not just business people, everybody. And I think driving that culture of just using AI in everyday life is valuable. But as the efficiencies from those start to play out, then repurposing talent to focus on AI and tease out those innovative use cases, and creating the scalable, agile operation that can really respond quickly to business demands and change your business strategies. And then ultimately, through modernization, etc., you can reduce reliance on legacy skills, really then enabling a kind of future-proofed workforce, which is really good. So if you were working with Hexaware, then we'd kind of get going with you. How do you start? Well, we would create a charter, and at a high level, it might look something like this. So our recommendation would be to start with the security and compliance. Make sure the strategy is right there. Make sure the guardrails are right. Make sure you're aligning with regulation, and you might be subject to various regulations around the globe. And from there, you'd build out strategies for data, AI, and cloud. You may have them already. If you haven't, then we would certainly look at doing those. Be cloud first if you can. I think the benefits are clear. But just be mindful really of it can take time, right? You've got to go through that legacy transformation to enable some of that stuff. But there are workarounds for some of those bits and pieces as well now that can be exploited. Try and drive a data-driven culture. Build the skills, build the teams, build the connections between the analysts, the scientists, and the business decision makers to really get the benefit out of that. AI, build the capabilities, but also partner well. I think it's unrealistic to expect everybody to be able to do everything themselves. There are good partners out in the marketplace. We're certainly one of them. Engage partners to help you drive that forward, and really kind of think about how you can lead the transformation of the broader business, and then foster collaboration. So I think this is really, really important, and it's quite interesting when you think about the kind of geographical spread of people these days. If I go back in my career many, many years, not even this millennium, I was part of a team that worked for a life and pensions and investment company that was a spin-off from a building society in England. There were 2 floors of people in an admin centre, policy admin, underwriting, customer services, etc. And in the middle of that group was me and my team, and we were the application development team, really driving quite leading edge application transformation at the time. But we were really immersed in what was going on in the business operation. We understood what the business was all about. We could see people using the applications we were building day in, day out. And actually, we were kind of putting stuff out to that user base every week. And this was, kind of very late 90s. So even today, kind of doesn't matter where people are. Even if everyone's in the UK, for instance, or everyone's in India, IT can still find itself being a bit of a silo. And my advice is that really try and break that down, embed people into the business, get those technologists really understanding what the business is doing, the constraints of the business, the issues they're seeing day in, day out with what it is you're building and deploying. And you can really start to make a difference to that kind of business, really. And then there are a few things that you could measure. These would be customized as we work with you, but you could certainly focus around operational efficiency, the kind of quick, try and fail quick, try and succeed quick around innovation. Obviously underpinning a set of business outcomes, and ideally, particularly in a regulated environment where you start to kind of drill down and reduce technical debt and operational risk through transformation. So what do we bring then? So this new partnership, this acquisition that Hexaware has made of SMC Squared, those that were in the panel discussion yesterday would have heard Ananth talk a little bit about SMC Squared. Well, we are SMC Squared really is kind of founded in greenfield GCC setups. Hexaware, on the other hand, is typically was not. We service a lot of GCCs that are already established. We obviously provide outsourcing capability, but we are a platform-led organization, right? So we have a lot of AI plugged into platforms around operations, transformation, etc., etc. So now we have the combination of these things. What we can do is when we're setting up greenfield GCCs, we can drive all that efficiency in at the point of setting GCCs up. So way more efficient from day one than previously. But also where we're working with people like yourselves, we're able to bring in thought leadership and technology to really accelerate transformation. And we're kind of badging that combination as GCC 2.0 or 2.0. And that's what we're kind of seeing out in the marketplace now, which I think is unique. I think it's quite compelling. It's certainly very exciting. The combination then, I mean, we've got over 30 years experience, 35 I think actually. We've We've created and built over 30 greenfield GCCs. Within those greenfield GCCs, which are typically a 3-year build, operate, transfer, we've seen 100% of targeted people, agreed kind of roles, move across to the parent company at the end of the 3 years, which is really good. And through the kind of ongoing connection, we've then seen those GCCs grow another 250% on average, which is tremendous. And then from the kind of AI angle, 99% of our workforce is trained in AI. That workforce is out there building AI agents for our customers. It's also building AI into our platform accelerators as well. So I think that's our unique advantage in the marketplace. So how can we help at a more detailed level? Well, we'll effectively use that combined experience to consult, strategize, and implement your location and kind of talent strategy, creating your GCC. Build, operate, and transfer, and provide all the kind of supporting peripheral services, HR, payroll, etc. We'll bring the right talent at the right time. Certainly for greenfield GCCs, we tend to recruit to fit rather than draw from the bench. For new and existing GCCs, we can help you optimize your processes, help you on your transformation strategy, create centers of excellence, help with organizational change management, help with data, cloud, and AI transformation. We've covered that in this topic today. But we can also help in adding additional functions into your existing GCC. And then if it comes to it, we can even help with M&As and exits should the need arise. So fundamentally, we can be with you in your entire GCC journey, really, from initial thought all the way through to kind of optimization, run, transformation, etc. So I just wanted to leave you with a case study. This was a greenfield GCC set up by SMC Squared. It was a build, operate, transfer engagement for a US life sciences firm, which initially covered 24 capabilities. And the requirement was to build a GCC in Bangalore. Initially, 200 roles to be filled in the first year, which was completed with 90% retention, which is good. SMC Squared run at about 96 to 98 retention on average. That then scaled to 400 people over 3 years. Transition was executed using our kind of low-risk transition methodology and went very well. We provided a full suite of supporting services, and all 400 people transitioned at the end of the 3-year BOT. Ultimately delivering 40 million in savings and hitting a blended rate of $17.68 an hour, which is really good. And then, like I said earlier, we don't just kind of pack up our tents and go home at the end of the BOT. We kind of maintain that connection, and through that maintained connection and support, that GCC is now running at over 1,000 people. So it's a great success story, really. And there are plenty of those across the organisation that we can share. In fact, if you come and visit our booth, we can go through them. So that's it, really. If you'd like to come and see us, we've got the booth at the back. It'd be great to see you. Pop by. You've all got a notepad I see now on the desks, which is great. If you want more information via electronic means, then you can contact us at marketing@hexaware.com. At 3 o'clock, I'm part of track 3. If you want to hear less of me, then go to track 1 or 2, but I'll be at track 3. Thank you very much for your time.
Do stay, Damien, for a moment, please. Yeah. So that was Damien Jordan, Senior Vice President, Hexaware Technologies, with his point of view, leveraging the combined power of cloud, data, and AI platform. We'd like to give you a small memento by way of remembrance. I'd like to request Mr. Anand Maheshwari, Founder, Director, and Chief Commercial Officer, Quintus Global, to please come and do the honors of giving a memento to Damien Jordan. Thank you. So we move on to our next session, demonstrating the success GCC stories, journey of innovation and delivering business value, for which I'd like to invite Abhinav Goyal, Senior Vice President, SSF Global, and he will then invite his eminent panelists turn by turn. Over to you, Abhinav.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to say the proof is in the pudding. And while we all talk about success, it's all about demonstration of success that we're looking for. And that as we work in SSF Global across geographies with multiple partners that we have, there are many success stories that we very closely track. Some success stories we have been a part of very integrally, and many success stories that inspire us and that allow us to spread the word across the industry so that more people can benefit by understanding where other people made mistakes, how did they recover, how did they actually eventually succeed it. And to demonstrate the success stories today, we requested 4 very influential GCC leaders to share those stories with us. What we're going to do is we're going to follow a little bit of a pledge talk format here. We thought we'll make it slightly different from the other panel discussions. So I'm inviting my chosen leaders today. First one will come up on stage and talk about his success story. He's a global citizen, person of UK nationality that has lived in 5 different locations. He heads a GCC or a GBS, which has 3,700 members. When he joined or started leading this GBS organization, the attrition rate was 18%. He brought it down to 8%. This organization that he's leading is the number 1 across all industries, all sectors. Number 1 great place to work. So a tremendous people leader, somebody who's been driving transformation, somebody who's very inspirational. My pleasure and privilege to invite on the stage and give the stage to John Dauber. Round of applause for John, please.
Thank you very much. Thanks. It's here. It's here. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Damien, you'll be pleased to know it's not you. The second Brit on the stage this morning, but the photo was of him, not me. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you all, and it's an absolute pleasure. So my name is John, and I work for a company called Novo Nordisk. And those of you that are perhaps not familiar with Novo Nordisk, do we have some slides, by the way, folks? Those of you that are not familiar with Novo Nordisk, we're a pharmaceutical company. So we're a medical company. We are just more than 100 years old, headquartered in Denmark. Some people confuse me as Danish. I'm not. I'm a Brit. But I've had the privilege of working in the UK, in Denmark, in Japan, in Thailand, and now for the last 3 years heading this GCC here in India. My background is mostly sales and marketing. So I started life as a sales representative promoting medicines to doctors in the UK and hospital doctors in the UK. What can I tell you about Novo Nordisk? Well, I said we're quite an old company. 95 of those 100 years were the world leader, the world market leader in insulin. In fact, if any of you know somebody who takes insulin for their diabetes, there's a 1 in 2 chance that it's one of ours. We treat about 35 million people every day, keeping them alive with their insulin. For the last decade, we've been a little bit more famous for other treatments, including one that those of you that are on Instagram probably find, which is treatments for obesity and weight loss. But still, diabetes is a big part of our core. Now, with 3 years of this GCC head role, I've been to many of these kind of functions. And there's one thing that I often hear, and it's that we must demand a seat at the table. And I'm going to put it to you that I think we've got that upside down. In my career, think of my career in sales. If I demanded a seat in the doctor's office, I wasn't going to get very far. My part of my career in marketing, if I demanded that our sales force implement the strategies that I initiated, I don't get very far. In the general manager role of an affiliate, if I demanded that our employees did what I said, I didn't get very far. However, if I earn a seat at the table through value creation, engagement, and collaboration, we get a really long way. So my kind of message to you this morning would be in my humble and rather limited experience in the GCC world, then earning a seat at the table is the right way to go, rather than demanding a seat at the table. So a little bit about Novo Nordisk's GCC. You can see it's quite old. We started in 2007. We started as a transactional service center, a little bit of IT, a little bit of finance, 400 or 500 people. And then over the next decade, we grew slowly. But the transformation has really happened in the last 5 years, actually, as we've started to demonstrate value to the enterprise, as Damien was talking about. For us, whilst we started with 2 pillars, IT and finance, we now have 17. So if you think of anything that a pharmaceutical company may do, pretty much, it exists in our GCC, either globally owned with our place in Bangalore or at a peer-to-peer level with our headquarters in Denmark. And the key learning there being that continuing to show value, to demonstrate value, is the way to get that seat at the table. So these 4 pillars that I thought about and kind of distilled when I first arrived here in India became my way of earning that seat at the table. Because I inherited a situation where actually in India, Novo Nordisk wasn't very famous. None of you had heard of Novo Nordisk GCC, and we couldn't hire good people. And actually our hiring process was also pretty awful, both from an internal and a candidate perspective. It was taking us more than 100 days to hire somebody. So we put a detailed process optimization into that. And of course, what happened is that time to hire was halved. So yeah, so what? That's cool, isn't it? But point being that my focus on my customer, and in this case, my customer is all our 100 affiliates around the world and our headquarters who wanted to hire people in Bangalore, I was delivering value in terms of talent attraction. Then it came to talent retention. So I inherited an attrition of 18%. Now, maybe many of you in your GCCs think, well, that's kind of normal. And, you know, we live with that here in India. But as a customer of a GCC, that wasn't very good. Because every time I wanted to engage with somebody in Bangalore, they were either just joining, just leaving, or there was a period when there was nobody there at all. So we spent a ton of time looking at employee engagement, benefits, how we could create people to have careers within our own organization. And that attrition today, ladies and gentlemen, is 6%. So it can be done. Then the third part of our initiative was really culture. And that was, I suppose, a sort of special interest subject of mine, having moved from UK to Denmark to Japan to Thailand and to India. Can I be the cultural translator, if you like, for our company, and help the Danish organization or the affiliates around the world understand the culture here, and help our colleagues and particularly our leaders be able to develop cross-cultural leadership skills. Ton of investment in that. It adds value to the enterprise. It adds value to the organization. People get great careers, and the whole system starts to move nicely. And then finally, House in Order. Well, House in Order was just some mess that I inherited, to be honest, on a compliance level, and really needed to fix. So I'm sure, as we've heard from previous speaker, compliance is critical and you have yours under control. But for us, it was a priority from day one. So when I talk about business value, what kind of things are we doing these days? So having earned the seat at the table, we're now able to really propose major efficiency, cost, and growth opportunities for our enterprise. And if I just very quickly pick on four, with our omnichannel organization, we have about 150 people sitting in Bangalore that are developing digital promotional and marketing content for the whole world. So previously, we would have 80 affiliates making their own stuff. Now it's done in Bangalore and served to every one of our affiliates, and even translated into other languages. And just the simple cost avoidance there is, in the lovely Danish kroner, which no one understands unless you work in Novo, it's about 20 million US dollars per year, just from that one relatively small team. Then, Damien was talking about AI. The beauty of working in this country, and particularly in Bangalore, of course, is that there are lots of AI startups that you can collaborate with. So clinical reporting is an area where it's staffed by about 100 medical doctors who author regulatory documents to be sent to regulatory authorities all around the world. And the formatting of those, sadly, is different for almost every country. So medical doctors are still authoring these documents with a little bit of help of AI. But before those documents leave the organization, they have to be quality checked. So we had a medical doctor also checking those for quality. Now we've imported an AI tool, and now the quality checking is automated. It's saved about 70% in time. So one document used to be 40 hours to check. It's now an hour or less than an hour. And we've been able to onshore to India much more medical writing work for the globe. So a nice example, if you like, of being able to add value. Then in supply chain, so Novo Nordisk as a biotech company, we have about a dozen huge factories making our insulins and GLP-1s around the world. And all the planning of what those factories make is now centralized in Bangalore. So whatever happens this week, next week, or 6 months from now, in a factory in Brazil is decided by some guys in our place. And the value add and the consistency of which we can operate our global supply chain is super important. And then back to a fourth AI kind of initiative in our global medical affairs organization. So that's a team of, again, medical doctors who are developing medical strategies, and a lot of it PowerPoint, out for affiliate use around the world. A little bit like the omnichannel, but for the medical organizations. And using a tool which we've been able to import, again, the time is saved by 70 or 80% in that organization, to be able to do more and add greater value, greater speed, greater impact to the whole enterprise. So my final slide, and perhaps the message to you all, would be maybe less of the demand and more of the seek to understand. The moment we as GCC leaders spend time understanding our customer, who our customer is, and in our case, that is our affiliates and our enterprise, the better we serve the organization, the greater the trust, the greater the impact, the greater the value we create. With that, thank you very much.
John spoken about one of my favorite topics, having a seat at the table, and so rightly mentioned, you earn it. You don't ask for it. You don't request for it. And so much to learn for each one of us as a leader. I'm sure you will find time to grab John when we're all having a coffee and speak about how did he do that. Thank you, John, for that fantastic talk. The next leader I'm going to request to join us here on the stage is somebody who worked within the same organization that I did. I spoke about American Express yesterday. Once you work with Amex, you sort of leave a little bit of Amex inside you for all your life. So this leader's also spent a few years at Amex and has worked with many other organizations like Gold, EY as a partner, and is now heading the GBS for Ericsson. Yesterday, we saw the team of Ericsson here winning the award for the amount kind of work that they've done for their global organization. We saw the women power on stage. Anjali Singh is a leader I'm going to request to come on the stage. Anjali is a strong leader of diversity and inclusion besides her work, and there is a fantastic story that she'd love to share with us, and I am very curious to learn about that, Anjali. So the stage is all yours.
Okay, wow. And which way do I go with this? Okay, great. So first of all, good morning, everyone, and it is a pleasure to be here. So thank you for having me here. And I'm going to follow, a very, very powerful tech story that Damien told you, and John with his key lessons on GCCs and talent. I have worked for companies like American Express, and actually the longest one in my career was Genpact, almost 14 years, with Deutsche Bank. So primarily financial services, and most of my life in operations. So what I'm going to share with you is a little bit about from the operations perspective, right? What does GCC mean? What does this technology digital revolution mean for operations people? What does it invoke? And therefore, how do we address it? And what can we do that inspires our teams instead of making them feel worried about the future or scared of what AI, RPA, and all the rest is going to do? We've been witnessing what I call the digital revolution for many years. And as an operations leader at that time, whether it was Genpact or it was Deutsche Bank, it brought about a lot of fear. What's going to happen? Are the robots going to do all our jobs? How do we deal with this? And that fear stays, right? Think of what Gen AI, agentic is doing to the world today. So how do you also, not just embrace change, how do you work with your teams to make sure they're getting ready for the future? And I'm going to quote our CEO, Bourrier. I was about 3 weeks in Ericsson when I went for the leadership meeting. And Ericsson's also strategically, changing direction, thinking of where they want to go and how. And he said, the only way to, not be scared of the future is to create the future. And that's what we have to do as operations people with deep domain. We have to keep creating where we want to go and how. I joined Ericsson just 2 years ago. In fact, it's going to be 2 years in October. And so I'm going to talk about this much used, somewhat abused word called transformation, which I think everyone says we're transforming. But what does it really mean? And I'm also going to talk to you about how company that may have been a little late to the game has embraced transformation and leapfrogged to be actually very competitive with everyone else in industry. So a little bit about our evolution. Ericsson has had their shared services centers for many years, but they were in silos. So there was the HR services, shared services, there was finance, there was sourcing, there was every function having their own semi-shared services, which was either sitting in the GCC or sitting anywhere globally. GBS for Ericsson was actually created only in 2022, late to the game, a lot of people would say, because GBSs for other companies are about 10, 12 years old. And I joined GB as the head of GBS in October 2023. But here's what we did, and I think I'm going to repeat a little bit of this. As you come in and you now finally not have siloed shared services, but you actually have all of those shared services brought under one umbrella, and it's called GBS. So here's what, I walk into. You need to, own these teams. And when I talk of Ericsson GBS, I said it yesterday as well. We are not just the GCC in India. I lead GBS globally. So I have teams sitting in Mexico, in Bucharest, in Manila, in Beijing. I have most of my leadership team spread out throughout the globe with people sitting in different countries, and it's been fabulous. So when we are driving the GBS agenda, the transformation, we're not just doing it for India. It's multicultural, so it's globalization. Another word that I think we all have to embrace, because you have to have global standards as you build it, but you have to be mindful of the local impact that it can have in all of our centers. So 2023 was fairly tactical. GBS is set up. GBS is given very ambitious goals. And now what does GBS do with that? And in 2024, you again heard some of this already. You have to get a great team together. You saw some of them on stage with me yesterday, but a lot of my team is in other parts of the world. So you have to have the right leadership to be able to lead what you want to create. You have to have a vision that people can connect to. And then you have to be willing to inspire people, because remember, we're talking of operations. GBS is operations wonderland. GBS is people who are very, very good at the roles that they do. They're very, very deep in the domain that they have. They're not necessarily technocrats. And so sometimes they get overwhelmed with cloud, Gen AI, agentic. Where are we going? Oh my God, what's going to happen? Because GBS is also about efficiency, right? That is the bottom line. You want to be able to bring value. I actually feel as an operations leader, take away the word efficiency and let's talk about the value that we're creating for the company. And that should be your KPI. Not your turnaround time, not your quality, but what's the value that you give the company every day. We launched the GBS culture strategy. We had to make sure it was felt across the globe. It wasn't just India, but it was every center that we have and we drive change in. And we began something called the, unified GBS integrated help desk. What was this? Again, like I said, and this is one of the most transformative things that we've done, and not just us, but I think in industry. It is one of the bigger transformations that has taken place. Instead of every unit having its own, customer service help desk, chat, etc., we brought it onto one platform. We brought it onto a Gen AI platform. We envisaged what this would do in February 2024. We went live in November 2024. And I have dealt with technology projects throughout my life, and I can tell you they usually run late. They don't deliver what they promise. This one was just about a month late, and it's delivering what it promised. We've already brought in all of the Gen AI capability and taken self-service down by about 50%. So now we're moving to the next frontier where it's not just the how-to, but it's going to be about system updates and system checks. And that's where agentic is stepping in. What this year has been about has been executing the roadmaps across GBS for each of the functions to deliver that. We're creating the value. We've upskilled our teams to be able to embrace that. We've got, and I'll show you that at the very end. We've actually mapped out all of our processes to say, what is the potential or where we can go? And what is it that we can create for the company? Lastly, we work and we constantly think of what's the art of the possible. And we take inspiration from other GBS companies where they've gone. We're also building our own capability to be able to do much more for Ericsson. And as we speak this year, many more functions are knocking on our door to say, how can you help us with this? Because we are creating the brand of being, not just the function that's bringing it together and running operations, but the function that can help you create your Gen AI strategy, help you understand how agentic is done, and help you transform your operations, whichever area it may be in the next 12 to 18 months. I keep joking with my boss, we should now think of how we monetize this, but maybe that also at some point will happen. What are the pillars that we stand on, right? And again, I guess GBS, GCCs are operating with similar principles. But like I said, I don't want to be the cost efficiency arm of the company. Cost arbitrage is always good. Cost is always very important for the firm. Because GBS for us is global, yes, there's some value in cost, but there's got to be more value in what you're doing, that you actually do have the skills to transform, that you're aware of the technologies that are in play here. And so you're the innovation, and you're the innovative, transformative hub for the company. We participated, and that was a first for us in 2024. We decided to participate in what the IT function used to run, the IT Innovation Challenge. And I said, you know what, let's go partner with them and say GBS is part of this too. We did it. And I told my leaders and my teams, I need 10 ideas, guys. The IT guys are like, so smart and they're like, truly developing solutions, but let's get 10 ideas on the board. And then I'm fine. I don't expect us to win, but I just want to create the culture. We went neck to neck. We got 45 ideas. IT had 45 ideas. Finally, long story short, in the top 3 ideas that are chosen by a jury of Ericsson, GBS had the idea that came first and the idea that came third. So that's transformative. And I think that's a cultural change that you're bringing about, helping people challenge status quo and take it to the next level. I've got gender diversity here. I got to go faster. Okay. Because I do believe that you have to have diversity. Gender is important, but across everything. And unless we upskill our workforce, we will continue to be scared. So don't just help your operations teams understand domain, but help them understand, emerging technologies. What does it do? What does it mean? And build their readiness for the future. We have hybrid teams, or the future will bring hybrid teams. So also skill your leaders with how to manage those. You've got a team which is going to have 10 bots and 5 humans finally. And how will you manage something like that versus 20 humans that you were used to? Like I said, we are slowly, with partnership with our own IT function and other partners, I think we're very close to being one of the leaders, or very competitive in the agentic AI execution that we are in the middle of. Operations always has compliance. You have to stay true to the guardrails because, like somebody already said, unless you're mindful of that, you can actually create huge risk and exposure for your company. And partnerships with your internal stakeholders, with external stakeholders, driving what's best for your customer. This is where we want to go. I won't get into this, but we're here. We're right at the start where we want to actually go, and we've called it 3 different horizons. We have productivity, which is a given, which is an obvious one. But I think more importantly, it's really about how we're skilling our teams and how we're embracing technology, because the rate that it's moving at today is incomprehensible. I don't think the past 10 years have brought about the kind of change and disruption that the next 2 years can bring. And so I don't even know what I don't know. And that's not a fear. That's actually something fairly exciting for us to move forward and think about. But ultimately, we want to have the entire, integrated value chains that are delivering for the company, for our customers. And that's still, I think, just the beginning. Operations will change. People will do better content, higher value jobs. And like somebody again already said, I think the Adani, leader, he said he's committed that they won't change the FTE number, but they will do far more. And it's something like that, building capacity, building data analytics, bringing insights. Actually, people should feel better about it too. And that's what I tell my operations teams. Why do you want to do a job that actually a bot could do for you? Why don't you think of how you upskill, go to the next level? Forget the transactional part of your job. Let somebody else do it. Let technology aid you in that part of the job. But don't be scared to embrace it and hold on to what you're doing today because it's worrying you so much. Am I way over time? Is it? Okay. So with that, I'm actually going to hand over, but thanks so much for having me here. And it's a truly exciting journey that we're on.
Thank you, Anjali. So absolutely, you're not knocking at the doors. You have broken the doors down by the kind of work that you're doing and the uh, need that you have created across partners and beyond the existing partners. I mean, what I love to hear was that people who are actually asking you, can you do this for us? And that's fabulous. And I hope at some point in time, Anjali, your team would actually start monetizing all the great products and services you're creating. Thank you so much. So now it's time for some Hollywood star Hollywood style storytelling on this stage. I hope everybody is ready for some Hollywood here. The next leader I'm going to invite on stage is currently the leader for Warner Brothers Discovery, GBS Center. He has vast experience of setting up, scaling up, transforming GBS centers, worked across multiple organizations, American Express, IBM Dux, Deloitte, Goldman Sachs, and now, of course, Warner Brothers Discovery. A leader who is extremely well known in the GCC leadership circles, a very active participant, of course, with SSF, but also with other forums like NASCOM. My pleasure and privilege to invite Jaideep. Jaideep Agarwal, please join on the stage and share your story with us.
All right, can you hear me? I think I got the. Oh, yeah. I have this mic. All right, perfect. Good morning, everyone. I think we can do a much better job. Good morning, everyone. Absolutely, thank you. What I thought was I will quickly share what's the business we are in, and instead of me telling you what business we are in, let's watch a video what business we are in. So can we just switch off these lights? Is that a possibility? Just these ones? Except for these, those ones went off. So that's okay. I'll try. So what industry are we in? Perfect. What industry are we in? So every time I ask this question or get this question, I'm just told we are in the media and entertainment industry. And it's so interesting. Our CEO says we are in the business of storytelling. We tell stories and we create content and we distribute that content. So let's just see who we are from.
Ready?
Let's do it, Cronkite.
Superman.
Miss Lane.
We have a mission now. Be like no other. Push what's possible way past the impossible.
I'm only the curtain raiser. Here's the main attraction.
It's kind of, we like to open doors to new worlds here. Worlds that exhilarate. Places that captivate. Universes that fascinate.
Once you start, there's no going back.
We live for the goosebumps. The thrills. The chills. And all the feels. You earned it, pal. We define tastemakers here. That's phenomenal. Brown kingmakers.
Well, Queenmaker, I guess.
Cheers to that.
And make way for the big shots.
I can give you everything you need.
The jaw droppers. The history makers. Here, we like to hit you with what's next.
You're a superhero.
I'll make your choice.
I need to find my daughter. Where's the movie? So it began. Kind of had a little vibe there.
When we tell stories, they matter. They move.
Let go. No, let go.
See, we don't just ride the wave here.
The time is now.
We all wave. Right on.
What? Dad, what just heart clapping? Tonight. It sounds so good.
There's no one else quite like us. We are like no other. It's just it's gonna happen right now, seizure.
Well, that's us. That's Warner Brothers Discovery. I would just like to describe our journey here. Can we have the lights back on? I'd like to describe our journey back here in GBS Center. Is we're a startup with a 100-year legacy. We were born about 3 years back. So, what was the challenge which we were facing? So, uh, Discovery acquired Warner Brothers from AT&T, and the deal got consummated in April 2022. So, and when the two firms came together, the idea was, what is the best way for us to leverage our global capabilities? What's the best way to look at uh, content in a global format? So that was the biggest challenge. How do you integrate this kind of a complexity and with industry-wide disruptions, because it was right in the middle of the Hollywood strikes when we decided to set up our center here in India. So how did we approach it? So over the years, we had set up single purpose centers around with different parts of the combined entity. There was something we had in Knoxville, Atlanta. We set up something in Mexico in 2022. Warsaw, we have a big presence in Warsaw. We are the largest media company in Poland through TVN and something earlier. So as we came together in April of 2022, we decided to open up a Hyderabad office. And we actually, the decision got taken in September 23, and Feb is when we started our operations in Hyderabad. Now, the key aspect is one of the key elements which I discussed with our CFO was, hey, we need to make this center a strategic component of the entire Warner Brothers Discovery ecosystem. Otherwise, no one ever is going to take us seriously. So we commenced operations in Feb. We launched HBO Max. That's our global OTT platform. And we actually started working towards the launch of global HBO Max right from day one out here in our center. So something commendable. Today we've got over 120 million subscribers on HBO Max, and some of the clips which you saw on The Last of Us or White Lotus, etc., they are there. So May 23 is when we did that. So again, we series of multiple acquisitions, right? So we exist in 5 different ERPs. You name an ERP, and we sit on those ERPs. So what did we do? We said, okay, let's bring all of them together. So we went through an ERP transformation exercise, and which again we started here both from a technology perspective as well as from a user standpoint in September of 23. And then when we inaugurated our existing center, my CFO asked me a simple question, Jadip, how do you want me to help you be successful? And one of the key things I asked him was, you bring your entire leadership to India, only then people will understand what's the strategic value of this is. He said, done. And March of 2023, he's a chief finance and operating officer. He came down here with his entire leadership to make sure that everyone in his leadership is able to see what is there in this center, what kind of talent can you get out of this center. Believe me, I started my journey in the GBS GCC space in Amex and way back in 2000. There are a few questions I'm still answering, which we used to answer way back in 2000. Do people understand English? Do people do this X, Y, Z? Because still a legacy of 100 years where we had been so much straitjacketed under our Hollywood studio in Burbank, people did not know to anything outside of that. So there are still some of those kind of questions. So he brought his entire operating leadership and the finance leadership in March. And then the interesting thing happened. So in our case, the CIO rolls up to the CFO. And when the CIO came and his team came to India, they were looking at, hey, let's start with a couple of basic transactional stuff around services, etc. and all. So I just took them around, and I'm sure there are a couple of other leaders sitting here from the other GCCs to just help them understand, what kind of work happens in India. So one of the GCCs we went to, and they said, 4 out of the 8 direct reports of the CIO sit here in this Hyderabad office. Another leader we went and met, she said, I run the global enterprise system. I'm the leader for all global corporate enterprise systems. I'm sitting here in Hyderabad. And that forced the CIO to rethink the entire operating model, saying, what were we smoking? What were we thinking when we were thinking in terms of basic transactional level services, etc.? So fundamentally, we changed the entire operating model, and we had a global enterprise data and analytics leader who reports directly into the CIO out here in India. So, long story short, I think the idea was we do not have to go through the 10, 15 years of a maturity journey which firms have gone through, because there's a lot which we can learn from those firms and really kickstart our journey way ahead of the curve versus having to go all the way back and start from there. So we had the leader, we had a CIO leadership offsite. So what's happening is that within a year of being set up here, when you bring some of these entire leaderships out into the centers, you are fundamentally changing the entire thought process. That immersive experience of what they are getting out here, it's phenomenal. So, and now we've started revenue support functions. So a lot of the content which you see out there, we are beginning to support that content out of the center here. So think of something as post-production, right? So we have a lot of raw content which gets generated, like all through all our cameras and everything what we do. Now there's a lot what happens between the time the raw content gets delivered to our what we call as the studio operations or content operations team, to the time you actually see something out there on the screens, right from editing, photo editing / video editing, dubbing, content localization, ingest, QC. There are multiple different things. Like it's like the what in a IT parlance what you call is the blue screen of death. If you have even 1 nanosecond of a black screen of on your live OTT platform or a television platform, that's it. You are done essentially. A lot of that work now we are beginning to do out of our Hyderabad office. So that's what as I said, we are looking at revenue support functions, and we just touched. So we are on our 2nd year anniversary now, and we just touched about 1,000 people as our head count in our 2-year journey. So that's kind of just giving you a sense of what our journey was. So what were some of our, I would say, key takeaways or what went well? One was leadership alignment. Clearly, having the CFO being the key sponsor, asking me on day one, what do you need for me to be, for the center to be successful? Absolutely, top to bottom, everybody is aligned to make sure that yes, this is where we want to belong. A very supportive local ecosystem. I would say so many of my colleagues in different other GCCs who we went to, when they shared their stories, it's way better than me going and telling them, hey, that's possible, because you know what, I'm an insider. I'll just say it for the fact that I would like more work coming. But the local ecosystem here in Hyderabad, extremely supportive. Cultural cross connection. So how do you make sure that this is not seen as an outpost or this is not seen as something separate? So how do you make sure that the two, the mothership, and in this case we had a multi-country mothership is what I would say. There we have studios in Hollywood, we have got a Harry Potter world out of London, there's something in Japan. We ensured that from a cross-cultural standpoint, there is a connection established on this. A very nimble operating model. So when we started on this journey, we thought we will bring all the different functions and sub-functions under a single umbrella called GBS, and then GBS will functionally own and do this. So we started with a few areas in finance, but then what happens is you run into this wall with other functions saying like, hey, these are my crown jewels. I don't want to give away my crown jewels for you. So we pivoted. We pivoted saying instead of bringing everybody onto a single common GBS as a function, here's the capability center. Think of it as a landlord-tenant model. Here's a platform. You jump onto the platform and do what you want as long as you are sticking to some of these common basic principles. And then leveraging our brand. Of course, it's a 100-year legacy. So we were able to leverage our brand from a talent attraction standpoint. What could we have done differently? I would say while we did a good job, we probably need a little more improved leadership awareness, because nothing can absolutely substitute when you have a leadership immersion in your office out there. And suddenly you see the psychological distance narrows down pretty significantly. So that's one. More strategic top-down hiring approach. I mean, in the aspect of speed, we ended up hiring a lot of middle slash lower end jobs earlier versus hiring the leader first, and then realizing, hey, that was not one of the best approaches to this whole thing. And the last one I would say is more support for our new leaders and managers, because as they're coming from different parts of the other organizations, etc., we just need to make sure that how do you bring them together and take them along in this journey from a cultural sensitization perspective. So that's what I wanted to share. I know my time's up, and so that's where it is. That's how I like to end my journey on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jaydeep. I bet you didn't believe me when I said it's time for Hollywood style storytelling. Very, very interesting, exciting, and obviously many of my favorite shows and movies in that video, which I totally enjoyed. Once again, the theme is having the courage, taking the power, and becoming more influential. So much to learn for the GCCs that are being set up. They are still moving up the maturity curve. Find time to talk to these amazing leaders during the breaks to learn more. The next leader that I'm going to invite, the fourth and the last one on this particular set for me, is somebody who is defined beyond his work as well. He's doing inspirational work. He spent more than 2 decades with IBM, where he started his career, and now he is the vice president for the UPS India Technology Center. Dr. Subramani Ramakrishnan. Please give a round of applause to Dr. Subramani Ramakrishnan. And he's done so much more than technology. He's an author of a best-selling book. He's known as a speaker. He participates in multiple activities besides his work, and he has no slides today. So we're looking forward to the notes that he has scribbled on a piece of paper and the story that you have, Dr. Ramakrishnan. Thank you.
Thank you, and very good morning. Some of these sessions are really helping, one, to learn from each other, and the second, okay, we are not doing all that bad, and everyone has the same set of problems. Getting a seat on the table, getting the right talent, convincing the mothership, and all of that, right? So pretty much similar problems that we have. So I represent UPS, United Parcel Service. I think this crowd may not need an introduction for UPS. Yes? Okay. Because after spending 26 years in IBM, I was looking for a second career, to be honest, right? And I was looking at teaching as a career, and I did my PhD and all of that, and I was getting ready, and then this opportunity came in. So then I thought, okay, let me do this, maybe for some years, and I'll have more stories to tell my students whenever I go to my second career. So that's how I ended up here. A very interesting roller coaster ride for the last couple of years. But when I said I'm joining UPS, many of my friends did not know what UPS was. But then I was telling my mom, I'm joining UPS, and she was very happy. I was surprised a bit. Mom, are you okay? I mean, are you sure you're happy? Yeah, finally someone who will fix our batteries at home, ensure that the distilled water levels are maintained and all that. That's what UPS is known for, uninterrupted power supply. But this is United Parcel Service, friends. Fortune 40 company, a 118-year-old company. Next week, we are celebrating our 118th anniversary, which also marks the second anniversary of the GCC in India. And a bit of data, we deliver about 20 million parcels every day. 20 million parcels every day, right? And in terms of value of goods that go on our network, it's about 2% of world's GDP every day, right? So someone was telling me, if the world's economy goes down by, say, 20% or so, we get into a recession. So for 2 weeks, if our network doesn't go, right? So that's the criticality of the whole mission that we are in. We have about 600 cargo flights. In terms of number of flights, if you rank, we'll be probably the top 10 airlines in the world. We get about 700 million hits on our website. So if you were a Google or a search engine, we'll be probably a top 10 search engine. So that's the kind of impact and intensity, because otherwise, I don't do anything exotic like my previous speakers, right? Like Warner Bros. It's not a Hollywood story. All that we do is deliver parcels. You send in a parcel, I deliver from point A to point B. That's all I do. But just that we do in scale, right? And another interesting thing about UPS is we all say parcels, but then I was corrected a couple of times. We deliver emotions. Okay, we don't deliver parcels, we deliver emotions, and it's very true, very true. We don't call our trucks as trucks. You know what we call them? Package cars, for a reason. And our color is Pullman brown. Pullman coaches are like our Vande Bharat trains, right? The luxurious coaches in UK and other places. So we chose a color which symbolizes luxury, and just like the comfort that these coaches would be, we would want to give the same comfort to our packages. We deliver emotions. And I'm told of some stories of our drivers. They're like the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. So there was an old lady who used to order every day something from UPS just because she wants to see the driver. And she would have kept coffee and cookies ready for him. He will come, laugh, give a hug, bring him the parcel and go. So it's that kind of an activity. But while we are a logistics company, at heart we are technology, right? So except for the first mile and the last mile, where 90% of our workforce are our loaders, truckers, drivers, and all of them, it's only less than 10%, which is the white collar job, as we can say, the marketing, finance, and technology. It's less than 10%. That's all we are, right? But that's what powers the whole thing. And we are very close to having near dark warehouses, near dark hubs, where except for the inbound and the outbound, the rest is all automated. And that's where our technology center comes in on what we do. And Indian talent is not new for us. I was on the other side, sitting in IBM and serving UPS with about 1,400 consultants. And then now they have disappeared, by the way. It's all moved in-house or whatever. So what did we do? So why did we come into India, right? So there are three reasons why we started the GCC. One, to move the core IP in-house. The second is the talent demographics. And the third is getting closer to the market. So what is this core IP in-house? So you are nothing. You are delivering parcel from point A to point B. What is core IP in this? Right question? So there is a secret sauce for each one of us, be it UPS or FedEx or Amazon or USPS, US Postal Service, right? In all, about 80 million parcels move in the network every day in US. And that about 35 to 40 million is Amazon, and the remaining 40 million is delivered by these three players, UPS, FedEx, and USPS. What works for us will not work for FedEx. UPS is a highly unionized workforce. We own the fleet. We own the trucks. We fill the tank every day with gas, right? So we have a different set of challenges, problems, and all that. FedEx is a non-unionized workforce. Amazon uses gig workforce. And then USPS can come to the finance analyst and say, oh, guys, you know what? We made a few $1 billion losses. Right? So that's a government postal service anyway, right? So each one of us have a different set of prerogatives and priorities, and there is a secret sauce in each one of us that works uniquely for us. For example, there is an Orion routing algorithm which saves about 100 million miles for our drivers. We have about 150,000 drivers, 150,000 package cars that go around the world, right? So how do I ensure that every mile I save means a lot for me to the bottom line, right? So we have this Orion proprietary routing software much before Google came with their Google Maps. Way back in 2003 we had, right? So these are some of the technologies that the team works on, right? And we are using AI in our customer center and all of that. So definitely there is a secret sauce. But then the problem is, how do I develop this core IP in-house? So the first vision for which we started our GCC was moving the core IP in-house. But then how do I build this? Because today, I'm sure this is another common problem that many of us have in GCCs. Today in IT, people will say, I'm a Java developer, I'm a .NET developer, I'm a QA, I'm an architect. Nobody will say, I'm a supply chain professional with Java full stack or whatever, right? So how do I bring this domain bit of it into these guys? And when they don't know the unique things or challenges that are very, very specific to UPS, how do I build that domain expertise? So that is one challenge we have. But for the last 2 years, we have done a few things. We take them to the warehouses, we take them to our gateways, which we have in Bangalore and Delhi. Every day there are 2 flights coming in. Right, so we take them to the gateways, we help them understand the brokerage operations and all of that and build the domain. So the first mission for which we came in was moving the core IP in-house. The second is the talent demographics, right? And all of us know this. We have an average in the country of about in the late 20s, right? And then Europe is somewhere in the 40s, America's in the 40s, probably Japan is in the 50s and all that. And for a 118-year-old company, if we have to write the history for the next 100 years, we need to see where the talent lies, where we can get the right talent pool. So definitely we are here for that, right? So and developing this. And we did a few things unique, which I'm very passionate about. The president of UPS Americas, Nando Cicerone, he's with us for about 35 years. He started as a driver, right? And today he is responsible for bringing in $80 billion of the 90 billion of the company, right? So people rise through the ranks. So how do we create that culture here? And here, to a recruiter and talent acquisition is something that, John, you also spoke about, right? You talk to someone about gratuity, they give a damn to it. Oh, gratuity, I have to stay in the company for 4.5 years to get that, right? So how do I create that aspiration to grow and learn and all that long term, right? So we did a few things. One is Palam. Palam in Tamil means returnship program. So we have people, men and women. This is another interesting thing, right? Even men take career breaks. So men and women after career breaks, they want to come back. So how do we ensure that all things being equal, we help them come back, right? And then first generation graduates. So that's something that we are very passionate about, because UPS is a company where people, after school, they join as a part-time, they enroll to a college, UPS pays their fees, and then they get to a desk side job, supervisor and all of that, right? So how do I ensure that? And Chaudhary Saab was telling yesterday, right? So the tier 2 cities and all that. So all of that, we go to remote places and hire first generation graduates. So these are some of the things that we kind of do to create that you belong at UPS culture and bring that talent which sticks with us for a long time. And the third and most important thing, closer to the market, I'll wrap it up. So closer to the market is the advanced economies are going at 1.5% or whatever the GDP growth, but Asian is growing at 4 to 4.5, right? So clearly, if you see, and there is also a significant shift of trade lines. Pretty much all the non-leather goods manufacturers have shifted from China to Tamil Nadu, actually. Right, I'm pitching a bit of Tamil Nadu in Hyderabad. So all Crocs, Adidas, Nike, all of them have moved to. So it's a logistics company. Can I get closer to my clients, to my global clients, and see what I can do? All of your iPhones are being manufactured and assembled in Tamil Nadu and other places, right? So how do I get closer to the client? So that is another third reason why we started it. So clearly we are shifting gears. What got us here so far, the first 2 years, it was all about growth. Now we are shifting to the nurture phase, and that's where yesterday and today has been quite insightful. And I would definitely take a few lessons from here as we grow from scale to sustain. So we are about 1,500 people now, and probably we will end up at 2,000 people by end of the year. But then it's all about building the domain, responsibility. When I start, I can't talk about innovation and value generation and all that, right? So now the time has come, probably, how do I become a critical part in the whole UPS ecosystem? And the last bit of it is the culture part of it, which we are trying to bring the UPS culture and do a bit of Indianized version of that. So that's where we are. Thank you. Thanks for the patient listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I'll request you to stay here. So fantastic story again, a company with a lot of heart and technology in the heart. And I hope you continue to grow, because you don't want the global economy to enter a recession. So great job. Thank you so much. But great stories. We had stories from Novo Nordisk. Can I request John to join us once again? And the applause should not stop till all of my fantastic speakers join me on the stage. And we have Erickson, Anjali, thank you for that fantastic story. If you could join me as well on the stage. Like I said, please don't let the applause stop. These are amazing stories. And of course, Warner Brothers Discovery, Jaideep, if you could join me as well. Thank you. Thank you. When we set up this session, I did not realize that it will be so exciting, so amazing. Great stories, great themes running through each one of these stories, and so much to learn. At least for me, I mean, I took away so much out of these sessions. So thank you so much. What we thought was we will probably have 5 minutes of audience Q&A. I'm hoping some of you would have some questions that you'd like to ask these amazing leaders. So if you have some questions, please raise your hands or think about your questions while I ask one surprise question to each one of you. Let's see if you have an answer for that. So if you, and I still want the audience to think about some questions. So the question that I have for each one of you, short answer, right? If you were able to go back 20 years back in your career, what advice would you give to that young person? I mean, I'm sure you're still young, but the younger person, what advice would you give yourself, the 20-year ago person? Who wants to go first? Yep.
Just build on what I said earlier, the domain part of it, right? Which is more important today than earlier. So someone was asking which engineering branch should I choose for one of my friends, and I said, I don't know which engineering, but prompt engineering is becoming more important today. So for prompt engineering, you need to know the business and the domain and the problem that you solve so that you ask the right questions. So the domain part, I would say.
Absolutely.
I would say I started my career with vaccine sales, and that was revenue generation. Then I shifted to Amex on the finance side. So I used to wonder, why am I getting stuck in finance? This is cost. So let me get out of it. I just wish I had stayed with as the finance leader, because you are seeing more finance leaders becoming the CEOs today than the sales and marketing leaders. So yeah, that's what I would say from my perspective.
Okay, I think so. Probably 10 years ago, I started living what I would have told myself 20 years ago. I would say be bold, don't be scared of failure. And I have a blog called We Live and We Learn. And I think I believed in that for most of my life, but I would tell my younger self, keep learning. And that's what I tell most young people, learn every day, because you're never too old to learn. And every day teaches you something. And do it without fear. So go forward.
Oh, I have to go last. Huh? I think similar to you, I think when I coach young folks in our organization, ambition's great. They always want to move on to the next bigger thing. But I would probably say get good at something. Get good at something, do it well, enjoy it, but also ask questions and be curious. And perhaps in my earlier career, I was always desperate to look, what's the next thing, rather than have good domain expertise.
Well, thank you so much, John, and each one of you. Great answers once again, as I expected. So, audience, would you have any questions before we wrap this session up? Okay. Looks like everyone's spellbound. I think that's the reason. Or we have a question here. Can we get a mic? Yeah.
Hello, hi. It's great to be here. I think I come from a company called Wonderlander. It's a Dutch company owned by Toyota. It was quite resonant. It's not a question, but something that I would like to share. I came here and I thought, will it resonate to my expectations? And I met with the CEO of Adani. I mean, we do airports. We do 600 airports globally. We do the baggage handling and the conveyor belts and the passenger checkpoints. And similarly, listening from you talking about UPS, we do parcel sorting for you. And you just mentioned that you do 20 million parcels, but we do 60 million sorting of parcels. So it quite resonates, how we can contribute to each other's deliveries that we do. And very inspiring and great to connect with all of you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Another question, middle of the room.
Thank you. It's interesting that nobody spoke of the regulatory constraints, especially looking at the transformation and innovation that we all keep talking about as the next phase of the evolution of GCCs. What about transfer pricing? So, for example, all of us in the GCC world have been saying the tax authorities essentially come after us, saying, as long as you take zero accountability for enterprise outcomes and you are a doer and an order taker, and the orders come from HQ or the mothership, you are okay with the transfer pricing being, I don't know, in the mid-teens, let's say. But the minute you say, I'm evolving, I'm creating IP, I'm innovating, I'm generating value, accretive outcomes for the enterprise, then they say you are as good as an Accenture or a Cognizant or a whoever else is around. And the transfer pricing suddenly goes up to mid 20s, let's say. And the 10% differential is a big impact when it comes to cost containment as well. So somebody in the previous example was talking about mid 17s dollar per hour, which is fine. But if it is suddenly a 10% more that stays in the GCC, that's mid 20s. And what happens to the enterprise strategy and support and alignment and all of those good things? So interesting that nobody mentioned the change needed as well on areas like this. As much as we talk about co-creation and innovation and value outcomes, um, I find that there needs to be a very, very strong lobby from our side because NASCOM hasn't been successful despite efforts in moving the needle on this area. Thoughts?
Yeah, I'm just going to say a little bit. There was a little bubble called compliance, and you're very right. I think regulatory compliance, especially in certain fields, is something we all have to work towards. And you've mentioned one of it. You mentioned the whole pricing aspect of a GCC, right? But as we go forward, I think there are other things to be mindful of. Look at where data privacy is going. And therefore, how long is it before countries start saying we don't want our data, say in UK or in Europe, to be managed or looked at by anyone sitting outside this country? That's a potential threat. And then when we think of this whole AI journey, right? What are the controls? What are the guardrails that you've got in place that you need to be sure of, not just for your own process compliance, but regulatory compliance? And there are countries, as we speak, states, countries that are actually passing AI laws of what can or cannot be done. So I do think that's a whole Pandora's box to be unlocked and thought through about where's the future going, and therefore how are we thinking of all of the compliance internally, but also sort of regulatory industry facing country laws, and how prepared should we get for that in India?
Yeah. Okay. No, thanks for bringing it up. It's that elephant in the room, which everybody acknowledges. I think there are two aspects to it. I also sit on the NASCOM GCC Executive Council as well. So we are already beginning to take it up. CII recently did a session in India where our finance minister was invited. I think the fact that she mentioned about GCCs contributing upwards of 2 to 2.5% and how we want to accelerate, there's a lot of work happening in that area. That's all I can say at this point in time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Jaideep, for that answer as well. So with that, in the interest of time, we have a question over there. Okay, one last one here.
Yeah, my question is two-part. Is the leadership, international leadership, looking at GCCs as cost reduction or as a profit center also? And two, leading to it, is it more pushed by the GCC to get more process moved to the GCC in India, or the overseas is asking them to do more?
Okay, let me start with that. Look, establishment, it starts with the cost. Let's not run away from that. Establishment of a GCC, point number one, it kickstarts with that. The question is then there is this whole element of a push and a pull between the mothership and this. How fast you can move up the maturity curve for you to keep nibbling away more and keep asking for more stuff on this thing. But absolutely, let's not run away from one fundamental fact that the moment you establish, kick-started with that. Now, lately, what's happening is there's an aspect of FOMO. Am I missing out by not being present in India? So let me just make sure we have established some presence in India. I mean, that's the I'd like to respond to that.
No, I think that's true. And I do think it needs sponsorship from the top. But until you prove your credibility and the value, cost is just one part of it, right? What are you actually bringing? And the future, for me, India is like talent hub, innovation hub. It's the second largest startup hub in the world now. So that's really what we have to offer. And that's what should be so compelling that you get sort of buy-in on both sides.
And for us, it's the same. I mean, I think, yeah, cost is the starting point, but now we're nowhere near that. We're in skills, scale, and efficiency. For Novo Nordisk, it's a bit of a funny story because as a Danish company, the entire population of Denmark is about one third the size of Bangalore. So when you're looking for scale, you can't really look in the mothership country. It doesn't exist. So therefore, skills and scale plays. But then efficiency, the more we do in our place, the more efficiency we can drive and the more productivity we can drive. But cost has gone maybe a decade ago.
All right, thank you so much for all the participation. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Abhinav, for curating that session rather wonderfully well. I'd like to invite Rakesh Sinha, please, Senior Vice President, SSF Global. I'm sorry, that's Abhinav. Yeah, that's for you. I definitely need coffee. आपने तो औदा गिरा दिया. Founder and CEO, SSF Global and Quintus, for the honoring each one of the wonderful speakers. Jaideep Agarwal, Anjali Singh, John Dover, and Dr. Subramani Ramakrishnan. You want a group photograph? Yes. We can have a group picture? Yes. Let's have a round of applause for this wonderful panel. Thank you very much, everyone. Friends, we take a short 20 minutes tea break and reassemble for a powerful session coming up with Bharat and Abhinav. So see you in 20 minutes or so.
honored to have a guest with me, a very well-known leader, accomplished colleague from industry, Ms. Sheenam Ohri, Managing Director of God Destinations.
Really something that we are exceptionally proud of. We don't adopt a technology because a technology needs to be adopted. We adopt a technology, we find it fits into the use case that we want. So we are always ready to connect. We are always ready to elevate and accelerate what we want to do, our goals, our vision for our customers. I don't need to tell it to the younger generation, but
Why should we work together? Because you need a problem solved. Everything we do starts with one, yours or your customers. And we make them ours. Like the time someone said, build a payment platform, manage a contact center, make product descriptions easier with Gen AI, add some B2C to my B2B. Help me launch a new fintech business, or two, or three. Deliver uptime all the time, even out here. Help travelers fly. And hoagies find hungry customers. And please, make life of patients just a little easier. If you need to build, run, or transform complex digital products, IT environments, or business processes, we can make the complex simple. And if you need speed, a stack, or even a shoulder, we deliver. Together, we'll be one winning team with GSD in our DNA. We'll see problems from new heights and wonder, what extraordinary things can we pursue together?
In volume hiring, structure, speed, and quality often fall apart. Enter Climb, India's first vernacular AI interviewer. Structured, multilingual, tailored to each role and industry. It's domain-specific and adaptive, generating questions that mirror real scenarios and adapting to candidate responses. Every response is proctored, auto-scored, and summarized for consistent evaluation at scale. And it learns, improving accuracy using real-world performance feedback from our Talent OS. From sourcing to performance, attract, hire, and grow talent at scale with Climb's AI Talent OS.
And I'm honored to have a guest with me, a very well-known leader, accomplished colleague from industry, Ms. Sheenam Ohri, Managing Director, Broad Business.
Really something that we are exceptionally proud of. We don't adopt a technology because a technology needs to be adopted. We adopt a technology, we find it fits into the use case that we want. We are always ready to next. We are always ready to elevate and accelerate our vision for our customers. I don't need to tell this to the younger generation, but why should we work together? Because you need a problem solved. Everything we do starts with one, yours or your customers. And we make them ours. Like the time someone said, build a payment platform, manage a contact center, make product descriptions easier with Gen AI, add some B2C to my B2B, help me launch a new fintech business, or two, or three, deliver uptime all the time, even out here, help travelers fly, and hoagies find hungry customers. And please, make life for patients just a little easier. If you need to build, run, or transform complex digital products, IT environments, or business processes, we can make the complex simple. And if you need speed, a stack, or even a shoulder, we deliver. Together, we'll be one winning team with GSD in our DNA. We'll see problems from new heights and wonder, what extraordinary things can we pursue together?
In volume hiring, structure, speed, and quality often fall apart. Enter Climb, India's first vernacular AI interviewer. Structured, multilingual, tailored to each role and industry. It's domain-specific and adaptive, generating questions that mirror real scenarios and adapting to candidate responses. Every response is proctored, auto-scored, and summarized for consistent evaluation at scale. And it learns, improving accuracy using real-world performance feedback from our Talent OS. From sourcing to performance, attract, hire, and retain.
वहाँ लैपटॉप किसी के लैपटॉप एक्स्ट्रा के लिए हो IBM और बिना पूरा सेट करके दे रहा हूँ तो कैसा सीरियल से लगा लेना ऐसे फिर देने का टाइम पे तू इधर आने समझ गया ऑन कर देंगे हम
Requesting everyone to please come back into the hall. If you can hear me outside, requesting everyone to please return to the hall. We are ready to start the next session. Requesting everyone to please hurry up and return to the hall. अभिनव अब I'm going. मैं कर रही हूँ और क्या? Where's Rakesh? Starting. So friends, brace yourselves up for a powerful and engaging session coming up. Research report, key takeaways from hype to reality, AI adoption delivering business impact. And the discussion will be between Bharat Sundaram and Abhinav Goyal. Bharat M. Sundaram, Vice President, GBS, GCC Advisory of the Everest Group. Bharat is an accomplished research and consulting leader with over 11 years of experience in global sourcing advisory, location strategy, and market intelligence. He is currently Vice President with Everest Group's Global Business Services and GCC Advisory Practice, where he leads client engagements as well as subscription-based research. His work spans across industries and geographies, advising organizations on complex decisions related to talent assessments, cost benchmarking, location selection, and enterprise transformation. Warm welcome to you, Bharat. Please join us here on stage and request Abhinav Goyal, Senior Vice President, SSF Global, to join us as well. So it's over to the two of you.
Check. Yeah, check. Is this working?
Mike Bundle.
Check. Hype to reality already showing up. I guess, yeah.
Give me a hand mic.
Hello, hello. Yeah, good. Finally, maybe that deserves a round of applause as well for the AV team to get the mic up and running. Well, pleasure, Bharat, having you here. I was looking forward to this conversation. In fact, Over the last 1.5 days or so now, I've had multiple conversations about AI and have multiple conversations about technology and people not being sure about, how do we really go about bringing AI to life in their GCCs, in their organizations. And a lot of people that I talk to talk about AI. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse, I think? And I believe as our research partners, of course, Everest is such a renowned organization uh, and amazing work that happens at Everest. The research report that you and I were talking about, it'll be fabulous to talk about that to the audience here in terms of how you have now, come up with this framework which could actually solve for this problem. How do we look at automation and transformation holistically? How do we really change the way automation has been talked about in the past, and what does Everest recommend about that? So I'd love to hear about that from you.
Yeah. Firstly, privileged to be here. I've been, had grateful for the opportunity to be at SSM forums for the last 7, 8, 9 years, maybe. It's always a pleasure to come back and connect here. This is a great forum for learning and networking, right? See, at some level, the hype around AI is almost like coffee, right? It does give you a buzz, but too much of coffee also, you'll fall flat, right? That's you got to be a bit careful around, where AI or how AI is even working out. Right. In fact, the kind of questions that we as a research firm we are getting today from global enterprises is, hey, in an AI first world, will the same business case for offshoring really exist? Will there new business case for nearshoring that will actually come up? Right? For the roles that are getting transformed, is that going to be adequately compensated by roles that is needed to operationalize AI? Right? So as part of this research report that we are talking about, and this will be available for download on the SSF portal soon, right? We've done research on what has happened. This time we have taken a thought leadership approach to throw a point of view on, hey, where is this market really heading? And even when we say AI, we see there is a lot of it's pretty blurred, right? We say RPA as AI, some say Gen AI as AI, now agentic as AI. So we've actually broken down some of these into what we call a system of record versus a system of engagement versus a system of execution. So this report that we are talking about is all about where the industry is heading from a system of execution standpoint, right? Just want to show a couple of key findings from the report as well as we talk through this, right?
Switch on the clicker, please.
Yeah. So for us, we look at AI across 3 areas, right? It's not going to be, hey, agentic is going to be the next big thing that's going to work. At some level, it has to be a combination of traditional automation infused with Gen AI and probably something that's going to come with agentic, which is still in the works, right? But more than this, what we believe that most enterprises typically have 4 type of debts, right? The word PTSD also, creates that extra hype around it probably. P stands for process, right? T here is technology, S is for skills, and D is for data, right? The way we put it is these are the 4 debts that typically enterprises face. Unfortunately, most of them try to solve technology as the first point when we talk about the PTSD. In reality, it has to start from process. And that's where actually GCCs can come in, right? A traditional definition and the prowess of consolidation and what a GCC can bring in is actually going to start with process. We often end up attacking technology first. It's probably going to be process first, skills next, data, and then eventually look at what technology has to bring in, right? The last point that we want to call out, as a summary on the report is AI is going to be a value marathon. It's not a quick race, right? But I liked how our CEO Jimit coined this word. It's going to be a sprintathon. Like it's not going to be a marathon, but it's going to be a marathon with those mini sprints along the way. And that's where the best in class or the advanced organizations are really going to be on where they're going to make those sprints. Is that going to come in on fixing the process, fixing the workflows versus trying to go after new shiny tools and technologies, right? To put some of this in additional perspective, the way we are looking at the industry and where the opportunity for GCCs also is, again, the usage of AI is going to be across three broad spectrums. One is more at an individual level, bring your own AI. Think of this as co-pilots or enterprise grade GPTs that you have. This is at an employee level, right? How your productivity is going to increase. I mean, I can personally say as a research firm, we are under heavy threat of AI in some ways, right? We are actually constantly reinventing how we should go next. I can say firsthand experience the kind of inputs we are able to get, or the the brainstorming we actually end up doing with AI, not as an assistant but as a co-sparring partner, is actually really helping us push our own thinking of some of the traditional models, right? But this extends to any organization. Think of developers in your organization who are using AI at a coding level. And then there is a whole bunch of AI that's going to be embedded across the tech stack, which is going to come as a feature. But what we are really heading towards is this term on systems of execution. Again, the report has a lot more details on what we mean by that and where it's heading. But that's where the top-down AI is going to come in. Our strong conviction is for AI to work successfully, both in a GCC and in an enterprise context. It has to be a top-down system of execution effort, where you're looking at how workflows are getting transformed, how you're agentifying things in some ways, plus at an employee level, how it goes up, right? Now, what does this mean from a sourcing standpoint? Today, there is also, unfortunately, a lot of talk around GCC versus third party, right? In the future, we may end up seeing a lot more hybrid ecosystems. We may see some smart vendor pods within a GCC setup as well, right? When you look at talent, that will likely see the biggest shift. Again, I'm going to borrow a term that we use in the organization. We use the term full stack humans, right? We heard the previous panel talk about domain and business expertise. That's going to be the foundation. But as we look at what's coming up next, we're going to look at multidisciplinary talent. That's going to have some bit of AI quotient, understanding of how to use these technologies, plus work in an orchestration sort of a mindset where these workflows are involved, and of course empathy and other quotient and things that come up. So net I know your question was about how we solve for it, how enterprises go for it, but just keeping it a bit at a higher level, this is a long-term value marathon, as I said, but it's going to involve a combination of both bottom-up at an employee level plus top-down from an organization level.
Yeah.
Back to you.
No, fabulous. And I think I went through this report yesterday, or actually a couple of days back. It was insightful to read about the systems of execution as you guys have brought this to life. Would urge everybody to download the report, read it. It will answer some questions. It'll probably raise a few more questions in your minds as you try to get in deeper into this whole AI hype versus reality puzzle that all of us are trying to solve for. So thank you so much for that, Bharat. And you rightly mentioned that, of course, there has always been this little bit of a talk about GCCs versus service providers. What we are really seeing today is, the coming together of the two models. And I don't see that stopping in any way or form. I think the smarter GCCs are realizing that it's best to work with experts, with partners who bring in a slightly different kind of a skill set, different capabilities, different bandwidth. And if the two work together, that's how the real growth and success would lie. So to recognize that, what we did at SSF Global, and this book was released yesterday, it's over at Bharat's side, we tried to identify how could GCCs work or create an ecosystem of partners which fast tracks their transformation from a technology, from a scale standpoint. And the way we looked at it, if I could use this clicker, is, there are two kind of partners that we're looking at. And I'm calling them GCC accelerators and AI innovators. Okay. And these are the catalysts of the GCC revolution. And I've captured some points. So GCC accelerators are really organizations which help you set up, design, and scale up a GCC. These are people who bring in the frameworks, the tool, the methodologies, and years of vast, diverse experience. So instead of trying to do everything on your own, you have people who have done it over and over again, who have the right frameworks, who help you scale up really fast, who help you
take away or dismantle the traditional roadblocks that you might face. And hence, the question is, why do you want to stumble or fall down and then rise again when you can actually start to sprint upfront? That's what these full stack GCC accelerators can help you do. These organizations or teams would slash setup times, eradicate costly mistakes. So in our mind, it's a no-brainer. And similarly for AI innovators. Now, these are firms, these are businesses, these are organizations which are actually dedicatedly, completely innovating in the AI space, right? Not a lot of GCCs have that sort of a bandwidth or resourcing to go out and build all of those AI tools, etc. And hence, these are organizations which could be fantastic partners for GCCs as well, because they don't just automate, like I said here, they awaken GCCs to think, learn, and predict the future. In fact, that's all we want to do. And really help GCCs transform into strategic brain centers for the organization. So if you would like to really build a GCC, that's our approach and that's our suggestion. If you'd like to build a scalable, sustainable, fast growth, automated GCC, the best way to go about is to find a full stack GCC accelerator and an AI innovator who can provide you the skill set and the mindset that will help you get to that stage. So that's one. And in my mind, this is the new gold standard. If you bring the two together, that's the new gold standard that we're talking about. Imagine fusing execution power, which is yours, with relentless AI intelligence, right? It's a revolution of sorts. Combined accelerators and AI crush scalability limits, right? I mean, there is no end to how fast can you scale up. You go beyond the functions and processes that you're doing right now, like we heard in the session before. If you start to deliver on things that nobody expected or imagined you would deliver, you would start to get more demand, more need, more people start coming to you, right? We're trying to talk about operational rigor, which is what the full stack GCC accelerators provide, and the cognitive disruption, which is what the AI innovators provide, right? So bringing the two together helps you get that mileage, right? We stop playing the catch up and start setting up pace, right? So we stop doing this guesswork, what to do, how to do it, etc. You know, this morning I was having a couple of conversations, people not having clarity around, you know, what do they really do around AI, etc. So those are the kind of questions we offer, right? Building more resiliency, more agility. You don't have to wait to hire the right kind of talent, build a big team in-house, etc. You know, you can leverage all of this. And this keeps your GCC as if you wanted it to be, right? I mean, it remains totally integrated culturally, functionally, domain-wise within your organization, but still helps you get the best of the both worlds. So this is what we've done. And I'll very quickly, if Bharat, you don't mind showing, this is the book that we came up with. You know, again, this is something that is available in the soft copy as well. In this book, we identified the top 10 GCC accelerators that we believe are really making a difference right now. It's backed by research, so it'll be great if you could go through that. Will really help you. Some client testimonials, etc. So obviously, some well-known firms like NSR, Zinnov. We have Quintus Global present here as well, Parker. So these are GCC accelerators who've really made a difference, who continue to make a difference. And then from an AI standpoint, we again went through deep research to identify who are the big players who are making a difference here. So for example, Experience Flow is, we believe, making a significant difference here. We got Jiffy, we got Optimix, Climb. Optimix and Climb are actually present here as well. We got SMC Square, which is also present here. So these are organizations which are really making a difference on the GCC accelerator side and on the AI side. The intent is, why not bring it all together and get the best of three worlds? You know, you have your own GCC, you have the brain power and the frameworks to help you understand how to scale it up, and then you have the AI skill capability and the talent to bring in AI as well. So that's what I wanted to share as well. I thought it, you know, it sort of merges in with what Everest was trying to do.
Absolutely. I mean, it will be an ecosystem play, right? That's where we are heading towards. And those who recognize it earlier are going to cash in better.
Yep.
All right.
So Bharat, before we wrap up, I thought we should ask a couple of questions of you, right?
Yeah. So
short and sweet answers, like I've been asking.
It's 30 minutes often is a short time to cover this as a topic. So we've curated a set of questions. We hope to be provocative, but then,
Sure.
love to hear from you. Yeah.
So let me ask you a question here. Are enterprises now revisiting the business case for GCCs in light of advancement of AI?
Enterprises revisiting business cases, absolutely yes. I think Jaideep made a great point at the start, right? Cost will be a priority, but today we are sitting in a GCC ecosystem where, and this gets interesting, right? A lot of GCCs are investing in talent at lower levels, but some of the entry level from campus actually diminishing. We're not saying the value is going away, but it's diminishing, right? When I joined Everest Group way back in 9 years back, the average cost per FT in a GCC was about $22,000 to $23,000 per FT. Today, it's probably sitting at $45,000 plus, right? The thing is, there is cost to value as well. You're talking about a pyramid that's more heavier, and you're talking about high skill folks coming in. We've done an analysis of where companies are hiring today in GCCs, right? If you've got 1,000 people in a GCC, your bulk of your hiring may still come from services organization. But if you look at last 12, 18 months of any GCC, bulk of that is actually coming from other GCCs. So you're actually hiring people who are high skill. You're hiring people who are much more, domain experts in that space. All of this is obviously leading to a situation where the cost stack is going up, right? And then you bring the point of AI, then the hurdle rates that company have us, hey, what's the cost of having a headache to manage something at an offshore level? Unfortunately, that's a consideration. That starts becoming a real play, right? If it's a 30% savings I expect for a Poland, for a US company, and 70% for India, those numbers start getting more prominent. So absolutely, yes. Question for you, right? What is one internal capability you believe GCCs must invest in to make AI work?
Yep. I would deliberate between two talent, but the one thing which absolutely is at the bedrock of AI implementation is data, in my mind. So every organization, before you even start talking about AI, I think what you need to really invest in is data. What are the sources of data? How standardized is it? How usable is it? Because at the end of the day, if you do not have data, there is no point talking about AI. So for me, data is where it all starts. Okay. All right. Next question for you, Bharat, is, this one is interesting because a lot of people do not really understand what's going to happen yet. Is agentic changing the game, or is it still hype in GCCs?
I remember seeing this meme of math professors protesting against calculators, right? 19 or 1800s of the world. So, right, I mean, yes, new technology will come and disrupt the world. But we believe that the real impact is still at least 4 or 5 years away. 5 years. But the fact is, we need to prepare for it from today onwards, right? Otherwise we are delayed. Yeah. Is tech going to be the bigger constraint or talent for GCCs today, especially in an AI first world?
Yeah, I think it has to be talent. I mean, I picked data over talent in the previous question, but this time it has to be talent. I think tech can be bought. We're speaking about that, right? There are AI innovators out there. Tech can be bought. Talent is something that you will have to develop. Eventually, we are getting to a stage where every single one of my team members will work with AI, right? Or will be leading a team of bots or AI agents. So talent is a real thing. Do you understand, how to create the right prompts or empathy, like you were mentioning, people who can leverage AI and solve problems leveraging AI. So for me, talent is a big thing. I think every organization needs to heavily invest now, starting yesterday, in building AI capable talent. And this would require skilling at a scale that's never been seen before. If as a GCC leader, I believe if we do not have a strategy for that, then we're going to probably probably going to miss the bus. So talent for me.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get to the next one. Can AI deployed from GCCs really shift business KPIs at the enterprise levels? KPIs, again, is my favorite topic, so love to hear.
Business KPIs are already getting shifted, right? It's not anything new, but it will only further progress, right? We saw this in the previous wave when machine learning was used extensively. We've got teams that were doing order management suddenly start doing pattern recognition and predict customer behavior as well, right? Now you will have agentic probably coming in and even taking action to say, hey, if the order volume is going up, should I automatically trigger safety stockpiles? In the case of a supply chain ecosystem. So it will definitely, that's the whole point of AI. So definitely that will be the case. Okay. What makes a good use case scalable in a GCC context?
I mean, the ideal use case for me, Bharat, would be a use case which is platform agnostic. That would be truly scalable. Of course, something which has the shortest possible ROI, something which can be replicated across platforms, something which is easy for people to pick up and run with it. I think that's what it is. I mean, if you can build a use case which can work across multiple platforms, that for me is the real scalable use case. Yeah. Okay. Right. What's the one maturity marker that separates leaders from laggards? And I hope all of us here are leaders, but for you to judge for yourself.
I think the biggest maturity marker is going to be mindsets. Right?
Mindsets.
It's going to be mindsets and being pragmatic about where organizations can push for AI. If GCCs are still asking the question, hey, where are we going to fit into the AI equation? Then probably you're still a few years behind, right? Sponsorship or these things go hand in hand, and some of this is going to clearly come from the mindset shift from how we contribute to an organization versus look at process efficiencies alone, right? So I would pick mindset as the biggest marker beyond technology or any process expertise.
Very nice. Yes.
Okay. If you had to pick one type of an ecosystem partner, I know you had two here, but maybe there are more. But if you have to pick one type of an ecosystem partner who can accelerate GCCs, what would that type be?
Yeah, I mean, if I talk specifically about AI, because that's sort of what we picked up. From an AI standpoint, I think there are partners who build products and partners who provide services. For me, because I'm running against the clock, the kind of partner I would pick first up is a partner who can help me get the product, the AI products, because I can bring it, I can test it, I can showcase the results, and then I can build a longer term scalable approach towards bringing more AI. So for me, a product is where I would be more keen on. Okay. Right.
Got it.
So one last question for you, Bharat. What kind of talent model do GCCs need to invest in to make AI work at scale?
Yeah, sort of answer that, right? We are really getting towards that multidisciplinary skill sets. Domain will be indispensable, but AI quotient and being able to work, orchestrate, especially workflows, work well with the provider ecosystem. That is going to be indispensable in today's world. One last for you, Abhinav. One thing GCCs often get wrong when it comes to driving AI.
Yeah, I think we need to start talking beyond efficiency. AI is, for me, there might be efficiency, but it's not an efficiency play, it's a values play, right? I mean, and for too long, our mindset has been efficiency, reduce the costs. But if you really want to get the best out of AI, you'll have to look at value. That's the thing which a lot of us get wrong, and I hope we'll change our mindsets, like you said, right?
Yeah.
All right. Fabulous. I hope the session was useful for you as it was for me. And I thank you, Bharat, for the research and for this wonderful conversation.
And as I said, grateful to be part of this forum. Hope the discussion was helpful for the group as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, both of you, for that very engaging and lovely session, the research report discussions and takeaways. Requesting Abhinav to please give a memento to Bharat. Thank you once again, Bharat and Abhinav. Cheers. So friends, now we move on to 3 simultaneous sessions. One part would continue here in this venue, which is Heather Mahal. One in Dublin, which should be across, and the third at the boardroom. So I'm sure those who have to go to the boardroom are already aware. What happens in the boardroom is focused deliberations, leadership roundtable, power of collaboration as a springboard for fast tracking the venue impact. A fireside chat happens at the venue Dublin, which is on thriving in the new world, redefining career path and culture. The session moderator there is Vineet Dwivedi, and the participants Abhinav Goyal, Ankur Razdan, Balasubramaniam Shankar Narayanan, and Pavan Sachdeva, as well as Wolfgang Yastrovsky. Now, the capacity here is 25, I believe. So you can pick and choose. At Heather Mahal, we have co-creating together leadership workshop, creating AI center of expertise for long-term value impact. The workshop facilitator here will be Vinayak Shastri, and the panelists Ajay Wadhwa, Devesh Singla, Gunjan Dhawan, Harish Kumar Chukka Bhaskar, I hope I got that name right, Kamal Sharma, Kenneth Vamshi, Santosh Murthy, Sameer Baptiwale, and Shankar Narayan, I'm sorry, and Sudhir Dasamantarao. So this is how we will break into 3 subgroups now. The ending time for everyone is 1:10 p.m., after which we break for lunch. Just give us a couple of minutes to set the stage for the panel discussion, which happens at Heather Mahal. So leave it to you to take your pick and decide where you would really like to be for the next 35 minutes, 35 or 40 minutes or so. Let's see, it's 12:40, so I guess we go till 1:15, sharp 1:15. Thank you. So,
Step out of this room. All right, since there are 3 sessions, one is by invite only and 2 are open to attend. Request you to pick which one would you like to attend. There is obviously this room and there's a room next door. The discussion in this room is around creating AI center of expertise for long-term value impact. The second topic is around thriving in the new world, redefining career paths and culture. So pick the topic that's closer to your heart and mind right now. And if you'd like to move to Dublin, which is where we're talking about talent and career pathing, you can move to the next room. Next one.
The whole Dublin is right across. This one.
Yeah. आवाज आ रहा है? आवाज आ रहा है? हाँ, ठीक है. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Vinayak.
You're ready. Okay. So would you like to say that these people will be on those tables with their name tags? Is that
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Can I just announce?
Yeah, please.
So the panelists who are to be in this venue, which is Heather Mahal, request you to locate your name tags. They'll be on one of the tables. Request you to please be seated over there. Just look around. You'll find your name tag somewhere.
I wasn't told. I thought they all have to come here. So I was organizing chairs.
I didn't know they were supposed to come.
Doesn't matter. Things keep evolving.
We're an adaptable organization.
Adaptable.
So those of you interested in the chat, the topic Thriving in the New World, Redefining Career Path and Culture is being held at the adjacent hall, Dublin. Some of your friends are there already. Request you to join them there if you like. And that will be moderated by Vineet Vivedi.
I'm good. How are you? I'm Vinayak. Hey, I'm Vinayak. Nice to meet you. Hey, Vinayak. Hey, Kim. Nice to meet you. Hey, come in. Vinayak. Nice to meet you. Hey, I'm Vinayak. Nice to meet you. Hey, I'm good. Thank you, Shanti. Nice. Hey, Dinesh. We'll be ready. Can we get started? Can we get started? Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hiya. Good afternoon. I know it's close to lunch and I'm stopping you from lunch, but we're going to give you some food for thought. Is that okay? Is that okay? People at the back? All right. Okay. My name is Vinayak and I have my colleague Santosh Raja also who's sitting here. And today we'll talk about building AI centers of expertise. Excited? Are you really excited? Okay, because we need energy. You know, imagine me stopping you from having lunch. So do we need energy or no? No, we'll see. Okay, so the format we'll try and do is make it as interactive as possible. So please feel free to chip in, chime in. Don't ask too many lengthy questions. If there are lengthy questions, we will just pass them to the experts. Is that okay? All right, and we have a set of leaders also in the first row. So today, obviously a lot of them are going to be sharing their experiences as we go. And I'm here in the role, me and Santosh here are in the role of as a facilitator to help you and also for us to understand what's happening. So it's going to be both ways. Is that okay? Like Ashish said yesterday, yes or yes? Yes. Okay, good. All right. So what does this number mean to you? There's a number on the screen. Anyone? Very quickly. Sorry? Yes, Ajay. Savings. Okay, savings. Population. Nice one. Anyone else? Order book. Revenue. Personal wealth. Anyone? Yeah? Oh, I wish. Yeah, I mean, this is supposed to be the book of business, and it's supposed to be it's going to be $1 trillion. I'm sure you've read a lot of reports about it. We're not going to talk more about it, but yes, there is a lot of interest, hype, activity, actual reality, all of that happening. So that's going on. So my next question is, I want all of you to take your phones out. There is a QR code on the screen, and I want you to answer this question. And don't worry, responses are anonymous. What challenges are you seeing in the adoption of AI? In your own AI adoption. Or you can open your browser, go to menti.com and type 49764536. So the results are coming out in terms of challenges. Can you switch the screen? So anyway, I'll read it out while they're figuring it out. A lot of you are talking about inadequate Gen AI expertise. How many of you raised that? Just raise your hands. How many of you see that? Okay, quite a few. Then inadequate financial justification. That's also coming out, which means business case, is it? A lot of you have said inadequate financial justification for AI adoption. Okay? No, that's fine. I'll just read it out. Yeah, can you see it now? It should come up. Anyway, that's fine, and we'll go ahead. उसको छोड़ दीजिए. Okay, a lot of you also said, and a large portion of you are worried about bias or absence of data. Is that a real challenge? How many of you feel that? Maybe both hands up. Wow, that's quite a number. So is it lack of data or is it bias in data? Bias. It's not lack. That's what Divesh is saying. Oh, okay. What do you think, Ajay? Okay, lack of structured data. Anyone else? Yes?
Because we are relying on a lot of legacy systems in the bank. Data sourcing and data accuracy, both are the biggest issues.
Data sourcing and data accuracy itself. So
Yes.
that's what you are seeing in your organization.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Data quality and data integrity.
Data quality. I'll repeat for him. Data quality and data integrity is what Shankar is saying. Okay. Last comments, anyone else? Any other challenges apart from what we had put down? Mindset. Okay, what about mindset?
I mean, the whole insecurity around AI adoption, the whole leadership mindset for change.
Wow. Okay. So the whole insecurity around AI adoption itself, fundamentally, should we do it or not? Okay. Great point.
I think also this entire mindset of AI for the sake of AI. So, we are saying ourselves, calling ourselves as AI first company. I'm not talking about segment generally, but then there's this entire element of, okay, the discussion starts with AI, not with the problem statement. So I think that's also a challenge that we are facing.
It's
AI
like-
for the sake of AI. I just want to deploy AI, adopt AI, get a model done because I want to show the company that there's an AI thing that is happening in my function or whatever it is. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So like I have AI in my name, but it's the other way around. So, so I'll just for Divesh, he's saying AI for the sake of AI. Sorry, I'll come to you.
I think the whole fear about AI, not having the knowledge of what AI is, the hallucinations, yeah.
So not knowing what it will do.
That is it like, what is it in the room?
Yeah. So which is what that gentleman also said the same thing, same point. Yes.
The readiness of organizations to adopt AI.
Uh-huh.
It's not existing. Many organizations are not even ready with basic infrastructure. Still very far from get about AI, get ready, basic automation, and that makes usually capable of scaling.
Sure. What's your name, sir?
Sunil Modi.
Sunil. So Sunil said even just the basic readiness for AI itself. Are we as organizations even ready to adopt AI, combined with the whole mindset around it, combined with not knowing what it's going to do, and combined with the fact that everyone seems to be doing it, we should also do.
One thing I would like to tell, AI adoptions comes later, but first of all, we need to find where AI can be used in the financial transactions or some other reporting transactions.
So whether AI can be used, which is what Devesh is also saying. So in terms of syncing with that. Okay, thank you. Sorry, we'll continue if that's okay. Yeah, so this last point. Data privacy.
That is one of the major
Yeah, that's one of the
challenges
challenges that's
there.
also identified here. Okay.
I think one important thing is the more relevant for the cybersecurity.
Uh-huh.
I think AI for cybersecurity is the key, right? People are developing all kind of models, but how secure is those models is the big question mark. And we need a very strong governance around it. And that's one of the biggest challenge. We are still talking at a very high level, right? Without understanding the type of industries, whether you talk about a medtech industry or a banking industry, and these, industry which is hitting the consumer directly, that is a fundamental element people are not talking enough. So that's my individual feeling is that we should really talk about the security and how the threats of the AI, which is missing in this piece.
Which is one of the points here.
Yeah.
Sorry, last question, Geeta, you had a point.
Okay, so I think the fundamental point is AI using AI to the competitive advantage. And together with that, shifting the operating model and delivering outcomes is not understood at a strategic level.
Okay.
And hence getting into minutiae.
So thank you all for sharing all of this. So a combination of things. So I think all of you have hit upon a number of these points, and a number of you have said all of the above. So which is very interesting to see. So which brings me back to, and this is again based on a study which was done by the IBM Institute of Business Value, across challenges. And you see a lot of it, what you're saying also resonates with a lot of leaders across the world. In terms of whether it's, you talked about data accuracy bias, obviously insufficient, even proprietary data. Do you have enough proprietary data even to start deploying models? Or even doing basic analysis, like you were saying. Skills, of course, the business case, because all of this ultimately, how do you even make the business case to get there? You talked about privacy and security, which the point Sudhir also made. Lack of collaboration. Surprisingly, none of you brought that up. Lack of collaboration. Even internally, there's a lot of data sitting right in this room, even within your own functions. And of course, insufficient expertise. So, which brings me to the next. So, you see two pictures on the slide. What are they? Why are they here? We're talking AI and suddenly we have animals. Sorry? Leaders and laggards. Who's the leader? Who's the laggard? IBM's an elephant, remember. We know how to dance. So, okay, leaders and laggards, that's one view. Any other views? Sorry? Stability versus speed. Are you looking at me and telling me? Following someone like a leader or a laggard. Okay. Any last comments? Weight versus agility. Okay, good one. All right, all of you are right in that context, but these are actually animals that predict disasters. So 2004 tsunami, any survivors from that here? I'm just joking. So when the tsunami came, actually about 48 hours to 4 days before, the elephants in Thailand and etc., they actually went to higher ground before the tsunami hit. In fact, sea turtles, so there are sea turtles who go into the sea to hatch, they actually took a U-turn and came back 2 days before. Flamingos, which had nestlings, at lower ground, they actually went to higher ground. So there's that innate intelligence these animals have. The horses, of course, California, the 1906, there's a very famous earthquake it's talked about. But 36 hours before the earthquake, all the horses bolted in the opposite direction. So which means what? And the people who went with them survived. Which is why I was asking, how many of you survived from there? So which basically is the point is there's data all around us. There is intelligence all around us, all the points that you all are mentioning. The question is, how do we take advantage? Right? In this case, it's advantage for survival. And in a context of a GCC, and I'm sure you have seen this a number of times before, a GCC, GBS, shared services, your center, the continuum. Have you seen this before? How many of you have seen this before? Just raise your hands. Okay. You want to quickly highlight anything?
So, my topic was the key part was about the success levers of adoption of AI. Just more or less, I think to an extent, plays into this as well. I think when you talk about adoption of AI, the few key success levers need to be understood very clearly. One of them, obviously, is the regulatory awareness. The second one is also about the how do you create the AI platform with reusable components? These are some of the clear success levers. And then you talk about talent element, right? How do you create the right talent through talent rotation and all of that? And then you have the value tracking, the business value tracking, and then the governance part. So I think part of clearly understanding these success levers is super critical as far as adoption of AI is concerned, and it's got to transcend across all these levers very effectively.
Thank you, Shankar, for that. So obviously a combination of those success levers, and depending on where you are on the continuum, you can actually measure it yourself. Are you focused on cost? Are you driving efficiency? Or are you gaining advantage? We call it global value centers. So where are you going? Correct? And the best part is, despite all the challenges we are seeing about AI, it is something that can help us get an advantage. So whenever you want to think about AI and advantage, think about the elephant and then the horse, right? With all the metaphors that you talked about. Okay. One more Mentimeter. So where are you on your AI journey? Very quick. So you go to menti.com or you go use the code 56722156, or you can just scan the QR code. Okay. So where are you on your AI journey? And the chart is changing as we speak. So a lot of you are piloting, implementing. Oh, suddenly the implementing is shot up. Oh, very nice. The first one is not started or not sure. Apologies, for the QR code, it's covering that, right? It's not started, not sure. 13% are saying, oh no, it's down to 12% operating, 4% optimizing. Any quick views on this? Kamal, anything you want to share on this?
Yeah, I think this is a good reflection. See, last 2 years, majorly I have been to many conferences last few years. So majorly, we were talking about piloting. I think this also reflect because see the hype versus the ground reality, right? There's a difference. I think the leadership is trying to find the purpose. Like for what purpose you are trying to implement AI? Do you really need it? And if you need it, what is the purpose? What is the impact you actually are going to create? It's same like what we saw in those clouds days, 2007, 8, where you say, okay, I want to be a cloud first company, but CIOs actually struggled to show the tangible cost benefits to moving to cloud. But then they realized that, okay, moving to cloud gives you enormous flexibility. Like you can scale over a click of mouse and you can scale down, scale up. Similar thing like with entire this AI thing, the leadership is thinking about how do we create this agentic economy in the organization, right? Which drives the growth, which drives the revenue. So that is a good reflection. I mean, 2 years back, this piloting was the only pillar which I saw was there. Implementation was almost not present. But it's good to see 31%. A good
Okay,
reflection.
so Kamal saying in 2 years this has shifted from piloting to others. Any Devesh, you want to add anything?
See, from my experience and from what I see or from where I see, it depends. It depends which function are we talking about. I'll talk about the industry that I come from. We are at an implementation stage when we talk about implementing AI, adopting AI for our internal processes. When we talk about this entire GBS related aspects, the finance shared services, HR shared services, all of that automation that is being driven by some form of AI. Anything which is to do with customer data, patient data, anything to do with something which is impacting our customers directly. That's where we are in the first two pillars, depending upon where we are. And again, I don't want to use the regulatory framework as an excuse. I think it's more about the acceptance from our customers as well, the pharmaceutical companies, whether they would accept what we are doing.
So risk.
There's a risk and there's this entire element of explainable AI and the black box component around it, things like that. So it depends where we are talking, what we're talking about. Internal processes, absolutely on implementing and post implementation stage. Anything to do with external customer facing thing, that's typically pilot.
Okay, very nicely put. And one of the points he mentioned is in the first two, where it's customer data. He's saying that either we are not sure or we are piloting or maybe have started to do some kind of implementation. Does that resonate with the larger group in the hall? How many of you feel that? Yeah.
Just to add to Devesh's point, AI has been with us in some form or the other. So we have deployed in different functions, different forms, but I would call these as fragmented AIs deployed in different functions. But the evolution which we are now talking about AI is making sure that end-to-end process or end-to-end function, that completely changes the game. That's where we are. And from that perspective, yes, different companies are at different stages. Interestingly, when we are nowadays reading and studying about it, is AI actually is happening or it's just a bubble? So the companies are struggling around on that. But it will take another year or two before it actually shows that it actually can gain and give the real benefits. Otherwise, we have been living in this world for years.
Sure. No, thank you. Two very interesting perspectives. One from the customer perspective and the other, Ajay is saying if it's end to end, again, that also changes completely. So thank you. Thank you for sharing both. Let's zoom ahead. And very quickly in terms of, so one of the things, and have you seen this before? So what we say is the AI ladder. Even before you, and to the point Devesh and some of the other gentlemen were making, AI for AI's sake, or even before you get started, the fundamental starting point is, first of all, collect data. Make the collection simple. I mean, today we have a lot of systems of record, multiple systems, multiple instances, all of that. How can you simplify that? Can you move to one enterprise or several enterprise platforms? So that's the fundamental starting point. The other is then once it's collected, how is it organized? And I mean, we're taking it back to basics, but this is really one of the foundations, don't you think? And then, you start to analyze and start to build scale. And then you infuse it, whether it's to the customer, whether it's to an end-to-end process, whether it's to a particular function. So that's really the AI ladder. So what we are saying is, think of when you're looking at your AI center of expertise, start with this. Sometimes, and Devesh brought it out very nicely, is it AI for AI's sake or do I really need it? That's the starting point. Okay, last mentee, and I promise no more after this. What are you using AI, Gen AI, analytics, etc. for? You can go to mentee.com or type the code 71058012. Or you can scan the QR code. And let's see the results. Okay, for some reason it's not coming up. But the first one, so a lot of you in finance are using it. Then followed by IT, HR, procurement. A lot of you have said all of the above. And some have said none of the above, and a couple have said not sure. Okay. For people who are using, across functions, any insights you have, Santosh, from that standpoint? Are you using it across functions or for a specific function?
Hello. This side.
I come from the hydrocarbon industry.
Sorry, can you hear him?
Switch on.
Can you switch on?
Hello.
Yeah.
So I come from a hydrocarbon industry where we engineer design these LNG plants, refineries, or I would say petrochemicals, where it is safety critical. So for us, implementing AI is a real challenge because it will not really happen. So what we took as a baby steps to really work upon where are we using that. So we are working out in terms of as a data to collect, because 100 years of legacy data is there. Still, we do not know how we can utilize that. So that's first step. We're trying to use it. And where we are using now is that we are collecting in our projects through a system all this data. That's the first step we are doing it. And some places we are trying to put this agentic AI, but not actually agentic AI, but for example, all of us have seen procurement. We procure an item. So we compare with 100 vendors and finally we want to know which one is the best one. We started working on that generative AI, where that particular solution will scan all the supplier offers and give me a comparison and generates the TQs from it, and TQs can flow directly to the suppliers. So that's a step we are making it up, and it's a journey in our industry because, I can give a simple example. In your kitchen, I cannot put an AI to extinguish the fire once the pressure cooker has got 3 whistles. Am I right? We need to go human look here.
If you invent that, my wife will be very happy.
Yeah. So
right now I have to do it.
So that's where human intervention is going to be very much there now. But we have made up baby steps as engineering contractor. The clients are doing a bigger job. Example, all the production, be it petrol, diesel, or anything in terms of LNGs or in terms of petrochemicals, 25 to 30% is a production loss.
Okay.
So there's a company, Honeywell, actually, is really doing a great job. They're collecting the data through IIT and see failures so that we can minimize the shutdown time of the plant. So that's a journey, I would say. In nutshell, we are doing a baby steps and it's a journey for us.
So thank you, Santosh, for that. He's brought in another dimension, which is complexity of industry, and in an extremely complex and especially mission critical, which is the point Devesh also said in terms of the type of customer, which is what they were also saying. And can you really apply it? And I'm happy to hear that you have started collecting that data. So that's a great start. Okay.
So this side,
Yeah,
I'm
very quickly.
Saurabh Verma from Vodafone Idea. So
another dimension which I can share with you, and little tricky in technical side, the sizing of the data. Because when we are making a data lake, so there's a customer data, finance data, supply chain data, and the HR data. So
Okay.
now the problem is that if we need to create an insight from a data, that we need to be make a large data size solution like big data, Hadoop or Hive. This type of technical knowledge and the designing is not available very easily.
Okay.
And that is why we are lacking to get an insight from that data and sustain of that data in a single platform.
Sure. That's a great point. He's saying that even collecting all this data and putting it together, he's saying, we don't have the skills or or how do you sort of get started? So, is that a challenge that you also see, Kenneth? Or
Yeah, I think from my experience, because I come from finance, so for us, AI adoption has been so far positive. One is there's a lot of autonomous compliance that we do with AI because there's a lot of, let's say, in the Indian context, the RBI circular. So there is always this regulatory guidance. So there used to be a lot of teams which used to actually look at these guidance and translate them into how it impacts us. But that is now being done by the AI models.
Okay.
So that is one thing. Then there is also the other thing of we also every quarter publish our reports, and we have to do that not only in English but also in Mandarin and other languages.
Okay.
So we used to hire translators every quarter. But after the Gen AI federated instance that we created internal to HSBC, that translation happens on the models. So that, I mean, yeah, we've started really positive on this one. And then there are other bits as well that we're trying to now see, look at how these AI, models can now translate and provide insights on our consolidated data. So that's something that we're working on.
Great. Thanks for sharing that, Kenneth. So maybe they seem to have, you seem to have sort of solved the data issue which our friend from Vodafone was talking about. Okay. All right. Let's quickly get ahead in the interest of time. So some areas, I know a lot of you mentioned finance and IT where it's adopted. If you see in terms of distribution of companies worldwide, yeah, about the top quartile, 40% are in the optimizing space. And, in terms of maturity, and they've started getting results. So if you've started your journey, keep at it. If you're not sure, think of a pilot and get started. So it will certainly help you because, there is data to back that up that, it works. It's slow and steady. And like Kamal said, it's like our cloud moment. So like that. Right. Very quickly, in terms of the IT organization, I know this is one question that always comes up. Where is it being applied? A lot of people think code generation, but software testing and security enhancement. And I think Sudhir will be very happy to hear that. That's where it is. Okay. And then, of course, there's IT service level optimization and ticketing and all that. And of course, this is global data. In the area of finance, obviously the big four, procure to pay, about 50% of companies are using it in procure to pay. Order to cash, it's about 44%, of the companies that we surveyed. Okay. In R2R or record to report, or what we call as record to analyze, is about 28%. And FP&A, surprisingly, is about 67%. One would assume a lot of the grunt work, as we call it, is in the other processes, right? But, it's getting applied here. So, is that something that resonates with you, Harish?
No, I think absolutely, because most of this is like backend, in my view. Like this is not like touching the front line, like customers. So I think from that standpoint, I think it is lesser risk for organizations to take and look at some of this and become more efficient in what we do. And this is more from a process standpoint, I see. But in my experience in healthcare, I have also seen some of the Hyderabad-based startups who are doing great work in AI-based preventive healthcare, I would say, and also detection of some of the things like cancer, breast cancer, and things like that, which can be taken back into different geographies. Because the whole idea is to bring down the cost of care. So some of these investments are being made to make some of this healthcare better.
Okay.
So we have seen a lot of success to tying back some of it startups who are doing some amazing work as well.
All right. Okay. So combination of partnerships and also less risk. So where it's less risk, And I think risk has come out very clearly, and we will address that very quickly in terms of. Yes, you had a point, Santu. He needs a mic.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think few, of course, conventionally, from a finance standpoint, I think just about looks right in terms of the areas. I think one of the area that we are seeing a lot of pilots running, as well as we have implemented certain things as well as customer care.
Customer care. Okay.
Yes, in the customer care world, things like order management and query management, dispute management, etc., are areas where we have found some success on implementing some of the solutions that we have. And the other important area where I guess many of the organizations have a problem is contract management. So contracts is there all over the organization. You talk about any function,
Correct.
procurement function, anything, customer contracts or employee contracts, etc. One of the challenges that we've seen is the contract lifecycle management, right? And today, with a combination of multiple things as far as AI is concerned, whether you talk about creating contract libraries or talk about using prompt engineering, and a combination of all of this is also helping the contract management solution as well. So we are now at a stage of implementing the contract management piece for the entire organization as an enterprise.
Sure.
So these are areas which we believe will give a lot of value
Sure.
as well.
So combination of risk to contract. So the degree of risk also seems to be moving across the tables also.
Yeah, and also from an industry standpoint, like, where there's a huge scale, from a back office, like enrollment of members or processing of a claims from an insurance standpoint, I think there's a huge success we have seen there as well.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for sharing both those insights. Just in the interest of time, we'll go very quickly because we just have a couple of more slides. Of course, one way to sort of, decide in terms of how do you go about using AI, because that's the question a lot of you asked. So is deconstruct your process, and we've used record to analyze or record to report, as you call it, as a sample. Break it down in terms of the effort percentage, see what assets you're mapping it. So for example, this is broken down into 6 steps: general accounting to fixed assets to intercompany to, of course, the whole reporting, FP&A, which is the analysis, and then controls and compliance. And look at who your partners are and then evaluate your current state. So current state could be a combination of how much automation have you already done? RPA. Anyone remembers RPA? Yeah, it's there. It's still very much there. It's very much there. It's relevant. Correct?
And today, in your AI journey, when you talk about RPA, interestingly, I think the most optimal solution is a combination of both.
Combination of both. Bingo. You got it right. Yes, the most optimal solution is a combination of both. And thank you for sharing that. It's very valuable. And then look at how much of AI where you are, how much of it is manual, and automatically where do you want to be. Yesterday, Ashish talked about purpose in life and where we want to be, but this is much simpler, right? This is at a process level and an organization level, less complexity. Okay. So at IBM, we've done the same. So, and Ramit talked about it yesterday in the panel also. $3.5 billion of productivity actually delivered over 2 years. And we did all of that, all of what you saw before that to get to that. So it is possible. We've done it. We believe in it, and we believe that you can also do it. Okay. There's a short video. So I like the part about drinking champagne. So, I mean, I know it's almost lunch. So, but just the last couple of things. Because we also work very closely with headquarters, both in the GCC space, across. So, we are a global organization. One of the things is, see, headquarters in terms of strategy is thinking tech is core to the enterprise. I mean, does anyone disagree with that? So what that means for us in terms of the GCC or the shared service world is collaborate, especially between finance and tech. They're sitting right next to you, or rather in the same country, same time zone. Execution, of course, the C-suite is supposed to be an agent of change, is poised to be an agent of change. If you see a lot of I'm sure your own public shareholder earnings call transcripts, etc., public posturing, all of that is there. In execution, take a cross-functional view, especially because they are looking at financial and operational metrics together. It's no longer the silo. So which means we also have to start reporting it like that. The third is in terms of investments. Obviously, they're looking at a balance between short to long term. But what it means for us here is balance it with those efficiency opportunities. What is it that you can help the organization in the short term, but also look at the long term? Because both are important to them. Very quickly, we talked about risk. For the C-suite, for headquarters, it is leaning into risk, making strategic database decisions. So what does it mean for us, for all of us, is facilitate ideas, align risks to the enterprise, take calculated risks. Even we at IBM, we were quite risk averse. And then we went through that transformation. I mean, I've lived through that transformation. I'm happy to share that. And a lot of us are here from IBM who are recipients of that. We're very happy to share that. We have a booth also outside. Happy to talk through on that. Data, we talked about it a lot. Of course, everyone wants clean data. What it means is you have, or we in here from the GCC standpoint have the opportunity to influence that. Because remember, you're seeing probably global data, right? From multiple systems, multiple geos, and you're like, what's this? This is on ECC, whatever, and that's on HANA something. And they're expecting to make a consolidated dashboard report by Friday. Does it resonate with anyone? I mean, I'm just talking about reporting, but I'm sure it applies to other spheres. Of course, talent. What headquarters is thinking is talent is now a crucial intersection of domain and technology. Of course, it's AI enabled. I know a lot of speakers have talked about it. But what it means is invest in those skills. These could be courses internally, courses externally, working with partners, etc. And, help your teams go beyond their stated needs. Of course, your AI center of expertise requires three levers. What we say is in terms of advisory, operations, and technology in an integrated manner. But before we summarize, can the first three tables just take maybe 30 seconds and summarize what do you think, what's your takeaway from whatever we quickly shared? Anyone? Or if you want to.
I can take it up as that when I will speak more reference to my industry. I think data has to be really matured enough to bring it in, and then definitely there is a great possibility to get AI into our industry. That's what it is say. But the mindset change across all the levels of organization need to be worked upon. That's one of the key challenge which I have it. So these things come to me that why can't we think differently? And that's a takeaway.
So think differently, mindset. Yeah. Great point. Yeah. Thank you. This table.
So I was going to say that organizations which industrialize intelligence and embed AI into the DNA of the organization is going to get that value. For me, that's my takeaway.
So industrialization, so basically scaling it. So
Yes.
so don't just make it just a pilot, but make it like a robust pilot and then scale it.
That's in true effect will be the AI center of expertise.
Great point. And then this table.
So, and there are enough and more opportunities from an AI perspective. We need to mix two AIs, so artificial intelligence with actual intelligence to make it work.
So artificial intelligence with actual intelligence is what Ajay and team are saying. All right.
Just share a little bit.
Quick point.
I think 3 points. One, I think it's awareness of AI across the organization. 2 is courage to implement change, bringing change, and the third is also business impact.
Business impact. Okay. Yeah. Last point.
Yeah, last point I want to add is that leaders still need to learn what is AI. we pushed a lot of on our teams below, saying that everyone has to be skilled in AI, but there's a lot of learning for every leader in the organization. Then you can drive more impactful. But AI.
So great takeaway from that. Leaders, all of us as leaders also need to learn AI. Do you agree? AI isn't my name. I've already learned. Okay, so just wanting to end with this, I know we're out of time, is all of us, so these are goats. So this is an experiment which is measurable. You remember we started with the elephant and the horse, now ended with the goat. So goats are being used in Italy to sense, when the Mount Etna, volcanic eruptions will happen. And it gives them insights at least 2 weeks before there is going to be volcanic activity. So you have the data, it's all around you, measure it. You see that measuring thing on the antenna on the goat, and go ahead and industrialize it with courage, right? And change the mindset. All right. With that, thank you very much. We have a small feedback QR code. Request everyone to fill the feedback, and we have a small token of appreciation as well. So thank you.
How much time will this take, or they can keep doing that? All right. Just so thank you very much, everyone, and Vinayak for really navigating that so energetically and so well. Request you, Vinayak, to would like to request all the participants to the speakers to come up on stage. Ajay Wadhwa, Divesh Singla, Gunjan Dhawan, Harish Kumar Chukkabhaskar, Kamal Sharma, Kenneth Vamsh. Beg your pardon, Kenneth Vamshi, Santosh Murthy, Sameer Baptiwale, and Shankar Narayan, and Sudhir as well. Yeah.
Santosh, can you come on stage, please?
So we'll give away the mementos to everybody.
Yeah.
I request Santosh to give away the mementos. Yeah. One. To you as well, Vinayak, you also have to be there. Yes, yes. We'll have a group photograph, so if you could all stay together, yes, that'll be nice. How many? 11? 11. Yeah. Sorry? Connect your good from ideas. Okay.
Only 10 members. Why?
Minutes? 11. Can we gather together for a group photograph?
Oh, sorry, right?
11 minutes.
11 a.m.
If anyone missed.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Numbers.
Okay, so what to take? Yeah. Can we project after the group photograph, can we project the QR code once again for the feedback? Thank you. But give it to him then. Give it to him. That's the QR code for your feedback once more. Yes. Right. So if you're done with the feedback, once you're done with the feedback, we break for a half an hour lunch break. Please make sure you're back within half an hour because we have this very important and thought-provoking session by Captain Raghuraman, which starts sharp at 2 o'clock. Looking forward to that. So we break for lunch and see you in half an hour. Enjoy your lunch.
Structure, speed, and flow apart. Enter Climb, India's first vernacular AI interviewer. Structured, multilingual, tailored to each role and industry. It's domain-specific and adaptive, generating questions that mirror real scenarios and adapting to candidate responses. Every response is proctored, auto-scored, and summarized for consistent evaluation at scale. And it learns, improving accuracy using real-world performance feedback from our Talent OS. From sourcing to performance, attract, hire, and grow talent at scale with Climb's AI Talent OS.
And I'm honored to have a guest with me, a very well-known leader, accomplished colleague from industry, Ms. Sheenam Ohri, Managing Director, Broadbase Financials. When we talk about your innovative professional journey,
Really something that we are exceptionally proud of. We don't adopt a technology because a technology needs to be adopted. We adopt a technology, we find it fits into the use case that we want. So we are always ready for next. We are always ready to elevate and accelerate what we want to do, our goals, our vision for our customers. I don't need to tell this to the younger generation, but
Why should we work together? Because you need a problem solved. Everything we do starts with one, yours or your customers. And we make them ours. Like the time someone said, build a payment platform, manage a contact center, make product descriptions easier with Gen AI, add some B2C to my B2B, help me launch a new fintech business, or two, or three. Deliver uptime all the time, even out here. Help travelers fly. And hoagies find hungry customers. And please, make life for patients just a little easier. If you need to build, run, or transform complex digital products, IT environments, or business processes, we can make the complex simple. And if you need speed, a stack, or even a shoulder, we deliver. Together, we'll be one winning team with GSD in our DNA. We'll see problems from new heights and wonder, what extraordinary things can we pursue together?
In volume hiring, structure, speed, and quality often fall apart. Enter Climb, India's first vernacular AI interviewer. Structured, multilingual, tailored to each role and industry. It's domain-specific and adaptive, generating questions that mirror real scenarios and adapting to candidate responses. Every response is proctored, auto-scored, and summarized for consistent evaluation at scale. And it learns, improving accuracy using real-world performance feedback from our Talent OS. From sourcing to performance, attract, hire, and grow talent at scale with Climb's AI Talent OS.
I'm honored to have a guest with me, a very well-known leader, accomplished colleague from industry, Ms. Sheenam Ohri, Managing Director, Broadbase Financials. I want to talk about your elevated professional journey. You know what it's like.
Really something that we are exceptionally proud of. We don't adopt a technology because a technology needs to be adopted. We adopt a technology, we find it fits into the use case that we want. So we are always ready for next. We are always ready to elevate and accelerate what we want to do, our goals, our vision for our customers. I don't need to tell this to the younger generation, but
Why should we work together? Because you need a problem solved. Everything we do starts with one, yours or your customers. And we make them ours. Like the time someone said, build a payment platform, manage a contact center, make product descriptions easier with Gen AI, add some B2C to my B2B, help me launch a new fintech business, or two, or three. Deliver uptime all the time, even out here. Help travelers fly. And hoagies find hungry customers. And please, make life for patients just a little easier. If you need to build, run, or transform complex digital products, IT environments, or business processes, we can make the complex simple. And if you need speed, a stack, or even a shoulder, we deliver. Together, we'll be one winning team with GSD in our DNA. We'll see problems from new heights and wonder, what extraordinary things can we pursue together?
In volume hiring, structure, speed, and quality often fall apart. Enter Climb, India's first vernacular AI interviewer. Structured, multilingual, tailored to each role and industry. It's domain-specific and adaptive, generating questions that mirror real scenarios and adapting to candidate responses. Every response is proctored, auto-scored, and summarized for consistent evaluation at scale. And it learns, improving accuracy using real-world performance feedback from our Talent OS. From sourcing to performance, attract, hire, and grow talent at scale with Climb's AI Talent OS.
I'm honored to have a guest with me, a very well-known leader, accomplished colleague from industry, Ms. Sheenam Ohri, Managing Director, Broadbase Financials.
I want to talk about your elevated professional journey. You know what it's like.
Really something that we are exceptionally proud of. We don't adopt a technology because a technology needs to be adopted. We adopt a technology, we find it fits into the use case that we want. So we are always ready for next. We are always ready to elevate and accelerate what we want to be, our goals, our vision for our customers. I don't need to tell that to the younger generation, but
Why should we work together? Because you need a problem solved. Everything we do starts with one, yours or your customers. And we make them ours. Like the time someone said, build a payment platform, manage a contact center, make product descriptions easier with Gen AI, add some B2C to my B2B. Help me launch a new fintech business, or two, or three. Deliver uptime all the time, even out here. Help travelers fly. And hoagies find hungry customers. And please, make life for patients just a little easier. If you need to build, run, or transform complex digital products, IT environments, or business processes, we can make the complex simple. And if you need speed, a stack, or even a shoulder, we deliver. Together, we'll be one winning team with GSD in our DNA. We'll see problems from new heights and wonder, what extraordinary things can we pursue together?
In volume hiring, structure, speed, and quality often fall apart. Enter Climb, India's first vernacular AI interviewer. Structured, multilingual, tailored to each role and industry. It's domain-specific and adaptive, generating questions that mirror real scenarios and adapting to candidate responses. Every response is proctored, auto-scored, and summarized for consistent evaluation at scale. And it learns, improving accuracy using real-world performance feedback from our Talent OS. From sourcing to performance, attract, hire, and grow talent at scale with Climb's AI Talent OS.
Check, check. Check. Check, sir. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Hey. Actually, let me just remove the check. बंद कर दीजिए
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know we have really rushed you to finish your food. Requesting each one of you if you can settle down fast. Yeah, requesting if you can settle down fast, please.
Okay. So once again, very good afternoon to each one of you. I think lunch is really impacting all of us. We are already in that bit of a zone post lunch, and that gives me a pleasure to invite a special speaker today, as well as he is a celebrated leader, a CXO. And very interestingly, while I'll read his bio, but if I have to say, I think he is a combination of few things. He brings a very unique style of storytelling. But at the same point of time, he has an experience of working with some of the best minds in the industry, some of the very sharp and large scale entrepreneurs. He has worked with some really interesting startup organization which disrupted the industry, and he brings that kind of an experience when he shares the story. So it is not just a story, but a story based on a lot of experiences. Well, I read his profile, and I'm very fond of his storytelling, because it is not, again, as I said, it's not story. There's more of experiences being shared personally about him. Captain Raghu Raman has had a distinguished career spanning three distinct leadership environments, which I was talking about: the military, corporate, and the government. He has experienced diverse settings: the authoritarian style of the armed forces, the incentive driven approach of corporate like Mahindra, Reliance Industries, and Adani, as well as the procedure driven bureaucratic style of the government. Captain Raman has founded and led companies including complex global joint ventures, and was handpicked by the government as the founding CEO of the National Intelligence Grid, an agency which was set up after the 26/11 attack. Captain Raman has served as a strategic advisor to national and global leaders and has a strong presence in leading publications and platforms, including TEDx and Josh. His talks and podcasts have been watched over 50 million times, and are used as a case studies in several leadership forums and storytelling workshops. Captain Raman is visiting faculty for esteemed business schools and government institutions, including the Indian School of Business, IIMS. He is the author of the best-selling book, Every Man's War, and anchored a leadership development program for the Adani Group, structured to produce 75 CEOs in 2 years. Additionally, he hosted the NDTV talk show, Wisdom of Leaders. And most important, is considered to be one of the best solution and concept selling coaches in the country. Again, experiential. With this note, I invite a special leader, a special speaker, and a renowned celebrity speaker too. Captain Raghu Raman, please. Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Post lunch session, Rakesh has given me, right? So right now your mind share attention would be probably the lowest. That's good, because this is usually the mind share and attention level that you get from the people whom you go to pitch to normally, right? Whenever you go to pitch. Anyway, so we were thinking about what should be the session that I do, and I was talking to Rakesh and sort of said that, and some of our colleagues, friends who were there in Delhi, who was there in India Habitat Center? They have left. No, oh, you're here. Oh, few of them are there. Okay. What I heard there was actually quite resonating with. I turned 60 last month. Happy birthday to me. Okay. That basically means for the last 35 to 40 years, I have seen these various new technologies that come. I'm now going to give you a roadmap of those technologies. Of course, this is not valid for any lady sitting over here, because only the men will remember those times when there used to be floppy disks, and suddenly there was this whole thing about internet. How many of you remember that internet used to be allowed during only lunch hours and there were firewalls that would determine which sites you could go to. Do you remember that? Yeah, you remember. Then there was a time when suddenly there was this whole thing about Boyd, bring your own device, and which device you can bring, what should be the software loaded on that, blah blah blah. Then it was a new revolution about SAP, PeopleSoft. Remember that time? ERP, the business transformation is going on, and after that, suddenly there was information security which came, and everybody has to be looking at information, HIPAA, 7799, all these stories. And then BPOs and outsourcing, offshoring, nearshoring, rearshoring, all these things happened. And now we have come to GCC. And for a lot of people who are coming into this Kumbh Mela for the first time, they might be thinking this is the first Kumbh Mela that is happening. But it's not. These changes, these transformations happen in organizations. They have been happening for decades, for centuries. And by and large, in the last 30, 40 years of my work ex, and as Rakesh pointed out, I've been extraordinarily lucky. I've been lucky to work in the armed forces. After that, I've been lucky to work personally with leaders such as Mukesh Bhai, Gautam Bhai, Anand Mahindra, Mr. Deepak Parekh, all of these people who have led major transformations. And I've had the good fortune to watch as a fly on the wall which pitches work, which selling solutions work, who are the leaders who are able to convince people about making transformational changes, and who are the leaders who have all the knowledge, all the gyan, all the technical elements, but keep sitting outside the boardroom and constantly saying they just don't get it. These guys just don't get it. They don't understand our value. Whose fault is that if they don't get it? So there was a very famous business leader who had gone on an IPO. I don't want to name him, but you all know who I'm referring to. And his IPO crashed. And when his IPO crashed, his first response was the investors didn't get our story. Right? Whose fault is that if the investor doesn't get your story? Good. So today I'm going to be talking about a very simple concept of solution selling and hope to share with you some of the experience that I've had personally. I've sold some fairly tough solutions to fairly tough environments. I won't say people. And as we were discussing a few minutes ago, all of us are selling all the time. You're either selling to get the funding for the GCC, or you're selling, some leader has to give you mind share, or he has to give you his key good people, or he has to, pay attention to what you're saying. All of those things are sales. And if at any time you hear this mantra running in your head, that my buyer doesn't get it, the buyer is not able to see the full value, the buyer does not know how great we are going to be, then we have to remember that the buyer has got 700 things going on in her head, his head, or whatever. And if you are not making that impact, that fault, I don't know who it lies with, but the impact is definitely going to lie with you. The consequence will definitely lie with you. Are we in the same page? Are we in agreement? Yes? Good. So let me start by telling you a story. And the story is about a person who sold the wheel. Wheel, you all know wheel, na? Yeah. We all agree that wheel is one of the greatest inventions of man. And one could argue that as soon as you have invented a wheel, customers will just come rushing to your door. Hey, paiya bana diya. Now I have to buy this wheel. As they say, invent a great product or make a great product or a service, and customers will beat a path to your door. Most of us who have made great products or have been involved in the construction of great products or even have bought products know that very often it is not the great product that sells. Some of the best technologies have died on the way. Blu-ray, where is Blu-ray now? You don't hear about the Blu-ray. You don't hear about several technologies which actually took off. Pretty PKI, biometric, and all of those things which took off in a very big way. You realize a lot of them just fall on the side because they were not sold properly. So we are going to talk about this gentleman who is the hero of our story. And as you can see, he is an ordinary worker who is working in a major construction site where temples are being built, South India. So major temples are being built. And if you look at the scenario, if you do a quick walk around in the work site and get the vibe of that company, vibe of that organization, you will see with the work happening with tens of thousands of slaves and elephants dragging rocks and all of that, you will see that there is one element very, very missing in this entire picture. You see that? What is missing? There is no wheel, right? So this is pre-wheel era, that people are dragging the heavy tonnage with elephants and sledges and whips and मार के काम करवा रहे हैं उनसे सुबह से लेके शाम तक 6-day week, this that, नहीं करेगा तो variable pay काट दूंगा. All of these statements, that is another way of hunting. No? This is another way of driving people, right? So all this is happening, and our man, he actually figures out that maybe there is a solution to this, and he is working at his solution. Every night he goes back, after working for 12 hours, he goes back home. Then he works on this solution. He's trying experiment, this, that. You notice his wife standing on the side. She's not looking very pleased. Yeah, work-life balance. Pura 12 बजे तक काम करता है. Then you come back home and then you again start laptop में शुरू हो जाता है. What's going on? He said, no. I am inventing something and I really know this is going to be a game changer, because once I make the wheel and I go and convince the overseer and tell the overseer about how with this wheel he does not need thousands of elephants. He does not need tens of thousands of slaves. He doesn't need to marrow them hunter. There's so much of hanks that can be removed. So much of happiness will happen. What that Gallup survey results will go up. All of those things he's giving it, right? So wife is agreeing. Okay, fine. In that case, continue working till 2 o'clock, whatever. I'll do the household chores. I'll handle that PTA meeting, this, that, whatever. Tumpro apna jo bhi weekend mein karna hai. That's what is going on. Finally, one day when he thinks he's got it right, wheel is more or less okay. It's been improved. It's been taken to a version. Business plan is now ready. I think we have got enough data to be able to convince the business head that we can actually make this change. He goes to the overseer. And instead of that overseer welcoming him and telling him, wow, what a great solution, can anyone of you guess why the overseer does that? Why does he do it? Sorry? He doesn't understand. The guy has given him a great explanation about how the wheel can change the history of transportation and future of transportation, how AI will make 10 logon ka kaam will be done by only 2 people, and this team of 4,000 people headcount can be reduced to just 300 people. Exactly. Today he is a King Kong who has got 10,000 slaves and 4,000 elephants, and he is the Raja. वो छुट्टी के लिए उसके पास people come to him for advance of pay. They come. You are telling him, with my solution, your entire empire. अभी बनाया तो vice president BPO with 8,000 people under you. That entire empire will vanish, and here is a solution for it. Right? What do you think he'll do? He'll of course hit you and make you run. So this guy tries going to various different work sites, various places where GCCs are going on, trying to sell the solution, this, that, but it's not working out. Every place he goes to, he is sent back home, and this happens for several months when he's completely dejected. And then he hears that there is an oracle in the village who is a old, experienced guy with white hair and all of that. And he says, इसके पास जाके पूछते हैं यार कि अपना wheel क्यों नहीं बिक रहा है? Why is my solution not getting sold? I'll speak sometimes in Hindi, but I'll translate it. You don't have to worry, right? So he goes to him, tells him this whole story. Kaisa aisa मैं इधर गया, उधर गया, went to this side. Madurai also went, sir, उधर भी try किया. South zone, west zone, every zone. But same answer I'm getting. People are buddy. So now this oracle tells him the same thing that I'm telling you, that product and services have a certain sales cycle, but solutions have a completely different sales cycle. Because in solutions, you never sell to one person. You always sell to a group of people who have very, very, very different drivers. And he tells them there are these 4 people. I'll walk you through each one of them. The first is what we call the champion. Champion wants GCC to happen. Why does he want GCC to happen? Because he saw it in some other company. He went to Facebook, there he saw open office, so he wants open office. Or he went and met Elon Musk, and he saw. Actually, do you have any Adani colleagues here? Still sitting? They will tell you that Gautam Bhai went to Welspun, inaugurated a GCC there, came out from there and said, Mera ko bhi chahiye. Everybody, I want it. Of course. So, doesn't want your company. Doesn't need SSF Global as a vendor. He just wants GCC. That's it. There is a second buyer who is the economic buyer. The economic buyer is looking for use cases. How we are not use case, I'll create value for value. Headcount kam karega kya? Agle quarter ka, can you reduce my inventory cost? Can you reduce the number? Give me something that I can look, measure, quarter by quarter. Don't give me, sir, 10 years down the line, you will go down in history as the first person who did this legacy packaging shit. Is not. That is a champion script. That is not an economic buyer script. Then there is a third buyer, there is a fourth buyer, and we have to tie it all together. We will go step by step as I walk you through it. Of course, I'm telling this to you as a story, but trust me, this is the story that really happens in solution selling. So anyway, our man goes and says कि मेरे को champion को sell करना है. I have to sell to the champion. Now, selling to the champion is not easy because you have to sell to the champion. That sales persona, or rather that sales pitch, has to have a very, very different kind of a pitch. And you will see the reason why. I often use this term, I call it impact. And what does impact mean for me? Is one day, let's say you're on a flight traveling from, where do you stay? Which city? Bangalore. So you're traveling from Bangalore to, say, Bombay. And suddenly you notice in the flight, the person sitting on your right hand side is Mr. Anand Mahindra. Just happened. Good luck, bad luck, whatever. I want you to ask this question to yourself, all of us, that when the flight lands in Bombay after about, say, hour and a half, 2 hours, what is going to be a last conversation with Mr. Anand Mahindra? Will it be, what's your name, sir? Will it be him telling Naveen, I really like this idea. Can you send me a note on this? Or I'm going to ask Anish's team to get in touch with you because you know what you're doing with this sounds really exciting. Or will it be, sir, can I have a selfie with you? Which one will it be? Now, if it is the former, you have left an impact. If it is the latter, there is no impact. Please remember that when you sell to a champion, you have to leave an impact. And that impact leaving requires a certain kind of a persona. So the first stage of the sale is convincing the champion in principle that we need a GCC, we need a command center, we need our own, crash work from home, we need our own open office, we need this. That is the first step. And that usually has to be done in a very, very flamboyant manner. It can't be done with PPTs, it can't be done with, decks that you send. It has to be done in some mega big, a big bang kind of a thing. And that's why the Oracle tells him that I've got the right salesperson for you, because currently, where he is working? He is working in a company that sells magic carpets. It's that era, huh? So he is now a magic carpet salesman. To usko bulata hai. Now the Oracle student, he was Oracle's student. So he comes, he flies in and he comes and tells him, okay, what is the story? So he says, product bahut tada hai. We have invented this damn wheel, but not able to get an audience with the decision maker. Because there are many gatekeepers on the way who will not allow you to meet the decision, who don't allow you to meet the decision maker, who won't give you that 10 minutes or 20 minutes that you need with the decision maker one-on-one to be able to convince. So this sales guy says, this is not the way you go to decision makers. You make the decision makers come to you. How do you do that? So he goes to this town where there is a massive temple project going on. And in that town, he starts announcing and telling people, all the people, that one man can lift as many rocks as elephants can. And he starts putting these hoardings all over the place and say on 20th of August at ITC, whatever, you will see one man pick up hundreds of stones and take them, and uska ticket bhi lagata hai. Also, yeah, he charges a ticket. That's why pure stadium people come to watch. He says, I'll charge you a ticket for this also, and they come. And then, of course, he does this demonstration. And as soon as he does the demonstration of moving that many rocks, as you can see, the king is also watching. The decision maker is watching. And the decision maker is really impressed. And he says, you know what? You should come to my organization and talk to all the heads of departments. So now it's a pitch which is happening to all the heads of departments. And in principle, the decision maker has said, yes, this sounds good. We will go ahead with this project. Are you with me so far? Many of you are probably in this zone right now, where the in principle decision maker has said, we need to do this. Sab log kar rahe hain, humko bhi karna hai, and we have to establish a GCC. You notice that old man sitting, holding the wheel? Can you guess who that is? Huh? The inventor to left mein, yaar, itna budda nahi hua wo. He is the subject matter expert who is usually brought in from the client side, someone with white hair. Dekho, isko aata hai, hamare side mein se, he used to work with Microsoft earlier, 30 years. Now he's working with us. And he is that person, right? He's brought in. So as a as a subject matter expert who'll say he set up so many GCCs, MX se shuru kiya, sir, 25 saal pehle se, he knows a lot of stuff. So he's brought in to be a counter to the organization's technical buyer. We'll get to that buyer. So the first person who has to be championed after the champion is bought it has to be the economic buyer. The economic buyer will say, अच्छा पहले हाथी से जाता था, इतने हाथी उसका अनाज बनाज, we have to feed it grains, this that, उसका supply chain अलग, and फिर उसमें हाथी बीमार भी होता है, उसके लिए मुआवजा चाहिए, all of these elements. So he's doing a cost analysis, and now use cases are beginning where you're saying, sir, if we move this part where so many elephants are there, we can actually start with a pilot, this that, all those stories. So in principle, a pilot is approved. Please remember, the way you sell to a champion has to be flamboyant. It has to be larger than life. You will go down in history, sir. This is the first time anyone in the pharmaceutical industry is doing a GCC. Everyone else has done it, but pharma mein, sir, we will be the first ones. You will leave a legacy, sir. You will employ 3 lakh people in India, sir. They will sing your legacy. That's the way a champion has to be sold. Economic buyers care jack shit about legacies, caring about the next quarter. So here it has to be much, much shorter wins. It has to be economic wins. It has to be inventory movement. It has to be speed of doing something. It has to be a better awareness of what is happening in the establishment, but something that is extremely measurable and something that he or she can go back to the board and say, our AI project or GCC has already started yielding dividends. It's a very, very important statement that the economic buyer has to be able to make to his stakeholders. Please remember, everyone works for somebody else. So just in case you thought a CEO runs his own show, I've been a CEO for 33 years. I can tell you that everybody has got a boss, regardless of who the person. Nothing else, your share market is your boss. Let's face it. Right? Investors are your boss. The next buyer whom you have to convince is called the technical buyer. Who is the technical buyer? He is your counterpart sitting in the organization who knows more about your stuff than you do. I'm sure you have met them all when you were doing information security sale or a concept sale or a new, I have to hire another 20. Why do you have to hire 20 people? In my time, we used to do it with only 3 people. Now with technology and all that, you should actually be reducing. Why are you increasing? This is the person who will know a lot about technology, whether he knows about it or not. Right? Now here the play has to be completely different. Here the play can't be national vision, mission. And here the play has to be in terms of your CVs of the people who are going to be working on the project, the past experience that they have got, the success stories that they have. Please remember, this will be one of your toughest sells. Do you see those guys standing behind like this? You see them? Are they looking happy? Why are they looking very angry? Who are these people? Who are these people? This is that head of the data center. जिसका now relocation will have to happen. You will have to move. उसका बच्चे का admission हुआ है अभी पिछले महीने. Now you are moving him to. So all of these internal changes which are going to take place, they will never say that. No head of department will ever say, I just got admission in St. Columbus last month. Now you are moving me to Jaipur. He won't say that. He says, sir, actually talent base in Delhi is much better, sir. In Jaipur, we will not be able to get this. So they will never ever articulate what is the real driver because of which they are stymieing the projects. They will always make it either a technical, it's a Unix, it will not have compatibility with our software, this, that. They will always make it a technical issue on the basis of which your project is not going ahead. And this is the reason why you need this old man here. Usually, this old man here will be somebody who has got at least 1 decade more of experience than that technical person, and probably also supposed to be the industry standard. I remember a personal story I'm telling you. Anyone from Mahindra here? No one? Surprising. Usually they send some people for these kind of things. Anyway, in Mahindra, at one time, there were some 98 companies. Now, of course, there may be more, but I'm talking about time. And I used to head a company called Mahindra Special Services Group. It was an information security company. I can bet that there must be at least 10 to 15 clients or ex-clients of that company sitting here. Most financial institutions, most pharma companies, we have done some work, including Ranbaxy. I heard someone from Ranbaxy here speaking earlier in the morning. We did. Who was that from Ranbaxy? They here? No, gone. So I wanted to create a policy of profit share in my consulting firm. Now, no company in Mahindra at that point of time had profit share with employees. There was no concept. They used to give the CEO and COO maybe a little bit of ESOPs, but employees level mein, there was no such concept. So what I did was, there was a gentleman called Prem Kamath. Some of you may have heard his name. He used to be the head of HR of Unilever before Leena Nair. He was the head of HR. I took him on board as a consultant. And I told him, sir, can you consult with us? He cost me a bomb. At that time, as a startup, and it cost me a bomb. But I still hired him. And a lot of my number twos, number three were telling, why are you hiring such a high-powered resource? You know, what do we need him for? We are not that large that we need him. But what did we need him for? Because when I was pitching the profit share concept, all of those things, and in front of me, Mr. Rajiv Dubey was sitting, Alan Sequeira was sitting. Some of you may remember these names. These are all Tatas, ex-Tatas, Yodhas of HR. They all know that HR mein unka guru Prem Kamath. So if Prem Kamath is sitting on my side, they can't take a shot at me, because when they shoot at me, actually they're shooting at Dronacharya. They're not shooting at me. So that cost of getting a Dronacharya to sit on my side for a couple of months, 3 months or 4 months, well worth it when you are trying to push your ship through the Malacca Straits. When your ship is going through the Malacca Straits, better get a captain who knows Malacca Straits really, really well. So this old man is largely kept for this buyer, the technical buyer. More than the technical buyer, for the bugger standing in the back. वो टेक्निकल बायर को मालूम है मेरा नौकरी सेफ है, मैं तो सीटी हूं, मैं कहां जाऊंगा, राइट? ये जो प्रोडक्ट हेड्स हैं, इनका नौकरी खतरे में है, because they will have to reinvent themselves and all of that, and that is why they will try to stymie you, try to push back. Now we come to the stage where the solution has to be redesigned. Because please remember, the guy who came, that flamboyance, he got the order. He got the order for 10,000 wheels. Now, if you just manufactured 10,000 wheels and took it to the client is not going to accept it. The client will say, iska bhai process batao, how do we do the transition from the elephants and chariots to this? How will the wheels be fit? Who will do the greasing? What is the maintenance schedule of this? How do we have spares in case something goes wrong? Do you have on-site engineers who will fix this? Because pehle to kya tha? Hunter मार के चला दिया लोगों को. Now we'll have to do all of these things. So you'll have to completely redesign the way the services are being developed. You may have gone with the prototype, but now once the prototype sees light of the day, you actually will have to start changing the product itself. And that product change design, its features, its tweaking, its customization, multilingual localization, all of that you have to do in conjunction with the company with whom you're working, mostly the users with whom you're working. So there is a whole reprocess, re-engineering, redesign that happens between prototype and the first version of the solution. And a lot of solution sellers don't want to do it. Because they say, bana diya yaar, ab jaisa bana hai, waise becho isko. Solutions can never be. So any product that you use today, mobile phone, laptop, any technology that you use today, it went through a evolution process. Those of you interested in really understanding this process, please read a book called Crossing the Chasm, which tells you that every product or service, when crossing the chasm, whenever the product or the service is crossing the chasm, from the other side, it has to be the early adopters, the first users of that product, who have to pull you from the other side. Because the early adopters are willing to take risks. The early adopters are wanting to be the first kid in the block. The early adopters are going to say, "Pure Hindustan mein sabse pehle humne kiya hai." They will therefore take some risks. Followers will not do that. Followers will want to see how many case studies you got, where it has been benefit exploitation. Ka mere ko documents dikhao. I want to talk to some successful implementation. Ask them how successful was it. These are followers. So when you are selling to a champion, you have to be ready to go through this step, which is in terms of customer. Oh, everybody has done it. SAP has done it. Oracle has done it. You name you have done it. I'm sure pretty much every client which has done some sort of, solution selling, you have co-created, improved the product, working with the end client. Are you with me so far? Good. Now we get to the last last person you have to sell to, which is the user buyer. The person who is going to be finally using your service or your product grassroots level. Please remember one thing, very simple thumb rule about the user buyer, I'll tell you from my 4 decades of experience. The user buyer is usually sitting at the bottom layer of the hierarchy, the pyramid. User buyer has a very simple formula. The user buyer says, I catch the 6 o'clock chartered bus every day. Today. Without your ERP, SAP, AI, chat GPT, वो सब के बगैर 6 बजे का chartered bus I catch. If you make me catch the 5:30 chartered bus, I will root for this solution. I will go whole hog. I'll say, बढ़िया इससे बढ़िया तो कोई चीज नहीं देखा हमने. If you make me catch the same bus at 6 o'clock, if it succeeds, doesn't succeed, doesn't. If you make me catch the 6:05, I will do what it takes to sabotage your product. Now, the thing is, these are 4 different demographies, and there are 4 different pitches, and there are 4 different drivers. The champion is looking for leaving a legacy to be known as the person who did it first. He's got the bigger picture in mind. He's looking much more in terms of we need to make this happen. He has no idea. I'll tell you a true story. I work with a couple of NGOs in Dharavi. And one day, one of the MLAs who's responsible for Dharavi came on a visit to the school. And this is a school where this NGO teaches children from poor families vocational skills. Like girls, they teach them how to do beauty salon work or henna, or boys, we teach them how to do mobile repair. And the reason why we teach these poor kids vocational skills is that if they have an alternate way of earning, then they are not going to be pulled out of the school. Because otherwise, if they don't have an alternate way of learning or alternate, then their parents usually send them to Bangar, plastic. That is the daily wages. So we were teaching them, and this MLA came to visit us in the school. MLA came, and the first thing she said, "Inko AI sikhao." And guess why? Why did she say that? Same reason why your CEO is telling you. AI hona chahiye. Everyone is doing AI. Just do a quick Google, not now, when you go back. Do a quick Google to see how many AI conferences are being held today in India, just today. We did a count last Friday when I was with Salesforce. On that day, it was 173 seminars, workshops, offsite, something or the other happening on that one single day. So she also wants it. Now, there is no point in telling her कि हाँ बिजली नहीं है, machine नहीं चल रहा है. To teach AI, we need, what do you need? To teach AI, what would you need minimum? Minimum you will need computer. Computer नहीं तो phone तो चाहिए होगा. So what do you tell a champion like that? Who comes and gives this wonky thing that we want AI? What do you tell a champion like that? हो जाएगा. Huh? Sorry, what do you say? You'll look into it. Okay, anyone else? This is a good corporate answer. He'll do well. He'll rise well in a corporate. Brilliant vision, sir. The right thing to tell a champion is, just sir, we'll make it happen, sir. Bijli dila do, sir. That is electricity, sir. We need 20 laptops. Can you manage, ma'am, from your department, or write a letter to one of the body companies that is in your district and tell them, "Sala laptop nahi bheja to dekho, IT ko bhej den tumhare piche." Not you IT, the other IT, right? So when a champion asks for something out of ignorance about what is required for it, it's a great opportunity to bid for whatever you want. Because the champion, as the definition says, will champion it. If the champion is convinced कि बिजली के बगैर कैसे, हाँ तो सही. Without बिजली, how will they learn AI? Now, why is she wanting AI? Because उसको ऊपर से order आया होगा. She is an MLA. So in some MP's conference, it must have CM ने बोला होगा कि सबको मोदी साहब बोल रहे हैं AI तो तुम कराओ, सबको AI कराओ. Same thing happens in companies also. I'm pretty sure about 6 to 9 months back, there was a campaign which was called digital dexterity or any other version of it. In all the organizations, suddenly people woke up and said, "Oh, everyone has to be digitally dexterous." उसके लिए क्या लिंडा से खींचो. There must be some software. पुराना कोई मॉड्यूल होगा, वो मॉड्यूल उठाओ, चेपो सबको. Right? She's smiling, Adani. And guess what? To make it implementable, link it to variable pay. That if you don't click next in front of these modules, you will not get your pay on 31st of March. And we have done our digital dexterity. We've trained everyone in digital dexterity, right? So when you pitch to a champion, you have a blank slate in which you can really draw the can. But please remember, when you go in front of a champion, you need to have a track record. You need to have a track record of success. You need to have projects that you have done in the past. You need to have credibility, or in other words, you need to have impact. You need to have impact. If you don't have impact, if you don't have center of gravity, if you don't have gravitas, if you have not studied 20 GCCs, if you have not studied the evolution of BPOs, if you don't know what are the challenges that are being faced, if you don't have the human psychological aspects that will come into play, if you don't know this framework, then you will not have impacts. Because what impact you will, sir, I worked in Ranbaxy, after that I worked in ABB, after that I worked there, before that I studied in Harvard, sir. That doesn't have impact. It has no, that's your CV reading. If he listens to it 3 times, he say, go and talk to my head of HR. He will not speak to you. So for impact, I think we have to first begin with ourselves. So I often say a leader is like a torch, and a torch has got a bulb, it's got a reflector, and it's got a battery. Many times leaders work on polishing the reflector so that my Angreji looks good, my PPT looks good, I use the latest jargon, vision, sir, kya vision is, right? I do all of those things. But the problem is, if the bulb is dim, then polishing the reflector only reflects the dimness of the bulb. It does not reflect the gravitas. For gravitas, you'll have to work on the wattage of the bulb, which means you'll have to go back and change the batteries. So we really will have to go back and work on ourselves to see whether we understand this 4-part quadrant, whether our pitch is tailored differently for a champion, differently for an economic head, differently for a technical buyer, and finally, constantly and differently for the user buyers who have to root for this product. Are you with me so far? Good. So if you do it successfully, these 4 buyers, if you're able to convince the champion about the cause, convince the economic buyer about the financial viability, convince the technical, what do you convince the technical buyer to be? Huh? Yeah, sir, क्या बंदे हो सर? अगली बार आप मेरे टेक्निकल एडवाइजर बनना सर, प्लीज. Next pitch जब मैं करने जाऊंगा ना सर Siemens में, you have to be the one who endorses that the product really worked for you. And he'll do it more than happily. Matter of fact, that old man that you saw sitting on the side is probably been a CTO in some other company until then. And that is why getting him on your side will enable it much, much easier for you to sell to the next technical buyer. And of course, finally, the user buyers, because user buyers not only help you pitch, they also help you discover a lot of things about your own products. I'll tell you a true story. You remember the Parliament attack which happened once? Do you all remember? So after the Parliament attack, the entire is it being recorded? The entire security was revamped, and the CCTV cameras and all of those things, they were revamped, and they got a new system which was installed. It was an Israeli company. I don't want to name it, but Israeli company was installed there. So the users, the people who are supposed to be watching the CCTV cameras on the screens, constantly, this new system is totally useless. This system is really bad. This system is crap. That's the feedback that is coming. And this system financially is about 100x of the previous system. So it's literally like you have given a person who had a Maruti 800, you have given him an Audi 8, Q8 or Q6, whatever it is. And the guy is saying this new car is bad. This new car is bad. Now you obviously will be stumped. What's wrong with it? So I happen to be one of the people who was actually sent to do an audit. And this is what I discovered. Earlier, they used to move the cameras. Anybody from a sort of security background here will know that the cameras have movements. You know, they go up, down, right, left. It's called pitch, yaw, tilt, all that shit. I won't bore you with technicalities. They used to move it with the arrows on their keyboard. You seen those arrows? Up, down, right, left? You seen them? They used to move it with that. And for 30 years, their fingers, muscles, memory, everything has been based on that. Now they were given a joystick. Joystick, like in the gaming software, that joystick was given. Now the joystick, when they would use, the camera would go somewhere here, somewhere here. It is not okay. Because they are not okay with the learning curve. Nobody has told them, all they needed to do was to buy some Sony games and put it in the recreation center. And when they started playing those games, the joystick became like what? But nobody had focused towards the user, because constantly they were showing the spec sheet, and spec sheet mein the Audi is better than Maruti 800. Of course it's better. And here the user is saying, no, it is not good. And what do you say as a solution seller? You don't get it. You don't get it. Who doesn't get it? The seller doesn't get it, not the buyer. Because the buyer doesn't get it, you won't get the order either. So it has to be the user who gets it and not we who got it. It has to be the user who gets it. So the transition from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, it is not about selling a superior product, finding a better vendor, making better timelines, managing to do it with lesser head. Let me tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen. I have spent a good 20 years in the boardrooms, in equivalent of 15th floor, 16th floor in my life. I'm referring to a particular floor of a particular company, and they know what I'm talking about. Money is never a problem. Money is never a problem. How many times have you, anybody who's ever been in information security space? I'm sure many of the technology guys must have been here. How many times have you heard this? Information security is extremely important to us, but this year we don't have the budget for it. It's an oxymoron. How can something be extremely important for you? To design a logo, you have got 5 crores that you will give to an ad agency. For that, you have money. But for information security, so this is a category confusion that is happening. This is a narrative confusion that is happening. You have not made the person realize the cost of not taking that decision on a daily basis. You have not made the person realize that every day that you lose, what is the other end at which it could be up and running, and that opportunity cost per day. There's a very famous story about Reliance. Anyone from Reliance here? He'll testify. I don't even know whether it's true or urban legend, but they say that when Jamnagar was being designed, so there was a major battle between the DuPont engineers, who were our advisors at that point of time, and our engineers internally about how should be the layout of the plant. So there was some discussion about the layout, and it was important because the layout meant that the design of the layout meant that the struts that go in, the metal struts that go in, wherever the struts go in, it had to be at least 10 feet of concretization below that to give it that foundation, right? And they're debating, it should be like this, it should be like this. Eventually, the whole matter went up to Dhirubhai, who, as many of you might be aware, is not even a school graduate. She's not even graduated out of school. He looked at the pros and cons and just gave a decision. He said, concretize the whole damn floor. The whole factory, concretize it 10 feet with concrete. So immediately the auditor said, the cost will overrun, this will be much more expensive, blah, blah, blah. What Dhirubhai said, which is what tells you who a champion buyer and an economic buyer would be, he said that when this plant goes live, on a daily basis, we'll be making 100 crores of profits. Every day that you delay is an opportunity cost of 100 crores for me. It is not a cost of 10 bags of cement or 20 bags. It is 100. So your ability to sell that each day you don't take a decision is a day of millions of dollars being lost. If you're able to sell it, I'll give you an example which many ladies here will sort of connect with instantly. How many of us have been to Zara? Where is the longest line apart from the changing room? Where is the longest line? Paying counter. When you go to pay, right? Now think about it. Think about it. The customer has taken the possession of the goods, right? And she or he is waiting to do the transfer. Count the number of seconds the money is on that side of the counter instead of being swiped in my Galla and earning interest for me, multiplied by millions of customers who come, multiplied by thousands of stores that they have, and you will suddenly realize the opportunity cost of this 10 seconds of delay. It will run in millions of dollars. Now, if you show this to somebody, to an economic buyer, he'll get it straight away. But if you tell them, sir, वो line में खड़े रहना तो यार, कपड़ा ले लिया है, कहाँ जाएंगे? Once you have selected, have you ever left it saying the line बहुत लंबी है, I'll go somewhere else? Do you do it? No. So he is looking at it from that point of view. ठीक है, दे देगी 5 minutes में, 2 minutes later she'll give it to me. What's the big deal? But it requires you to know that if you pitch this to an economic buyer, that what's the opportunity cost you're losing? Either बड़े लगाओ यार, एक 10 counter और लगाओ. What's the big deal? And guess what? Paraplegics there. Why do you need fully functional people? It can be paraplegics. Give them also CSR भी बढ़ेगा अपना, and ये भी हो जाएगा. That's the way to pitch to a. So we need to know that each one of these buyers will have a very, very different peculiarity, very different driver. And if you're able to convince them on that driver, then there is a very good chance that your solution will be sold. Otherwise, like many, many fantastic product creators who create a fantastic product but are unable to sell it, they will keep saying that the client doesn't. Client बेवकूफ, board is stupid. They just don't get. They don't see the value that we can bring. I guess whenever we say that sentence, we should remind ourselves as to who doesn't get it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That's the end of my session, talk, whatever. Any questions, ideas, thoughts, I'd try to answer them. If you want a more detailed enactment of this entire story, there is a book which is called Selling the Wheel. And this is a narrative which is largely modified from that. I mean, based on that. Of course, the examples I gave you were my personal examples. But if there are any questions, any thoughts, any ideas, any resonance that, now I get it. I'm actually teaching the championship to the technical buyer. Technical buyer ka agenda hi kuch aur hai. He is not interested in how great your company is going to become. He is interested in the headcount which will reduce in his BPO right now. He is interested in the stuff that you will outsource and you will not have that control anymore. So once you understand it, my sense is you will be able to at least know why you are not able to sell or why you are not making that dent and why your end customer is not getting it. Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes. Naveen has a question. But बोला मेरे को पकड़ा तो मैं ही पकड़ूंगा. हाँ, good. Go ahead, Naveen. Take the mic.
Now you mentioned we need to have a success story in case we need to do pitch. So let's say I don't have a success story. So how do I go?
Very good question. Very good question. Matter of fact, let me segue a little. How are we of time? 5 minutes. Let me do a small segue here. Not only are there, I don't want to confuse you right now. Okay. So I've talked about the 4 buyers. There are also different kind of decision makers. People who take decisions in very, very different ways. There is a kind of a decision, I want to get into detail, but there's a kind of a decision maker who will do only something if it is large and for the first time and massive. Right? Can you take a few guesses amongst, say, Indian leaders? करेगा तो बड़ा करेगा, नहीं तो नहीं करेगा. Huh? Let's talk about businesses. Yeah. Dhirubhai is an example. So is his son, right? If he'll do something, it has to be all the 28 states of this country, not the 5 circle, 8 circle, this circle. If he has to top his father, who gave phone call for 20 paisa, how do you top 20 paisa? Free. You can't say 5 paisa, right? If the father has done 20 paisa, it has to be free, right? So these are people who need to be shown success stories regardless of where the success has taken place. Matter of fact, such leaders would actually get very angry if you show a success that has taken place in Saudi Aramco, in Texas or Total or any other oil and gas company. BPCL ने कर लिया, sir, क्या बात कर रहे हो? सरकारी company कर रही है, and we have not yet done it. He will be, so you have to, not necessarily your success. Success can happen somewhere else. After all, you're selling a concept. If your concept is, how many of you know this Fosbury flop? Have you heard of the Fosbury flop? Anybody? Yes? Yeah. High jumper. So there was Richard Fosbury, is an American athlete. He's still alive, by the way, who changed the way that you jump over the high jump. Till then, people used to come running, and like we used to jump, no, put one leg and then jump over the other side. He is the first person to say that let me go with the head first, shoulder, torso, and legs. He won the gold medal, and after he won the gold medal, within like 3 to 4 years, all the gold medals in high jump were being done with the Fosbury flop. So Fosbury flop, just because Russia ne nahi kiya, doesn't mean the Russian guy will say hum nahi karenge, because idhar succeed nahi hua. No, so American is doing it. Yeah, he's winning medals. Siemens has started doing it. Our major competitor is doing it. We know that there is something happening in big in our. That is good enough. So success doesn't have to be with you. Success needs to be shown to him with conditions similar to you. Make sense? Any other question? Yes.
If it's others' success, then we've missed the bus as well.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Right? And many a times when we are talking about the wheel, the guy who invented the wheel was also not convinced that sometimes, and that's the scenario in AI gold rush, right? That how far, I mean, sometimes we have to convince ourselves first before we actually convince someone else. So it's a dilemma right now. So how do we really make that point clear towards our stakeholders to sell the idea? Because I was also talking recently with outside in the lunchtime, who will bell the cat? Because now everybody wants to do AI and all functions want to do it. They're all at their own pace and all. How do we differentiate and clearly say that, yeah, this function was, let's say, ICT or finance, or how do we, really start this?
So usually, I mean, and what I'm going to talk now is not so much about technology, but it is about organizational politics. And by the way, politics is not a bad word. Politics is actually a very good word. Matter of fact, all of us sitting in this room, we have all reached a level where politics has to be compulsory subject, mains, not supplementary subject, because everything that you'll do hereafter is about managing the energy of the organization, right? So first point is that usually this bhagdod is happening. Everybody and their brother is trying to do something in AI because the top guy has said AI hona chahiye, right? तूने क्या AI किया आज? That's what is being asked now, right? What AI have you done? People are voluntarily coming and say, sir, biometrics, red cards are made into AIs. Now canteen tea also is AIs. Everything is AIs. Everything is because that's the direction they have been given, that it has to be AI now. Everything has to be. It'll last for a little while. And these small, tiny projects which will show you this sheet. So the way you used to look at this sheet, now you can look at it this way with AI. They will find a very short shelf life. What you should be doing right now, the champions who should be doing, you're saying, I have to convince myself first. You should be convincing yourself on use cases that are deep use cases. I just gave you a use case for a retail outlet just now. Just now. It's a use case to say that if I just married the CCTV camera footage and just showed you the time a person is standing static. Please remember, in a retail outlet, when a customer is standing static, you're losing money. Because either she should be making a purchasing decision or she should be purchasing. But if she is standing waiting to pay, it is an opportunity loss which is happening with a very simple expedient of marrying the CCTV camera with the time of the pause that is taking. I can give you how many crores we are losing every year just because we don't have 2 more seats of accepting payment. You start working on business cases like this, I'm pretty certain you will be able to move the needle. But if you're thinking one day you will wake up and, God will come to you in a bush and say, here are the 10 commandments of AI. And that day you will get evolved and you will get convinced and you will come back and preach a religion. Not going to happen. It has to be with these use cases that you see. And that is why, I've heard one of the speakers speak in the morning. Your domain expertise has to be really good. You really need to have. There is a very old story. It's a very old story. I don't know whether it still happens or not. But the story is that Tesco required all its senior leaders to spend 1 day in a year at the point of sale as a teller. And the story is that when the CFO went, he realized that every packet that came, the POS person had to pick it up and had to put the QR code next to that light. Make sense? Loaf of bread comes, so that's. And he gave an instruction that hereafter every packaging that comes into Tesco must have QR code on all 4 sides. This 1 second of delay, if you multiply it same way, multiply it over millions of products. But guess what? Teller will never get this because for a teller it's normal work. उसका काम है 8 घंटे का ड्यूटी करना है उसने. She doesn't have the big picture. How does it matter to her? If she cuts down this, velocity time that is taken If she cuts it down, what difference does it make in her salary? Nothing. She's got an 8-hour shift. Her incentive is to do 8 hours. That's it. It doesn't mean that she has to do 8 hours. I mean, it's a CFO's way of looking at it, which says, wow, if we just made the QR code on all 4 sides, it'll cut millions of seconds off every day. So this is the reason why you have to be immersed in the domain, and you have to be also immersed in stuff that is happening, so that you are able to join the dots and say, okay, this is the way cross-pollination can happen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's time is over. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Atan. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Captain Raghu Raman, for your very interesting storytelling style, likening sales or other business pitches to that of selling a wheel. I think everybody was more than engaged. Thank you so very much. Request Rakesh to please come and give a memento to Captain Raghu Raman for his wonderful presentation. Thank you once again. And friends, one more time, we have 3 parallel tracks, some portions here at Hyderabad, some at Dublin and at the boardroom. The first track, which will be held here, is Success Stories, delivering business impact through data and analytics powered by emerging tech. The session moderator, Atul Pratap, and the speakers will be Mukta Arora, Sandeep Prakash, Shankar Narayan, and Tarun Ahi. The second track at Dublin, across co-creating together leadership workshop playbook for AI adoption, continuous innovation in GCC's driving enterprise transformation. And the workshop facilitator here is Bharat Sundaram. The third track, which is the boardroom, CXO strategy room, most impactful brain power together, outlook for the next 12 to 18 months. And the chair at the round table there is Rakesh Sinha. I think you're quite aware of where you're supposed to go and attend. So request everyone to split into 3 groups while we get ready the stage here for track 1, which is Success Stories. In a minute or so, I'll request the participants and the speakers here to join us. I forgot to announce the time. We're running a little bit late, but the session is for 35 minutes. So I would think 5 to 4. 5 to 4, we should be reassembling here. Yes, for a joint session. So, name tags लगा दो. Name tags. Mukta Arora. Mukta Arora, yeah. Name tag, you know. Inviting Mukta Arora, site head and MD GCC, as Stella's Pharma. Mukta is an accomplished healthcare leader with over 2 decades of experience in building and scaling global capability centers, driving operational excellence and fostering innovation across the pharma sector. Requesting Mukta to join us here. Just 1 minute. I don't know where this is.
Sandeep Prakash.
I know, but I can't find his details. This is Sandeep Prakash Kakahan.
Do Alok. Atul, you can do Atul meanwhile.
Where's Atul?
We'll find you. Yeah, this.
Okay, thanks.
We'll find
Atul Pratap, the session moderator.
Sandeep Prakash.
Atul is a distinguished finance leader with over 25 years of global experience in finance and accounting, managed services, consulting, and technology. As a co-founder of FN Ship Solutions, he is spearheading innovative approaches to finance transformation, leveraging digital tools, process excellence, and shared services expertise to help organizations reimagine their finance operations. Welcome, Atul.
Shankar is here. This one is.
Thank you. Shankar Narayan, GBS India Head, Smith and Nephew. Shankar is a senior executive with 30 plus years experience working for Fortune 500 organizations with expertise around, thanks so much, around strategizing and executing global business service models for large organizations. Shankar, yes, thank you. And Tarun Ahi. Tarun Ahi, VP and Head SSC, Jindal Steel Limited. Tarun is an accomplished business leader with nearly 2 decades of experience spanning consulting, operations, and shared services leadership across industries such as steel, cement, pharma, energy, telecom, infrastructure, paints, and logistics. So I request Atul Pratap to take the session ahead. Sandeep Prakash. I missed Sandeep Prakash. Yeah. Sorry for that delay. Sandeep Prakash, Managing Director, India, Proximus Group. Sandeep is the Managing Director for Proximus India. Previously, he was the country head for the group's International Carrier Services arm, BICS or BICS. He has played a key role in international expansion efforts of the group companies, both commercially as well as in technology endeavors. So welcome all of you. Over to Atul.
Thank you, and very good afternoon to all of you. After the captivating session from Captain Raghu, it's actually a blessing for us. We were discussing our session is after the lunch. I think Captain Raghu has awoken us so much. It will take us some time to get sleep again. So, but a very warm welcome to my co-panelists. We have our experts from all the fields of industry. We have pharma, we have steel, we have medtech, we have media. So here's how we are going to run this session. The session is on the success stories around how to drive business impact using data analytics through the power of technology, emerging technology. I would request the panelists to share the success stories, but I would also request all of you to, while they share the success stories, to reflect upon what is that you would take away from that. Okay, reflect upon what is that you want to share from them, what is that you want to ask them. We would keep it in 2 parts, right? I would actually ask you in midway to start sharing your stories as well. We want to keep it absolutely engaged, 2-way communication or not a 1-way communication. I would ask Mukta first. Mukta, you have been instrumental in setting up 2 GCCs in pharma. Now you are heading SLS for last few months. From a GCC perspective, specifically in a pharma industry where data, compliance, regulations, they are mission critical. How does this industry can move ahead and be a catalyst for R&D innovation rather than just being seen as a back office? Your thoughts there, Mukta.
No, thank you, Atul. This is so fundamental to pharmaceutical industry, and I heard some of you are from the pharma industry, and there were certain discussions earlier. So, as an industry, in simple terms, we bring drugs to patients. We solve problems for patients' diseases, right? And not many of you would know that it takes about 10 years for one molecule to be brought as a drug and about $2 billion of investment on an average. 10 years is a long time. Total patent time is 20 years. So by the time a drug comes to market, it has only 10 years left at best, in which we have to make money and put that back into innovation to address new diseases. So for that to happen, any one day saved, more than the economics of it, I think the nobility of the industry is such that you save one day, the patient is dying. And I was selling oncology drugs in my past life before GCC. When I would go to the hospitals, Tata Memorial Hospital in Bombay, I remember a patient came and he said he's ready to sell his house for his mom who was suffering from cancer to pay for the treatment. And I actually wanted to tell him, don't sell the house because your mom has only few days left. And our drug can only do this much. And when I said it in a more, humanistic manner, he said, I don't care. He did not care. He said, even if a day is given to my mom more by this drug, I'm going to do the same thing, right? That was the day I realized actually how lucky I was to work in this industry, right? And then COVID taught us everything about pharma industry and how things can change rapidly. So for us as an industry, the biggest value that we can add is to bring the drug faster to the patient. And that's where data analytics, AI, automation, robotics, every technology that can help us today to understand our genomic data better, genes better, our proteins better, which are part of each and every cell. How do diseases really work? What targets we have to reach? It's physics and chemistry at play with biology, right? So which targets to reach, where there is good binding, which are the chemistries which will help us get the right molecules that will have less toxicity and more efficacy as they enter the human body. How to analyze those millions of data points and structures that exist in the world to find the right drug. And today, with AI, with certain computational systems that we have, we are able to study that better. We are able to, reduce the clinical time, the discovery time from years to months. And I mean, it's unimaginable that how much benefit you are able to do to the society, to the patients beyond the economics of it, right? Each drug today, a blockbuster is like $8 to $10 billion annual revenues. So you can imagine, just do a maths on what each day does to the business, but also each day does to the patients across the world. Also, how do you then commercialize, reach the right patients? How do you reach the right physicians, read their mind, do their phenotypes, and say what is the next best action for the sales reps to get the attention of the mind, as we discussed with Captain Raghuram's session, how to really sell that drug and make an impact, right? So all those customer interactions, next best action, your ability to reach to the physicians to really see where they can add value with our products, all of that, plus this whole supply chains, inventories, all of that operations in the pharmaceutical value chain have benefited tremendously through these new technologies, data and analytics. And that is where we are seeing that there is a 30 to 40% reduction in the timeline that we used to have. So today with AI tools, we are able to develop a drug much faster, which is far more effective and less likely to fail in the clinical trials that will run for 6 years, otherwise. Okay, so the impact is huge, impact is significant beyond business and economics. It is actually in curation. Okay, that's what I would say. So in all parts of the business, we have seen that.
No, that's very insightful, Mukta, and it actually gives me a sense of idea around, and it backs to what Captain Raghuram was saying is, how do you look at the business impact not at a very practical level or at a level wherein it's about KPIs or ROI or cost, but it's about the social impact or a larger impact you can make not only within the organization but also on a larger society. And then what does it drive? And then what does it take to make it happen? I guess that's a very important insight as we all get into this journey of GCCs, inventing ourselves, reinventing ourselves, augmenting ourselves. Extremely important, because the first question I get to answer whenever we make a sales pitch is, what's the ROI? Why should I get it? Right? To the right champion who invariably is the decision maker, it is extremely important that our pitch in terms of the larger business outcome is what is we are going to achieve, of course, by using data, tech, analytics, etc. With that, I'll move to you, Tarun. Tarun, you have been, at the forefront of the journey at JSW Group, moving from shared services setup to a GCC setup, bringing in your fold IT, HR, supply chain. I'll mention finance last because that comes natural to you being a chartered accountant. Uh, but I would love to hear from you to share with audience, what is the inflection point when we're moving from the shared services GCC? What was an inflection point where you said, now we should do this? And secondly, is in that point in time, how did data analytics kind of enabled your journey towards the GCC?
Thanks, Atul, and thanks for giving me this opportunity. So, first, I want to give a background about Jindal Steel for audience, so that they should understand the challenge. What was there? What are the problem statement? So, we are talking about one of the Indian conglomerate in heavy metal manufacturing industry, who has plants at tier 3, tier 4 cities probably in India, and where it's not about labor arbitrage. It's not about why you should set up a share service center even. So the story here start in 2019-20 when they set up share service center, and I joined around 2 years back. At that point of time, the share service center was close to 50, 60 FT, barely doing some part in SCM, some part in finance. Then we look into the overall space and look at where we are going, how the group is growing. So initially, if the group was majorly in the steel industry, they entered in power, they entered in renewable space, they entered in cement business, and they have mines also. Plus, they have similar line of business globally also, in Oman, in South Africa, in Europe. So the idea was our businesses are growing. and our honorable chairman Naveen Jindalji, he look after that how his plant should be transformed and should have new machineries which can give that productivity and pace which they are looking at. So we thought through, is our organization ready from a process point with respect to the way how business is growing? Are we able to manage same pace at which my diversified business is growing? I am able to give same standardized processes, automated processes or not? Second, our next generation entrepreneur talks about Amazon, talks about Uber being having 20 people in their finance team and they are able to give you an invoice the moment you pay. Why you have to take so much of time? So there are a lot of question which was there in boardroom. And we analyze, we understand if we didn't switch our gear, we won't be able to manage basic BAU in coming years. So that's the point. As Raghu also talk about selling a wheel. There's a similar story which we did in our area where we connected with promoters. We explained them about GCC concept and about GCC concept of Indian manufacturing company in heavy industry. The idea was really appreciated. And as we talk about that we need a SME or we need a someone like a God in process, we also got a sponsorship of ex SBI chairman who was the director in our business. He liked that idea, and with that we start exploring that. So what we did, we looked at all different areas. We moved from those 50, 60 FTs in last 2 years to more than 450, 500 FTs. We are not only processing basic finance processes, it's all finance processes. And when we talk about finance processes, the biggest challenge which normally if you see, uh, Indian conglomerate don't understand this concept of SSC, or I would say they don't buy normal concept of SSC. They say if you are going to perform this, you should own it. You should give me end-to-end result. So if I say I'm going to perform accounts payable, it should not be basic invoice processing or payment. No, there shouldn't be any accounts payable team except in GCC. With that mindset, we enter in the journey of GCC where we identify what are those different processes in finance, in procurement, in HR, and then we added IT also. How these processes can be set up within GCC center and they can own it as a COE. Now, when we worked on it, the next concept was disruption. And the point was we should not be disturbing our employees, or we should have a minimum disruption of employees from one place to another. So then we come out with a concept of setting up GCC in our plants. So we have a plant, two bigger plant, one in Raigad, which is in Chhattisgarh, one in Angul, which is in Odisha. So we carve out the process whereby COEs can be set up in these two plants for different processes. And then high-end or more transformation required activity can be moved to Gurgaon center. That way we move on this particular journey. As you talk about how we moved on transformation of processes. So in last 12 to 18 months, we run 34 different transformation initiative, including AI, including startup systems, so that we can have buy and implement solution in place of building those solutions so that that can be reduced. And this has given us a saving of close to 50 CR. With that, somewhere around close to 70 FT of work was eliminated within initial 12 to 18 month time. So with that, we implemented it. And now, post these processes, we are bringing in IT in our gambit, and we are setting up IT Excellence Center like SAP Global Center in our Raigad plant and Smart Mind, Smart Plant Center in Angul plant. So that's the way we are doing.
Fantastic. And especially Tarun, I wanted you to be on this panel because we need to tell the success stories of the Indian corporates. We need to tell the success stories of the corporates, steel conglomerates, right? Power, cement, which are generally seen as, lagging behind more celebrated like IT, as banking, finance, insurance, and very insightful journey. I'll do a pivot now. Shankar, maybe I'll move to you. So, Shankar, you had the GCC based out of Pune and Malaysia. But apart from that, you have the global mandate for master data management and supply chain, right? From your vantage point, how does the data management, how does the analytics, right, and the overall supply chain part of it plays a vital role in terms of setting the right GCC? I would love to take your views around that as well.
Sure, sure. Thank you. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shankar. Before I add a little bit from my side, to give you a little background about the organization I represent, I work for a company called Smith and Nephew. Smith and Nephew is a 150 plus year old organization, a UK headquartered organization in the medtech space. We have business lines typically, catering to the orthopedics world, sports management and ENT, and advanced wound management. So we are in this space for a very long time. We are a very old organization, and for us, one of the key things in the healthcare world is, as the question he was asking, Atul was asking about, is logistics, right? I think supply chain plays a very major role in the healthcare world. Having said that, I just wanted to quickly share our journey on the data analytics side, data and analytics side. In fact, I would put it that way. So when we started our journey, one of the important challenges that we had was obviously single source of truth as far as data is concerned. Now, how much soever technology you would like to use, if your data is not good, what you end up with is a very clearly driven by a garbage in, garbage out principle. So on the one hand, we had a challenge around data, a single source of truth, which possibly pointed towards data integrity issues. We had data quality issues and so on and so forth. And on the other hand, we also had, had a journey to undertake in terms of looking at analytics as well. And keep in mind, these two are very closely related in my view, because without one, the other cannot move forward. So therefore, what we did as we embarked on a transformation journey was, number one, we kickstarted a data transformation initiative where we started to look at a united data platform where we could move all of our data into a single platform, which would help us, number one, having a single source of truth. Because as a legacy, in the organization, there were so many platforms, so many different applications, so many databases, and the data was distributed. It was really a challenge to confidently talk about a data to the business. And then that created a lot of challenge around running the business in a more optimized and effective way as well. So what we did was to kickstart a data transformation project on the one hand. On the other hand, the other key thing is the master data. Again, unless your master data is clear, you have a challenge as well. So then parallelly, we had a master data transformation as well, where you have to do a lot of data cleanup, whether it comes to vendor data, customer data, or product data for that matter. And product data in particular is super complex in a medical device world. And we really had to work through that complexity to kind of rationalize the data that we had, both from a data quality standpoint as well. So on the one hand, it was about the data availability and a single source of truth. On the other hand, it was about the data quality. How do you kind of ensure that you have a data that can be used very effectively for business to take decisions. The third part of that was analytics, which comes right after these two, and then we also kind of parallelly embarked on a journey to create a center of excellence for analytics. So while these are three distinct topics, they are pretty much interconnected. Pretty much, unless you fix one, the other is not going to work. So that was the way we looked at it. As we embarked on this journey, and also I think in the initial days that the definition of data analytics was dashboarding, right? Everybody talks about Power BI dashboard today. So that's where everybody starts. I can understand, but that also was a journey for us in terms of how we move up the value chain when you talk about analytics as a function, and how do you kind of evolve with the evolving landscape that was changing very rapidly as well. So on the one hand, we created the United Data Platform, which was very important initiative for us, where we could bring in all the data together into a single platform, and that became our single source of truth, which kind of set us up very nicely. Then we moved into the master data space, where we kind of looked at cleansing all of our legacy issues that we had in master data. That helped us with data quality. And from then on, we moved into the analytics COE, and which is the part of the question that you were asking about. And there we started with number one, dashboards, providing Power BI dashboards for all the business units. So initially, the way we were structured was it was very decentralized kind of operation that was taking place, where every business unit in the organization had a analytics team of their own. And there was no standard approach, there was no standard way of doing it. So you were customizing everything that you needed. You were running with different partners, different way of operations, and so on. That was a classic case of a challenge that we noticed when we took a decision to create a center of excellence. And when we set up the center of excellence, the first step was to kind of bring everything together under one umbrella, and start putting up a model by which we could serve each of those functions, business functions, and also chart a course for ourselves as far as our data analytics strategy is concerned. So first we did the consolidation. We took out all of those pieces in respective functions and consolidated into analytics COE. Then we created a model where you had, an engagement manager who will interface with the business, and then you had data engineers, data scientists who would work in the background and to kind of create those dashboarding to begin with, and provide it to the business as well. So from that is where we kind of started our journey in the data analytics world. But having done the initial piece of coverage, also consolidation, coverage, penetration, etc., we started providing the dashboard to most of the businesses that what they wanted to look at, whether it was related to supply chain, whether it was related to inventory management, or whether it was related to even looking at your finance functions. In fact, we covered all of the functions at the enterprise level. Now, having done that, that was the first step. It was about providing a dashboard based on business requirements, where number one, the business can have the confidence of looking at data and making decisions as far as their respective business goals are concerned. That was our first step. Now, having done that, what we also did in the next step was to kind of move a little up on the chain as well. Having done the dashboarding, we moved up to modeling. So that is where it became a little more interesting. We started predictive modeling, building the predictive modeling capability within the team. And we started predictive modeling for our inventory requirement. We started predictive modeling in the, even at the moment, as I speak, as a part of that evolution, we are working with the CFO's organization to even predict our profitability. That's quite a complicated project because it has got multiple parameters that feeds into it. But what we have done is to not only use your conventional tools, but also use some of the AI agents for pulling some of the data points or multiple parameters that would be needed for looking at predicting our profitability as well. So the reason why I was mentioning about it was, while we started at a base level of setting up our data, addressing our master data, and then moving into our analytics capability, now we are at a stage where we are using the AI tools and AI and machine learning tools as well, to a large extent, to even get into predictive modeling. And that has been our journey of sorts. And today I can say that there is a lot of confidence on the data that we are putting up. Number two, business units are reaching out for not only providing them with dashboard data, but also provide business insights. And that's what we are also trying to build on: domain knowledge combined with analytical capability, provide data insights to the business as well, and add value to them. So that is the story of what we did in Smith and Nephew, still evolving. Of course, I made it sound very simplistic. There was a lot of background work that had to be done to get to where we are today. There is still way more to go, but I'm looking forward to a very exciting journey of leveraging more on using the AI tools for catering to various business requirements. Currently, we are providing that support for finance. We are providing that support for supply chain. We are providing that support for managing our spend management, even to the extent of managing our travel expense audits as well. So that's been the journey.
Thank you, Shankar. That's very insightful, and I would say it's also a thinking point for all the existing as well as the aspiring GCCs as well, right? We say that data is the new oil, but for you, it to be usable, it has to be refined as well, right? So, master data, data governance is something which is foundational, and having that as a part of GCC and having that as a part of the global process mandate at the GCC at Shankar, your level, I think that's a very important point as we go along this journey of driving impact through data or AI or tech, right? Without that, it's all going to give in a result which is always going to be suboptimal. So thank you for sharing that. I'll take a pivot now. I move to Sandeep. So Sandeep, you have taken a new role as Proximus few months back, setting up GCC pretty much from ground up, right? Would love to hear your perspectives as to when you are setting this up. How do you plan to start delivering value, especially using data analytics, the emerging tech, the AI, right from the day one and not having that gestation period, which some of us had the liberty of, right? You might not be. Love to hear from you, Sandeep.
Sure. Thank you, Atul, and good afternoon, everyone. You know, taking off from the question in itself, Proximus as a company is a telecom based out of Belgium. We operate around the Benelux, Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg. But GCC was not the first foray into India for us. We actually started here with a couple of acquisitions over the last 4 or 5 years or so. Indeed, even my background within the group is I used to manage one of those first acquisitions. And then when the idea of GCC kind of got formed and fermented and was ready for execution, I took over the reins over there. Right. So given that, our thought process always has been that GCC will become like a digital twin for a commercial center elsewhere. Okay. In our case, it's both here in India as well as in Europe. For some others, we have other people, Jindal, we have large commercial centers here in India for the two of them on either of my sides, maybe outside of India. But at the end of the day, what we'll deliver from out of GCC is a way to still add value, and I'll focus on that, adding of value. And I do this even with my own team, because we're still small and new. I can afford to meet all my new joinees, if not on day one, in week one. And in my welcoming them, I first introduce obviously the company, and I tell them about how big we are, and for all your purposes as well, we're a €5 billion company, and we started literally early last year. First employee walked in, I think, in March or so, and then we're closing in on 100 right now. And at that scale, I tell them that you are 1% of the company. You're 1% of everything. 1% of headcount. 1% of lines of code that you will write, tickets that you will solve. 1% of the culture. And I ask them, can you also bring in 1% of the revenue? Okay, so you can imagine 5 billion, 1%, 50 million, right? That usually, for a full stack developer or a cloud architect, you can imagine what that could mean, right? And then I go about convincing them how they can. Okay, and that really is the success story that I want to focus on. And here's where I'm going to slightly mix up my current role, Proximus, and also my previous instances. I heard Rakesh and SSF team as well telling me that share your experience as a practitioner rather than only about the company you're representing. So I'm going to add a mix of few things and still keep it relevant to what we do as well. Look, as a telco, it's not just about giving you mobile communications, prepaid, postpaid, landline. It's a lot of other things nowadays, right? Fiber, internet to your homes. Even part of that is content. All of us over here, whether it is, we have colleagues from Airtel, Voda, Jio, all of them have a OTT app of their own or a streaming app of their own. They have their own TV, programmable TV, etc. Right? So I'll use one of those examples. So, and also focusing on data analytics, which has kind of become the ignored middle child in the times of AI, right? That's where we started out from. Back in my day, I used to run both the commercial and technical resource center for a customer data platform company. And I'm going to use some stories from there. And it is still very relevant to, because Proximus runs in those regions where we're commercially operating. We run OTT and TV app called PickX. We used to work with, back in the heyday, companies like NASCAR, ESPN, even here in India, Z5, etc. I'll use a story which could be relevant as well, and in delivering impact, especially in consumer business like what we are in. I am delivering impact if you consciously or subconsciously have realized it, at least. Okay, have gone, wow, I didn't know. Or even better is you paid for it. Okay. And one such example, I'll take you all back. I'm sure many of you, if not all, will connect to this. Last year's T20 World Cup, yeah. Quinton de Kock, Henrik Klassen smashing it around in the on the ground, and Surya Kumar Yadav takes that amazing catch. Remember? Yeah. Replay that in your mind. Okay, the camera pans out, all our heartbeats are stopped. Okay, there are a bunch of advertisement boards as well, as it always happens with a cricket ground and telecast, right? And all of us who have followed cricket since our childhood know the advertisement painted below bowler's feet where it is marked out, right? Do you remember in that ground what was the advertisement? You may not, and even if you do, not all of you would remember it as same, because not all of you were rendered the same advertisement. Let me bust that myth that the painting of the grass in the grounds are only for the ground spectators. Nowadays, they utilize the green color of the grass to actually as the green screen and have an augmented reality to have a telecasted ad being different basis your preferences, right? And such a small thing which can even get ignored has large impact in people's minds, especially in the ad modeling, etc. And that requires huge amount of effort and technology behind it, whether it is in terms of data ingestion, and Shankar spoke a lot about all of this. Because I ran CDP, business, I know a little bit, but I'm not a technical expert, so I'm not going to go into those pieces. Those are some pieces which really deliver impact. And as a GCC and as a digital twin, as I call ourselves and many of us over here, that's the delivery that we want to achieve. That's the delivery we want to target, right? And that is worth 50 million and more. That is worth 1% and more. There are many other use cases that we can refer to, but this is something which I use both with my own colleagues and I would like to leave in this forum.
Thanks, Sandeep. And I will add that word to my vocabulary. GCC as a digital twin of the parent. But it really tells the way we have to think through it, right? The way we have to visualize ourselves as GCCs. And so digital can't be up afterthought, right? It has to be from day one. This is how we are. It's our identity. And then how do we then deliver value? It is not only about, again, KPIs. It's about saying how do a viewer sees it on a screen, sitting in different countries, sitting in different screens and seeing it differently. A lot of data analytics goes behind that as to what is the preference of the viewer, and the entire stuff is dependent upon the work which this GCC does. So thanks, Sandeep, a lot. I know I heard a first bell for us, but I would still like the audience to get engaged. I would still like to hear from you any questions you have for the panel, any reflections you want to share, any comments you want to make. Would love to hear from the audience. Can I have the mic? Can we have the mic, please?
So my question is similar to Jindal. They have a shared service center in Raigad, Chhattisgarh. So we also have a tier 2 city shared service center in Kota, Rajasthan, in the plant where the DCM Shriram have the plant, big plant. So our shared service center is not so big. I mean, we are not a GCC. So what tips you want to give us so that we may enhance, we may scale the shared service center similar to what you did in last 3, 4, 5 years?
Thanks. So, see, my first question to you would be, do you have only one location as your plant or do you have more location for plant?
We have only one location in
So important here is you have to clearly carve out what are the activities which you have to set it up in that location, in that GCC. And it's not important that you should have a GCC of 1,000 people or it should be of 50 people. Important is capability about that process. So for example, if I've automated my GST process, then irrespective of plant or Gurgaon or wherever, my process is such that no one can interfere in that process. They have to follow it. For example, invoice processing. We have implemented vendor portal. Now we have asked our vendor to submit invoices, and he can only submit invoice if PO is issued to him through that system and he has submitted a goods. So basically automation of process with this new additional system will allow you to make disruption less from those people who are not part of GCC. Currently, you may be facing a problem that people are not following the process. Some senior people sitting in plant may instruct them to bypass some part of process and prioritize it. So you have to first thing create a leader at that location. Second, you have to carve out that team, maybe some building next to it, some floor next to it, whatever. And then you have to look at what are the minimum systems which you have to do. You may start with one process. Don't go with big bang. If you want to have a success in plant, if you're going it for any tier 1 or tier 2 city which is far from plant, you can go big bang. But if you are at plant, it means you have to change the wheel of your car while driving your car. So you have to keep that in mind. That would be my advice.
Can you have the mic there, please? There's last question we'll take and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah, hi. I represent a small AI solution company. So my question is to any of the panel or all of you, what's your strategy around partner involvement? And do you have any incubation or, kind of encouraging partners to evolve with in your growth journey?
Sandeep, yeah.
Sure, yeah. If it is, I'm guessing you're talking specifically also about the AI solution, etc., as well, right? So I can speak for myself and pretty much for all of us as well. To be very honest, even if I'm a telco, I'm still not a software company. Okay, I'm on many panels where and the topic is telco to techco, where we're becoming a technology company, software company, and I can speak of that for everyone. So our DNAs are actually not software companies. So by default, we do not think that if we do not have a solution, we need to build that. So by default, we think we need to buy, we need to partner. Okay. But then the partner solution at an enterprise level, at a large scale level, also has to be, a solution and not a product in itself. And that is where, the difference is not about, taking up an API, taking up an instance, etc., but how it ties with. And sometimes I will admit our middlewares, our BSS, OSS, and we do deal with some legacy systems as well. So the partner solution has to sit in with that too. So that's where we probably find the challenge. But otherwise, by default, we are more looking to partner rather than build everything at our own. We know what our core is. That business is telecom. But if it is a software, then we use what is there available in the market. So from that perspective, open to, and doesn't matter small, large, etc. as well, as long as it sits with our own sometimes complicated but large distributed enterprise systems.
So I want to add one thing. It's not about collaborating with a partner. Important here is whether your solution is sustainable or not. What I'm observing in few cases, people have created a solution and they try to find a problem to that solution. My suggestion would be, if you have a solution, as we talk about a wheel, it's not about you have invented a wheel. You have to show how that wheel is going to be used and you have to support an implementation. And then you have to create that case and then move to next customer. Unless and until you have a success story, your product is not saleable in the market. So you have to put that extra effort for that.
Just take a quick minute to answer. So from an approach standpoint, what we typically try to do is, obviously, as was rightly said, it's about a hybrid approach that you have. It is not that you want to build everything on your own. It is not that you want to build everything through the partner, but it is about the right mix, right way of right approach you have. For example, if I have to give this, what we believe is there could be certain things that you may have to use the partners to build, and there could be certain things that you have to build on your own because it may need a domain understanding, it may need understanding your product, it may need understanding of the organization, right, and the domain expertise thereof. So it depends on those scenarios where you make the decision. So it is not about going right or left, it's about finding the right mix of when to use the vendor versus when to internally build it.
Love it. So if you have a hammer, don't go looking for a nail. With that, I know we are running out of time. The time is always short with such people and such instances being shared. So thank you very much, Mukta, Sandeep, Shankar, Tarun. What I would request all of you is that we are all available outside, right? This session was on success stories, but what you should also, hear from the panelist is also what are the pitfalls they have overcome, how they overcome, what are their prospective fears they have. I think that is something we celebrate successes, but that's something extremely important and equally important in my view. With that, I close the session.
Thank you very much, Atul. Yes, maybe that's a discussion for another day. That's right. Thank you very much, all of you. I'd like to request some distinguished guests to offer mementos, requesting Vinika Yadav, CSS India Center Head Hitachi Energy to please come up and give a memento to Narayan Shankar. Suresh Vasudevan, Head GBS Hillenbrand, please come up and give the memento to Tarun Ahi. Thank you. Srinivas Kopulu, Senior AI Leader, request you to come and give a memento of thanks to Sandeep Prakash. Siva Rama Prasad, Senior Finance Leader from Britannia. Yes, most welcome. Is Siva Rama Prasad not here? So can I ask Santosh Kumar Yasmani, co-founder and CEO of QER, to give a memento first to Atul Pratap. Stay back, please, and give the memento to, after the photograph, to Mukta Arora. Santosh, once more, please. For Mukta. We'll have a group photograph for all the speakers on this esteemed panel. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. As we dive into the next session, while we wait for the others to join us, we'll just set up the stage. The session coming up now, which is standalone, which means everybody will reassemble here, is Leadership Perspectives, Leading Through AI, Disruption, Opportunities, Challenges, Adaptations. ये क्यों हटा रहे हैं? ज्यादा लगाना है? नहीं निकालने के फ्रैक्चर ओह yeah. ये मत लगाओ।
मैम फिर ब्लैक बोले ना आप ब्लैक बोले ना हाँ तो वन है ना ये हटा रहे ना रख दे रहे
You know, we have enough Pallavi. तो ना तारे के नीचे से उसके बाद Oh. This Make or black. He's asking for one more. Atuluri. He just said put one more. I don't know. मैं start करें. So, diving into leadership perspectives, for which I'd like to invite, first of all, Anuradha Amudalapalli, Executive Partner, IBM. Anuradha is an accomplished senior executive with over 3 decades of global industry experience, specializing in driving enterprise transformation across multiple sectors. Welcome, Anuradha. Take your pick. Take the best seat. Shri J.A. Chaudhary, welcome back, sir. Former Special Chief Secretary of IT Advisor to CM of Andhra Pradesh. Loud applause for Shri Chaudhary. Shri Atluri, President and CEO, Quality Engineering Foundation. Salil Dani, Executive Director, Novartis. Salil is a seasoned global leader with deep expertise in GCC's shared services and large-scale business transformation. Welcome, Salil. Ravi Tapagantu, CTO, Lloyd's Technology Center, India. Ravi is a seasoned technology leader and distinguished engineer with over 2 decades of global experience in IT strategy, enterprise architecture, and large-scale technology delivery. Raja Poladi, Center Head, Center for Digital Tech in Healthcare. Kalpana Penumatsa, CEO N Labs AI. Shishadri Vangala, Group Chief Executive Officer, IFIN Global Group. And the session moderator, Santosh Kumar Yamsani, co-founder and COO, Quality Engineering Foundation. Have I missed anybody? So it's over to you, Santosh, to navigate this session. All the very best.
Hello, everybody. Can you all hear me before we get started? I just wanted to check everybody can hear me. Well, yeah, thank you. There's a last minute addition. I would like to call upon an esteemed alumni from Stanford who's actually come all the way from the US. Lenin, if you can actually come and join us, please. Okay, so without further ado, since actually the MC has already introduced the light speakers, I will directly jump into the topic, set the context for the topic, and then basically have the conversation about some of the leadership perspective that we want to share through their direct examples over here. So a little bit about an introduction about myself. I was born and brought up here, Hyderabad, half of my life over here and half of my life in the US. And of course, I am more passionate about the work that I'm doing at this point of time as part of the Quality Engineering Foundation. We'll talk more about that beyond this session, but of course, this session we'll want to focus on the topic, which is leadership perspectives. What are some of the disruptions? What are some of the opportunities? What are some of the challenges, bottlenecks, and what are some of the things that we can do as organizations as well as people to adapt better for the future? Just to set a little bit of context about AI, right? Everybody talks about AI. As we all know, AI is not a new thing, right? AI has been there for a long period of time. It was probably like started off with pattern recognition, then moved into machine learning, natural language processing, and then finally getting into the transformer models and then the application of cloud. What exactly has changed in the recent past that is actually making this a much more transformative technology than what it was before? One of the things is, of course, the cloud. And the other important thing is the advancements within the algorithms and the transformer models and all the other type of models that are out there. So today we are going to talk about all those things from various different industries. What are some of the opportunities? What are some of the disruptions over there? Without further ado, I would like to start off with Ravi Garu. You come from a very experienced background within the financial industry. I want you to actually provide some perspectives to this topic that we are actually talking about today from the financial industry standpoint.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you all hear me? Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so I think especially right, like the last 1 decade has been very, very super transformative from technology perspective for financial industry, right? So financial industry, if you look at, it has, I mean, centuries, right? Like where like banks have been there with us. Mostly like brick and mortar, like from there, right, like there is a huge transformation with things like ATMs, etc. coming in, then at like contact centers. Now we are at that at like tipping point where banking is becoming a service, right? So that means that like banking, you don't go to bank, but bank will come to you, right? So with that, like there are so many things that are happening, but like especially like with AI. So some of the things that we are really, really looking at is how do we automate it like end-to-end processes, right? So whether it be onboarding, whether it be payments, whether it be propositions, whether it be personalization, a lot of those things. But like all those things, they come with a lot of challenges. Banking, as you know, is a highly regulated industry. So one of the challenges that we are seeing is anything that like that we need to do. There is a huge list of controls, right? So just to give you an example, we are looking at it like a simple AI-driven agent that gives an investment advice. And guess what? Like how many controls we have to take care to deploy that agent? It is close to 58 controls that regulators want us to take care. Just like for one investment advisor that just gives guidance, not even advice, right? Now, it is not just like the number of controls, but like the observability that comes with those controls. How do we maintain that? How do we test those things? And what should be our testing strategy? So there are like ton of opportunities. And again, like this is entirely revolutionizing, right? The way we look at like even development life cycle.
Thank you, Ravi Garu. There's a lot of opportunity within the financial industry, as Ravi Garu mentioned, in terms of actually disruptions across various different end-to-end processes. Let's take a look at another industry that is actually, we have representation from various different industries over here. So let's jump into the telecom industry. Anuradha Garu, like you have extensive experience in the telecom industry. I want you to share some insights from that as well. Yeah, thank you.
Is it better? Yes.
Yes.
So good afternoon, first of all, to all of you. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you.
So telecom industry is ever popular, and the impact of AI definitely, as we know, is very disruptive. As I see it, the disruption is not about replacing people. That's what I've seen. It's about how can we provide better operations, better network operations, how can we improve? Because this huge volume of data, so that itself gives a lot of opportunity. Then there is this real-time client experience, because all of us are using mobiles and all that. So how do we improve the experience itself? And then it's all mission critical networks. So how can we enhance those networks so that we provide better service through AI? So definitely there's a lot of disruption happening in the telecom industry, and there's a lot of opportunity as well. The opportunities, I would look at them under three buckets. One is in the network operations, which is how do we prevent downtime? How do we predictive how do we apply predictive mechanisms so that we are able to prevent some server getting down or some network getting down? So that's one opportunity which is there, and that will actually ensure there's a lot of revenue getting added instead of leakage. The second one is around client experiences itself, the customer experiences itself through the AI assistants. So how can we address their queries real time, the billing related queries, technical queries? How can we ensure we provide better responses to the clients? That's a second opportunity. And then the third one is around the revenue itself. How can we avoid leakage, misuse of the telecom networks, and really increase the revenue overall and make them more efficient? Look at where are the patterns, where can we improve, increase the tariff, where can we decrease, so that the client loyalty also increases as well as you increase the revenue. So these are three areas I would say there are opportunities.
Okay.
But with opportunities, I would say there are a lot of, I would say, impact as well due to ongoing setbacks. So, so if you look at the data itself, it is in silos in a telecom network. There is OSS, there is BSS, there is CRM systems. All of them are not connected. So how do you train the data? Bringing all of that together is one challenge. The second challenge is it's highly regulated and very compliant savvy. So how do we ensure the logs, the call logs, the location data is all maintained as sensitive and really not exposed? That's one aspect which need to be looked at. And then the aspect of how do we ensure the massive data which is there, it is transparent at the same time authentic. So there's a lot of areas and opportunities are there, but at the same time there are aspects which need to be considered, and also it is all real time. Telecom is all real time, so you need, if you, even if you apply AI, it's not like a retail industry where I can respond after 2 minutes. I have to respond immediately, right? So the real time latency is something which need to be considered as well, right? So opportunities and then setbacks. So how do I, as GCCs, how do we set up, how do we ensure we have the right models in place, the innovation hubs, the capability built, and the right talent is what I would say, is going to make the difference and the impact, and really take the GCCs forward. Who, as of now, I think in the telecom industry, there are very less companies who have really got the model correctly. So there's a lot of opportunity hence, and GCC should really look at taking this up as an opportunity to establish themselves as the innovation capability hub, and really drive the revenue and growth across globally is what I would
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that wonderful perspectives. Three different areas of opportunities, a lot of challenges to solve. This is actually a lot of good insights for any startup or any individual who want to be part of it to solve some of these challenges. Please hear to these insights very carefully, because some of these will actually give you some ideas with regards to some of the things that you can do for the future as well. Taking a little bit of a pivot from telecom to pharmaceutical industry. So we have Salil joining us from Novartis. Salil, why don't you actually give us a few perspectives from that area as well?
Sure. Thank you, Santosh, and good afternoon to everyone. Wonderful to be here and happy to share my thoughts and perspectives. Just a literally 30-second overview about Novartis. I'm sure you pretty much know about the company, but in case you didn't, we are one of the largest pharma companies in the world, Swiss headquartered, but have operations and sites which are numbering more than 200. US is a big geography for us, but Europe and India is also a big business for us. In terms of GCCs, we have a big center in Hyderabad, one of the first pharma GCCs in the city. We also have a center in Genome Valley, which does drug development and research. So we have been very much invested in Hyderabad and very much invested in India, and happy to sort of share a bit of perspectives around AI and what we're doing here. So, it's very interesting to hear what my colleagues Anuradha and Ravi have mentioned. Pharma, as you all know, is a different industry than financial services and telecom, but it has some similarities. The one thing which is different is that it's heavily regulated, which is the same with telecom. But the other thing is that safety and quality are very, very important, because ultimately it impacts directly people's lives. And hence, how technology adoption broadly happens in pharma is intertwined with these two factors. And therefore, it's not surprising that as an industry, pharma was pretty slow to take technology adoption. And that's a fact which is borne by multiple studies. But this was only, I would say, pre-COVID. Post-COVID, if you look at data and if you look at what companies have been sharing, many CEOs from a strategic perspective are not talking about themselves as a pharma organization. They're almost now talking the language of a tech leader. And that signals how much interested they are to look at technology platforms, AI, automation, all the important terms, but they're really trying to put the money where their mouth is. Now, specifically in terms of what are some of the opportunities and where we as an industry are seeing some early successes. I'll come to challenges maybe later, but just talking about early successes. Clearly, if you look at the EBITDA, right, and look at what the pharma EBITDA is, top line and cost. From a cost perspective, I think there are 2 or 3 very clear, opportunities. Many of you may be aware, or in case you're not aware, just a quick trivia. A week's delay in clinical trial submissions costs anywhere between $3 to $5 million for any mid-sized pharma company. So hence, there is so much of an opportunity that any pharma company would have to accelerate the clinical trial process, which is where you test patient and molecule a version on different samples. And that's where a lot of the focus really is, where there are partnerships happening with different organizations. The second area where I see an opportunity which is translating into success is on the commercial side, on the revenue side, where you start looking at how can I really impact my top line. But unlike the other two industries, we in most markets, except the US, can't directly market to the patients. You cannot sell a drug directly to the patient. You have to influence stakeholders, which are largely doctors and hospitals, right? Now, if that's the case, it's really about ensuring that your marketing is targeted, but you also do a fantastic level of HCP or healthcare professional segmentation. And therefore, that's where analytics and that's where AI comes into place. Right now, a lot of the technology companies are piloting some use cases with pharma majors, and this is all in the public domain, where they're looking at how do we do content marketing, how do we do digital marketing with a very clear outcome. So in terms of the opportunity, we're talking about easily $100 billion. That's the scale of the opportunity. And just to put that in context, if you look at the top 10 to 15 pharma organizations globally, their revenues add up to, their annual revenues add up to easily $1.5 trillion. So we're talking about a huge opportunity, which presents itself. Now, in terms of the opportunity versus where we are, in reality, there is still some way to go. But I thought I'd leave there and sort of hand it back.
Absolutely. I want to continue that chain of thought with Raja Garu also. He has extensive experience within the healthcare industry also. Why don't you add a little bit into that as well? Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit of introduction. I'm from Triple IT right now. I lead a research translation center for digital technologies in healthcare space. In healthcare, especially, one of the two areas that Triple IT has identified as an area of translational focus, other being the cybersecurity, which is headed by the director, is that the nature of problems that we have in India is so different as compared to what is available in the Western world. And the nature of data, even the subjects are genomics are quite different as compared to what is true for the Western world. So unlike in some of the other industries where Gen AI is a ready option, you can use it. It's relatively easy to build an agentic AI solution that works for you. Quite a lot of times you cannot readily apply that. You got to kind of build or tune a model for yourself that works for your environment. And that's the area where there is a tremendous amount of opportunity and interest. We work closely with some of the leading hospitals in Hyderabad, the AIG, Yashodas, and all of them in the area of early diagnosis of various diseases, where the nature of diseases, the spectrum is quite unique to India. In critical care space, where the economies of scale in India are quite different as compared to the Western world. And in the public health space, that's another thing. Again, lots of areas. Surgical planning is one more area that comes into mind. So in all of these cases, there is a need for us to really apply AI by going a few levels down and leveraging the right models and using them appropriately to be able to solving these problems. And what we observe a lot of times is that you mentioned about quality, I've heard that, is that a lot of times it's easy to apply a model and then be happy with whatever it generates. Because you run something, you'll get an output, it's easy to be happy with it. Quite a lot of times that's not good enough because the quality of data is not good, or you don't know how to interpret what you're doing, because you can keep running these models forever and then you'd waste. As long as you have GPUs, you can keep running them. But for you to derive value out of this particular thing, it's extremely important. Two aspects come. You got to understand conceptually which model is for which purpose, and how is that you're going to evaluate that it is working right as against producing an acceptable value. Second thing is that how do you make sure that the data is of the right quality and it actually carries the signal to be able to produce some meaningful output, because in the absence of which, I mean, you're not going to get anything useful for all the efforts that you have invested and for all the resources you have thrown at it. So those are
Absolutely. Thank you, Raja Garu. Absolutely. It brings back memories from my Cornell days where we used to actually have iterations on medical diagnostic. We used to apply artificial intelligence, computer vision techniques for medical diagnosis, and the iterations that it used to take were, I mean, like every week, 2 weeks. But now with the power of the models and the compute that we have, it's pretty much instantaneous and huge data sets that we can actually like tap into. Thank you for those perspectives. As you can see, there's a common thread at this point of time. There's a lot of focus on data. There's a lot of focus on quality. There's a lot of focus on compliance. There's a lot of focus on regulation, especially within the pharmaceutical industry, life sciences industry, and the financial industry also. Shri, actually, I want to take your take on this. Like, you have extensive experience within the quality engineering space, as well as you have played C-level roles across major financial institutions. And currently, you are the CEO and the co-founder and the founder for basically the Quality Engineering Foundation. I want to know what kind of guardrails that we need to have in place. And you're also very, very known for empathetic leadership. I do want to know about that as well. How does that play into actually shaping the culture that we have? Thank you.
Thank you, Santosh. Thanks for the opportunity to speak about something that's very important, particularly when you look at quality that's been talked about in this forum and also in other forums from yesterday multiple times. And particularly AI is redefining everything, particularly our operating models, the way we think, the way we are going to perceive anything in the future. And things that are going to be non-standard. Look at this panel. This is not standard. Every panel that you looked at, there are only 5 or 6 chairs. And now we have 9. That itself is non-standard. That means we need to come out of that box and start thinking out of the box thinking. That is number one. But you can't compromise on quality and the standards and the guardrails. While you are not compromising on quality, speed continues to win. When speed wins, particularly if you live in the United States, I'm sure, even here, when you drive on the main road, you always see speed kills. But speed doesn't kill in our world. Speed wins. That's what I fundamentally believe in. But again, I always say, it's okay to fail once in a while, but fail fast. So don't tell me that you failed after, trying something for a long period of time. So coming back to the AI and the guardrails related topic that you asked, all the proactive checks and balances and the guardrails are inevitable. And most of the failures in AI, not related to the failure of the LLM, failure of the guardrails. And one of the firms that I know, just merely adding guardrails saved $400 million just implementing only in their AML department, anti-money laundering. And by the way, this industry is about $15 trillion we are spending across the world on AI. That means it is non-negotiable when it comes to checks and balances and guardrails. And you cannot apply guardrails across the board in the same way, because you need to understand your business model and you need to implement what really works within the framework of the regulations and anything that is implemented across the board. But coming back to one of the things that I passionately believe in is the empathetic leadership. It is applicable whether you implement AI or not. Treating people like people and getting into the shoes of others and think of others' perspectives. And always, these are some of the things that we learn, particularly if we live in India, from our childhood. Basics. If our basics are stronger, you can build anything on top of it. That's why I personally believe in those foundational aspects. They ought to be strong. So, treating others with respect, and also when you treat somebody rudely, just getting into their shoes and think, how do they feel? That itself is good enough for you to have a perspective. And that is very, very, very important in the leadership. When you're growing, you need to always treat every member of your team as your family. When you spend more time with your teams than how much time you spend at your home. So that means you need to build that bond and create that empathy, understand their perspective, work with them, grow together, and grow. When you're growing, be grounded. These are things that I don't need to tell, but these are basics that we all know of, but that's what I do. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. I mean, I can actually vouch for that. Like, there's another important thing with regards to leadership that I have experienced is that opportunity, right? Like providing your teammates the opportunity to expose themselves to new challenges, giving them that confidence, giving them that push that you can actually go and swim the waters, unknown charted territories. If you have the back of your leader, think about what you can achieve, right? So that is something that I can personally vouch.
Santosh is from my school, by the way.
Yeah, so pretty much, I mean, both Jay Garu and Sri Garu have mentored me quite a bit, so I can actually vouch for that as well. And of course, Quality Engineering Foundation, like bringing us back to the topic, Quality Engineering Foundation has done quite a bit of work within the guardrail space. If anybody is interested later on, like you can talk to us. Coming back to another important aspect of our conversation today, as you can see, there's a lot of disruption, there's a lot of change, there's a lot of opportunity for us to do better things. But all this actually banks upon skill, right? What kind of skills are necessary for us to actually achieve success in today's world, right? And then on top of it, what kind of roles will become more and more prominent, right? You can actually like build 100 different things, like you can use AI to actually like build things, but who is going to actually validate that the things that the AI is building is actually doing the right thing? Is it actually compliant to your specifications, compliant to your regulations, compliant to your auditors, governance, everything that is necessary, right? So what kind of roles? As you can see, right, quality roles are going to become more and more prominent. There will be other people saying something else, but we can say definitely with authenticity that quality roles are going to become more and more important. You'll probably call them differently, like maybe you'll call them an AI scientist, AI validation engineer, it doesn't matter, but the function is going to be the same, validating that your systems are doing the right thing. So on that note, of course, I do want to actually want our elite panelist Jay Chaudhary Garu to actually spend a little bit of time on actually educating us on what kind of skills will be needed in the future. What is some of the initiatives that he is taking on to actually support those things in collaboration with the QEF as well. Thank you.
Santosh, I thought is a listening chair, not a speaking. Speaking chairs are all. I thought happily listening to all the conversation. Nevertheless, since you asked me to speak on this topic, I've been watching the entire IT development for the last nearly 4 decades. And in the beginning of the journey, and now quality is fundamental. Nowadays, I am seeing a lot of kids. Sir, I've created a product using no code platform or some AI tools. They're not even checking whether functionally they validated those things. See, your quality, whatever quality engineering foundation Santosh you are talking about, it should come at the concept stage itself, at the design stage itself, and that many people are missing. So I'm a general partner in a fund. Most of the startups they come, sir, I have a product. It can be a unicorn kind of this thing, without knowing whether the product is going to be really useful to people or not. So that is a kind of a mushrooming startup this thing at the college level, school level, at every level, because nowadays using the tool, creating a product is becoming a change play. I think what they're missing is the application of these products, how the quality has been built here at the design level. Those things are missing. I'm glad that your quality engineering foundation is now required more at the school level. Why quality is important? Those things have to be taught. Not you learn only AI fundamentals, and they're all superficial. But unless you have to go back to the basics, back to the basics, back to the foundational skills, where quality plays an important role. Without the quality, again, we'll be missing the bus. So I hope, all the panelists, they're going to promote the quality from the design stage to the end level also. Then only I think the products coming out of India will have the better market. Thank you.
Absolutely. You have hit the bullseye, actually, laying down the foundations of everything that you do, with quality being at the center of everything that we do. Quality driven development is what we all actually promote as well. So a couple of other perspectives also I want to bring into this conversation. One of the perspectives is, of course, talent, right? Like we talk about talent, but what are some of the challenges that organizations are facing when actually bringing up talent, especially within this AI world? And what are the things that are going well? What are the things that are not going well? Let's hear that from Kalpana. Yeah.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So I would like to second what Sri Garu mentioned, that our foundations have to be very, very strong. In HR world or HR jargon, we call it values and culture. So empathy is one thing, and second, in this era of AI, I think change, being part of change is one big value which we all have to inculcate, because there are generations of talent who are part of our organization, right? Few of them are very, very inclined to change, but there are many people who are resisting change. So how do we, that's the biggest challenge, I would say. Second thing is demand and supply situation. So AI has come, not even us knowing how it would impact, but are we prepared to have the talent for the roles which we have, and how do we develop them internally, and how do we get them from the universities is the second thing. It's a big one. Third one is within the organization, how do we identify the key AI champions in different functions? And see, when a CEO talks to a intern or a junior associate that you need to adapt to AI, I think it comes as a instruction. But if a colleague, goes and tell what is in it for me, that's how, it's basically like sending a kid to school for the first time. So how do parents play a critical role? So that is the major thing. So these are few challenges which I've observed in the last 3-4 years in terms of AI adoption. Thank you.
One final perspective I want to hear both from Seshadri Garu as well as from Lenin Garu, specifically with regards to the skill side of the things. What are the things that we have actually solved so far, right? Like there are a lot of things that we need to solve, but from a skills perspective, making us ready for the future, what are some of the things? It could be events, it could be like certifications, it could be something like that. So,
First of all, I'm the podium where my mentor, Dr. Jay Chowdhury, is in. I used to see from the childhood days. I think I'm in the same podium now. Okay, what does mean is like the skills, and there's an ecosystem. That's what built in. That's what I'm hearing. And I also believe that basically we come from a land where mother is the first guru. And we also come from a land like basically what I've seen. I come from with the rural background, and today within is like one simple thing which I say, which is not either anything can be replaced. That's my property. I mean, I can say proprietary slogan. Networking is better than not working. So I think if the networking really happens, that's not going to change in any kind of world that's going to there. And I also take a minute to applaud all of us. If you can all stand up, this is interesting times for all of us. We are really creating a great history. So for all of the people and all of us, I request all of us to applaud. That's what I see, the kind of the thing. And also AI for me, last but not least, I still believe our Bharat. So AI is action in India for me. So we have a lot of things that is coming for India. Thank you very much.
Yep. Lenin, if you want to actually like that, perspective as well.
Right. So I'm the party crasher here. Thanks for pulling me onto the stage. Just for introduction, I'm an investor in OpenAI, XAI, Grok, Anthropic, and Cohere. I have 25 AI startups that I've invested, including cybersecurity, including John Chambers' startup. I've been investing for 15 years now. I'm also a founding member of Atomic Work. It's a agentic service management, or the better version of ServiceNow. So we're actually going after ServiceNow market, AI natively. And I am heading the business and partnerships. Obviously, I'm here for various reasons. I'm also a CEO of a global CIO circle. I have 400 executives that we co-invest into startups and mentor them and advise. I'm here just to talk about skills. My son is actually at UCLA. He's going to be senior and doing computer science. And I take him everywhere I go as much as possible. One thing I say is networking. So I'm also known as networking. One thing is very important is nowadays the kids are going to be aided by the AI everywhere. So don't stop them. Please encourage them to use AI because that is going to be the most important thing that they're going to need to learn. And the more they learn to use it, the better they're going to become. Of course, they're going to become a little bit more lazier, but that's the world we're going to run into. Quality engineering, context engineering,
and founders are the three very highly demanding roles that are going to be in the next decade. So anybody who's going to build, anybody who's going to test, and anybody who is going to really reason and build context engineering and AI, I think these are the three roles that are going to be definitely in the next decade, very in high demand from my perspective.
Thank you, Lenin. So it's a very large panel, so we try to actually squeeze in as much as from them within the limited amount of opportunity that we had. We thank you each and everyone for taking the valuable time out of your busy schedules and sharing your wonderful perspectives. They will be here for some period of time. Please actually interact with them and then try to see if you can actually learn a little bit more from them. Thank you once again, each and everyone. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, each one of you. Yeah, I didn't catch your name. May I request Abhinav Goyal to please come up? Yeah. Yes, after the mementos. Yeah, first we'll have the tokens of gratitude and then a group photograph. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Lenin. Okay, so memento for Lenin as well. A token of gratitude for Anuradha. To Sri J.A. Chaudhary. To Kalpana. To Raja Poladi. To Ravi Rapagantu. To Salil Dani. Sheshadri Vangala. To Sri Atluri. And to Santosh for being the session moderator, for managing the large panel so well. Now we can have the group photograph. Thank you very much, everyone, for sharing your thoughts on leadership perspectives. Oh, it's bang on. Do settle down. And now we have, as promised yesterday, a special session. Sit down, Ashish. Is Ashish Vidyarthi here? Where is he? Where is he? I can't see with the lights flaring on me. Oh, so may I request you, Ashish ji, to please come up? के पीछे से ही
I'm on.
There you are. So let's have a round of applause for Ashish Vidyarthi, our motivational guy, put today into comedy.
Yeah, is my microphone on? Namaskar. Hi. So, yeah, we were to begin with some music and all that. But I said, don't give the music because they already know who I am. And the other part is that the reason that I'm standing here is to assure you all that I admit that I have a past. I've killed a lot of people in the past. But today I'm not here for that. आज मैं मारने नहीं हंसाने आया हूं. But अगर आप नहीं हंसे तो I may change my mind. Just clarification is very important. So hello, how are we? So, I'm very, very excited about this new avatar of mine, of a stand-up comedian. Imagine my mother delivered a stand-up comedian very late in life. I was 58 when I turned stand-up. I said, killed so many people, now I'll kill on stage. I'm having a good time. Having finally found a person I can crack a joke on. And he promised me not to sue me. Me. So all my jokes are on me. So I get very ribald about it. I get very brutal with me. But I'm a kind person. I don't sue me. Makes sense. It's very difficult to find people who won't sue you, right? Nowadays. Everybody's become very sensitive nowadays. Isn't it? Of course, you aren't sensitive. So how about rather than saying everybody's sensitive, saying that I'm very sensitive? But we don't like to say that. But having said so, this entire thing, I have actually, this is my rebirth. So therefore I celebrate it. I was gone. See, the story of an actor is that an actor is known, he's known everywhere, and then people say, Apa Bibi Siddha ho? Because we are seen, then you're seen, and you're like, for example, if you retire, nobody knows. No. Nobody cares. Because you're unknown guys. Nobody knows you. You can sit in an auto rickshaw if you want. No problem. I try to do it. Try to show people I'm simple. Somebody stops on the road and there. "Tu kya paise dega? Kadki chal rahi hai." They say it like that. Now, I can't say, excuse me, I felt bad. To paise de de. Life is brutal, my friend. And one of the things that I discovered in life is that if I do not laugh at myself, then I'm leaving one person who's not laughing at me because the rest of the world is. So through stand-up comedy, I said that I will even include that as part of my life. But there is something which has happened. As I told you that I came alive in this period. It's thanks to only one thing, which is called social media, which many of people who are my age, they don't use it too much. Or even if they use it, they don't let people know that they're using it. Right? We love to tell the kids, what are you doing all the time, all this? We never did it when we were your age. We forget to tell them we didn't have anything like that. Half truths really work. But I just love social media. Seriously. I just love social media. Thanks to social media, so many things have opened up for me. It's like a granth for me. It's like what should I say, a tomb. I've fallen in love with so many things. I've started hating so many things. I've started hating friends. Fallen in love with followers. Lovely people. Seriously. No jokes. I want to ask you one question. Dear friend, you don't return one call. I don't know what you have to deal with. You know what I have to deal with? बहुत बड़ा हो गया तू. नहीं, now you're famous. You don't have time for us. You become successful. I keep telling them, I want to forget you. Please understand. Success अगर बोतल में मिलती है मुझे दे दे मैं उसे चढ़ाना चाहता हूँ. Because all the friends have all those rotten secrets of ours, right? I want to bury the secrets and the friends together. But I can't tell them. I have to be humble. Then I say, no, I have not changed. I won't tell them I have changed. The other thing about social media, it's an amazing thing. You see, the friends मिलते हैं ना, मेरे को बिल्कुल नहीं देते भाव. They're used to me. My friend's wife one day tells me, Ashish bhai, you must listen to this person's podcast. I said, have you heard my podcast doing so well? आप तो घर के हो. इज्जत नहीं है. फ्रेंड्स जब मिलते हैं देते ही नहीं भाव. फॉलोअर्स मिलते ही कहते हैं सर वाओ फ्रेंड्स देखते ही कहते हैं, आशीष वेट, फॉलोअर्स कहते हैं सर हम आपकी फूड रील्स ही कर रहे हैं, वेट. Then the friends will try to explain to you. Ashish, don't you understand? हम तेरे सच्चे दोस्त हैं. I've tried to explain to everybody. मुझे कुछ सच्चाई नहीं चाहिए दोस्ती में. I want अंधा प्यार. I want wow. I want how, and I want it right now. Okay. Now some friends will again tell me, you don't understand, Ashish. Social media is short-term gain and long-term pain. मैं कहता हूँ, excuse me, I'm 60. I have no long-term plans. It has to be now. Would you agree on that, my friends? And then there is another very basic issue which I deal with. So I do many things, as I told you. Some of you see me act. Yeah, few of you, at least one person. Thank you so much. Oh, okay, one more person has seen me. Thank you so much. It's very reassuring. So I act, then I give motivational talks. I also do stand-up comedy. Then I also go to restaurants and eat free ka khana. Blogging. So when people come for my show, they're very confused. What have they come here for? So this morning also, somebody kind of WhatsApped me. Sir, missed your session yesterday. We're going to come today. I know it's going to change my life. Who is it? Who is it who's come late? Excuse me. Today is only about a bit of laughter. Laugh and leave. जान के पीछे मत पड़ो. But people are extremely hard on you, okay, when you want to do something new. Many of the haters had this beautiful line. Because, nowadays, you may have seen me eat at different places, right? Yeah. It's an AI image, not me. So haters say, ये पहले deadly था, idli हो गया है. They are speaking the truth. The fact is that I came back thanks to social media. Therefore, I have deep respect for it. But having said so, one of the other things that I've realized about social media is that it has really allowed me to do the many things. Sometimes I think that, when I'll die, these people are, like all standing, they're around me. And then one of them will ask, actually, what did you do? Because to write an obituary, you have to have one thing that you can talk about. But there are quite a few. But I don't mind. But I love energy in life. Do you like energy in life? Any one of you were there for my session yesterday? A few of you. Okay, quite a few. Okay, great. Did you like the energy? I love energy in life. In fact, my show is also full of energy. I'm just doing it low energy, keeping in tune with your energy today. Better. Because you're going, Actually, when I look at your eyes, I can see that. There's this different kinds of expression that I see in faces. Like some oldies closer to my age, a lot of Shraddha in your eyes. Yeah? Bordering on Shraddhanjali. He's just come to check, is he still there? I'm there. And then there are some young faces also, One face there, उधर भी एक दो young आंख दिख रहा है. उनकी आंखों में दिख रहा है ये बुड्ढा है कौन? No clue. I've been forced to come by my CEO, you have to attend this thing. So I'm here. But I'm part of Crime Patrol. Especially the episodes that you didn't watch. But that's how it is, yeah. This is the guy who doesn't, it's like the Schwarzenegger who says, I'll be back. This is the guy who says, I'm not gone away. Very important to do that. So as I was saying that I love energy. I was doing the show the other day in Mumbai. This young lad from that distance says, "Six." I said, yeah. He said, I love your energy. I said, thank you. He's unstoppable. He says, sir, आपके पास वही एनर्जी है जो मेरे नाना जी में थी. You're the same energy that my grandfather had. I said, excuse me, ठीक है, control. Sir, promise करो. मैंने कहा क्या? इसी एनर्जी से काम करके जाएंगे. You'll work with the same energy and then go. मैंने कहा, excuse me, what's your problem? What's your hurry to send me away? He said, the problem is in your surname. मैंने कहा, what's the problem with my surname? मैंने कहा, it's Vidyarthi. He said, break it up. Vidya plus Arthi. and talk to these kids. Yeah. But consider, do you like energy, by the way? Do you like energy? Yeah. I love energy. But spare a thought for my son. He's 24 years old. His name is Arth. Pet name is Mowgli. I call him Mogu. Up till 1 week back, he was working with Tesla in Austin, Texas. 1 week back, he quit and has joined a 12-person startup. What smart guy. तेरा बेटा होता मैं पूछता टेस्ला में नौकरी मैंने बोला क्या कर रहा है some distance away. What do I tell him? So, what are you doing? Baba, you think I want to remain in a government job? Like, yeah. He says, that's your mentality. Tesla mein ghus gaya, chhodna mat. But what do I do? He's so far away. I can't do anything to you. After a few days, I said that child is far. He should not later on write a memoir that my father gave me trauma. We are all scared of that. No, what will he say later on? My father did this to me. I want to be in his good books. So later I told him, no, Mogu, very good. All the best. He tells me, Baba, your anxiety is showing through your optimism. Sir, बड़े एक्साइटेड हो ना मेरा बेटा टेस्ला का नौकरी छोड़ा बेटा तेरा बेटा भी बड़ा नौकरी छोड़ेगा भगवान है Appa, remember you said go for it. So these are those kind of people, who meet your child. They say, go for it, go for your dreams. Come on, go live it. मैं कह रहा हूँ क्या बता रहा है Like for example, I love to give motivation to others. This 24-year-old guy, he tells me he was working in Austin, Texas. He tells me, Baba, I'm quit and I'm going to drive to California. Drive to California? Now, I don't know too much, but I think it's a little more distance. Yeah. Little more than Hyderabad to Secunderabad. Hyderabad to Bangalore. Little more. Very much more, sir. You. If he had talked to him, he said, go, drive. He tells me I'm going to drive. So I do what the Indian father does best. We will talk about it. We will talk about it. You told me, we'll talk about it. 2 minutes, he takes a pause. Baba, I'm informing you. Like which one, Yeah. Hi, Sahib, he drove from Austin all the way to this place. And my worst thing was that he stopped at Las Vegas. 2 days layover. I said, talk to me every day. He said, every day except for these 2 days. Because over the last at least 7-8 years, when I've been talking to him, I said, Mogu, you can talk to me about anything. He also gets emotional, but then he controls himself. He told me, I know I can talk to you about almost anything. What's happened in Vegas stayed there. But I just want to tell you, my 24-year-old son has to deal with a 59-year-old over-enthusiastic father. जो कभी भी कुछ भी कर सकता है शादी भी okay little bit of air yeah okay yeah so I 2 years back I remarried. There was a lot of halabalu about it. Yesterday I'm really grateful somebody even asked me that question. Really appreciate it. Thank you for bringing up my broken marriage in the midst of a motivation session. I'm working very hard. What about your marriage? Broke it. Thank you so much. I'm like people like this, they give you courage to live life. But seriously, son, I love him. So I call up Mowgli every alternate day. Every alternate day. And once in 15 days, he takes my call. So very, very loving. Takes my call and says, Baba. I say, Mogu. He says, I'll call you back. But once a month we talk. And when we talk, at least 2 to 3 minutes. Then again he says, I got to go. I mean, what do you mean you got to go? We just began this conversation. He said, Baba, we've talked enough. I said, excuse me, I've spoken to my friends. My friends talk to their kids for hours. You know? He said, Baba, check what do they talk about? I said, what do they talk about? He said, Baba, they talk about wealth. They talk about health. And they also talk about prostrate. I said, what do I talk to you about? He said, Baba, you talk to me about hope. I said, so? Baba, stop behaving like a motivational speaker with me. Ghar ki murgi dal barabar. People pay me. He says, Baba, I don't pay you, so you don't do that to me. I said, what else do I talk about? He says, Baba, you crack jokes with me. I said, you're my only son. He says, that's precisely why you won't. He said, you really want to do it? Become a stand-up comedian. I said, what's the secret? He says, do you know why people become stand-up comedians? I said, why? He says, because people at home don't listen to their jokes. Then he has the audacity to tell me, Baba, I think you're good. Put up a show. People will call you for the show. They will buy tickets and come over. Let them pay for their mistake. मेरा भी मन किया कि उसको बोल दूं कि मोगू एक टाइम था कि अखा मुंबई पे विट्ठल कानिया का राज था और ये हैदराबाद का ऑडियंस अपंगा वाइट टाइम वापस लाएगा कि नहीं कभी किसी ने प्यार किया कभी किसी ने प्यार किया किसने भी किया कौन बोला बार बार किया Hitler's here, huh? Good, fantastic, superb. So great. Even as we are setting into this motion, I want to tell you a quick one. Anyone here from Delhi? Oh, okay, yeah, okay. At least 6 more people have come today. Why did you guys come? Oh, thank you so much. बहुत बहुत खुशी हुई, sir. I tell you, yesterday I shared a bit of it. I can't handle Delhiites because I'm from Delhi. I just said yesterday about the Jamna Par thing, right? There's more to it. Please, sir, all of you who are from different sensibilities, take care. What I'm talking to you is about the Indian reality. Okay? And you people who are quite a few from South India, how many from South India? Superb. You'll not understand anything what I'm going through. Okay? You will just kind of pass some judgment after this, but I don't care. You have to know what a person who looks like this, who grows up at Delhi, what they grow up listening. So Delhi is completely politically incorrect. We have no concern about politics or what is politically correct. So whatever is your mother, father have given that name to you, people will call you for the way you look. So a heavy guy in Hindi is called bhaisa, sand. Oh, bhaise. I used to have a classmate, bhaisa. I used to find. Then somebody who's very tall is called oot. Oh, oot is a Amrut tod. That is the regular guy who's plucking Amrut for all of us. I used to find that very funny. But I could never handle it when they used to call me Kalu. How could he say that word? That's exactly what they called me. And remember, I grew up in a world where the world did not have HR. Okay? You had to deal with it. You had to deal with it. And I had my dearest friend. His name was Jagan. I used to call him Jaggu. He used to call me Kallu. I one day told him, my dear friend, I tell him, Jaggu, don't call me that. Don't call me that. He said, what? I said, that. Oh, he said, oh, Kallu. I said, don't call me. He said, why? I told him, मुझे बुरा लगता है. I don't like it. He says that, तू भी तो मेरे को जग्गू बुलाता है. तू भी तो मेरे को जग्गू बुलाता है. I said, मैं तुझे प्यार से जग्गू बुलाता हूँ यार. मैं भी तुझे प्यार से कल्लू बुलाता हूँ. I said, from today onwards, I'm going to call you Jagan. He said, okay. आज से मैं तुझे कालू बुलाऊंगा. Now I know it's hitting you guys, but I really want you to get life is unfair. Now I had a problem with people calling me by that name of my color because I frankly, did not think that was fair. Rendering. Okay, got it. So I tell Jagan, I'm going to talk to your mother. Now I actually wanted to beat him, but I did not. Because from very early age, I understood never pick a fight with somebody who's stronger than you. No point. Oh, I'll talk to auntie. And which is my mistake number 88, because Jagan's mother was a Punjabi mummy. So I go to his place. I stand outside his gate. And I say, auntie. Auntie recognizes my voice. And she calls me by my name. She says, Shisha? For Punjabis, my name is Shisha. A is silent. Just like it's not knowledge, it is knowledge. Same way, it is not Ashish, it's Shisha. Shisha, auntie. Shisha, auntie. I'm very upset now. Auntie. So auntie says, Andara, halwa banaya hai. Now I slip at that thought. I cannot go in. Sitting with auntie, auntie has given me some amazing halwa I'm having. No. Each bite of that halwa is taking me away from pain. Finally, the halwa gets over, my pain returns, and I say, auntie. Auntie, kya hua puttar? I said, auntie, Jagan doesn't call me by my name. Auntie says, kere naam se bulata hai puttar? Which name does he call you? Now, how can I take that name with my own mouth? So I think and I say, auntie, वो मुझे और उसके बाद आलू कहता है. Now, auntie is a cooking wizard. She thinks, and then she says, पुत्तर वो तेरे को कचालू क्यों बुलाता है? Now imagine, I'm going through pain. I'm trying to explain to her. I'm not doing too well. Finally, I say, auntie, वो मुझे आलू बुलाता है. Auntie. This pain touched her. I could see a bit of moisture in her eyes. She put down the karchi, she wiped her hand with the dupatta, she walked over to me and very lovingly, she tousled my hair and she said, Puttar, maga auntie, wo to tu hai. She told me that's what you are. What I want to just let you know, do you notice that we are all having a laugh at it? Are you noticing? So over the years in the film industry also I've seen, and people around also have noticed, that we get very upset when somebody calls somebody else by the color of their skin. Over the years, I've discovered that if you really terrorize people, they will not call you by that name, but they will still have that name in the head. Over the years, I have discovered I refuse to agree that that name is a slur. Kalu is the color of my skin. Motu is the weight that I have. You may call me that. I do not think it's a slur. Okay? Having said so, I was somebody who kind of grew up in Delhi. My mother, Bengali mother, very, very loving mother. Very loving. But again, she was also, everybody around, believe me, in North India, everybody, none of us look like us, you and me. You're looking like whom? Like you. Some misunderstanding you have, because you've grown up with people looking like you. I have grown up with people not looking like you. So my mother used to always, a very, very positive person. She used to tell me, Ashif, you'll always smile, especially at night. Thank you so much. Finally, you've smiled a bit. Really appreciate it. Okay? I can't even tell you what you would be called in Delhi, but I'll hold it for now. So she used to train me, it's in school you were taught, look right, look left, look right, then cross right. She would tell me, Ashi, smile. Look right, look left, look right, especially at night. She would take it to Zebra Patti dikhega. Looks apart, nobody in Delhi now calls me with that name. You know why? Because I don't go to Delhi. Delhiites still don't care, believe me. All right? And finally, I just want to tell you that years later, when I became an actor, well-known person, and the wonderful thing called Aadhaar card came, my photograph. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm leaving. Thank you so much. I'm just leaving. My show is for an hour and 25 minutes. They say do it for 25 minutes. And you think life is unfair? What they are doing to me. So as I was saying, Aadhaar card came and my photographs not in color. I write a mail to them. Why isn't it in color? They had the audacity to reply back. They said it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let you know I'm a motivational speaker. I tell everyone, think that you want is possible. So what did I do about it? I promise you, could not change the photograph on the Aadhaar card. I still look like this. But you know what? I very consciously bought a property in the right address. So finally, the photograph is still black and white, but in the address, we got Goregaon in. Thank you. And that's my time. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it. Yep.
Gigi, carry on.
Yeah. So, so one thought, since I have 3 more minutes, I was given time till 25. I just want to share one thing. While leaving, I want to leave you with something which is dark. Are you okay with that? I have 3 minutes. May I?
3?
3 minutes. Okay, thanks. Are you okay with something dark? As dark as me? Clean, but dark. Are you okay with it? So just breathe a little. You're like, okay, yeah. Okay. So the point is, we need to laugh about life. Would you agree on that? Yeah. So I want to admit one thing. I don't have parents. My parents are no longer here. Okay, I miss them. A lot of you have your parents. If you have your parents, just say yay and just put up your hands. Yeah, lovely, beautiful, lovely. Got it. It's an amazing thing. Yeah. Some of you here who have lost their parents. Anybody here? Only me? Okay, few of us. Okay, got it. Appreciate it. Got it. So all of you who are lucky to have parents, I want to let you know, you are amazingly lucky. You know they love you. Yeah. You take care of them. Yep. And you know that they're giving you Ashirwad for that. Yeah, you get that right. Fantastic. You know, all of us whose parents, we've lost our parents. Do you know that our parents love us and they're giving us Ashirwad? Just want you to know they have to take care of their parents. We don't have to. Just telling you, yeah. I'm just telling you. Okay, at the age that you are at, isn't it a fact that all of us want our parents smiling? Yes or yes? We want them smiling. Tell me honestly, do they? Yeah. Every weekend you're going out for something, either office or film and party. Always. Admit it. Our parents always smiling. I'm not giving you any ideas. I'm just informing you. Correct, no? In fact, you know, that wall on which my parents are, it's leaking also. My mother was very strict. She's still smiling. Once I even tried to drill something, still smiling. Literally बता रहा हूँ, जब parents are around, उनको 4 दीवारी और एक छत की जरूरत होती है. जाने के बाद एक दीवार काफी है. If any one of you felt very upset or anything with these, I just want to let you know these jokes have been written by a loving, caring son. My son. When I started doing stand-up comedy, that guy calls me, he says, Baba, I also want to do it. I said, you can't. He said, Baba, I can. I said, share some stuff. This is a script. That's my time, my friends. Let's have a laugh at how life is. Here's a laugh.
Ashish Vidyarthi, we can never have enough of you. Thank you so much. And it was so refreshing, so different from yesterday. And I must say, कि बाकी सब तो है, but your voice modulation is just par excellence. Fabulous. Thank you very much. Let's have another round of applause. Ashish.
इतना किया इन्होंने बोला वॉइस मॉड्यूलेशन ठीक था.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely honored to have in our midst Shri M. Dana Kishore, IAS, Principal Secretary to Governor, Telangana, Shri Dana Kishore, a 1996 badge IAS officer of the Telangana cadre, is widely respected for his leadership in urban administration and governance. Over nearly 3 decades of public service, he has become synonymous with transformative planning, efficient execution, and people-centric policy. As Principal Secretary to the Government of Telangana in the Municipal Administration and Urban Development Department, he has been instrumental in shaping Hyderabad's rapid urban growth. We welcome you, sir. Round of applause. May I request Mr. Rakesh Sinha to welcome him with a bouquet of flowers. Shri Dana Kishore is our guest of honor for this session for the awards that we are going to give away, awards part 2.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to Shri M. Danakishorji. Thank you for gracing the occasion. This is an opportunity and a privilege for us to have him here to hand over some of the awards, what we call part 2 of the Excellence Awards and recognition. Yesterday evening, we had the part 1 of the awards, and today now we are going to hand over and announce few awards. And for that, I will request, I think I have a couple of my jury panel members here, Urs Ulrich, if you can join on the stage as well. A round of applause for Urs, please. He has come all the way from Poland, Basel, 20 hours of flying, just for the 2 days. He's going to leave tomorrow morning. Yeah. So Urs, you can be with me here. Is Geeta still here? Oh, Geeta has left. Okay, no worries, then fine. So we'll go ahead with the process of announcing the awards. And maybe again, like yesterday, I will start with the first award. If Sri Jay Chaudhary ji, if you can just do the first, the honors to announce the first award for that evening. So if you can join on the stage as well. Can we have the trophy here? So, same way, we'll open the envelope and announce it, and then he can hand over the trophy.
14th Annual GCC Excellence Awards, Achiever in Global India, highly influential GCC Enterprise Services Leader, in recognition of stellar contribution in a transformational strategic leadership and operations role in global India, delivering value and business impact. This award goes to Jaideep Agarwal.
Thank you. Jaideep, a few words from you, Jaideep.
Oh, okay, sure. A total surprise. Thank you, SSF, for this recognition. Really appreciate that.
Thank you. Congratulations, Jaideep. For the a round of applause for Jaideep, please. Can we have the other one? And I think Jaideep pretty much in the morning was talking in the Hollywood style. This is the next one. I'll request Shri Danakishore ji to announce the award. If she can read the
This is GCC Excellence Awards for delivering business impact through innovative people practices. It's very near to my heart. Innovative practices. This is the SOPS or UPS?
UPS.
UPS India Technology Center, please.
Want to say a few words, Subha?
Yeah, particularly for a nascent GCC like us, and we are celebrating the second anniversary next week. So very timely, and thank you. Thanks, Rakesh.
Congratulations to you and the UPS team. Can we have the next one, please? I'll request Mr. Anand Maheshwari to join me in the stage to do the honors.
So this one is 14th Annual GCC Excellence Awards, delivering business impact through innovation and excellence in services, India. And the award goes to Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages Private Limited. Congratulations.
Thanks for the recognition, collecting this on the behalf of team. And I think what we have recorded in our day-to-day is what Rakesh was also mentioning yesterday. Be pragmatic, not theoretical. I think something which can be actually delivered is what brings the result to the stakeholders. Thank you.
Congratulations once again. Thank you. Congratulations to the Coca-Cola team. Can we have the next one, please? Danakishore ji, if you can announce it, please.
GCC Excellence Awards for delivering business impact through innovation and excellence in services international. The award goes to Hitachi Energy Technology Services Limited.
Few words from you, Vinika.
It's absolutely honor. I'm collecting it on behalf of the team. Team is not here, and thank you so much, Team SSF. I think this is second year in the row, and this is all the more special. So once again, thank you.
Congratulations to you, the Hitachi team. Can we have the next one? Okay, I'll just give it to you, Urs, if you want to announce.
The 14th Annual GCC Excellence Awards for delivering business impact through emerging tech-powered transformation India goes to Bharti Airtel Limited.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Guru members. Thank you, SSF Global. Thank you, Rakesh. I think really honored. This is collecting on behalf of the entire shared service team. Thanks a lot. Yeah, it's 4 times in a row. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations, team.
This is Excellence Award for delivering business impact through emerging tech-powered transformation international. The award goes to Harman International India Private Limited. What's the four options of this? Harman is a large automotive company. Yes, yes. Say a few words.
Thank you, SS Global. I'm receiving this award on behalf of our country leader who is currently traveling. This means so much to our emerging organization in the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations to you. Do we have a Damien here, or do we have a Damien? If you just someone's. Could announce the award.
So the 14th Annual GCC Excellence Awards, delivering business impact through exemplary customer experience management. And the winner is Jindal Steel Limited.
We all hold. We all get
Tarun, a few words from you, please.
Thanks, SSF, for considering our case. Uh, Definitely, as I always say, an Indian company, value is the primary driver. And credit goes to the team who has done a lot of work in last 12 to 18 months. Thank you.
I don't know which one it is. What works?
To announce the next award, do we have Ramit here or Vinayak from IBM? Is Vinayak here? Yeah, one of the IBM leaders, if you can walk up the stage. Okay. Do we have Anand Chandrasekhar here from Infosys? Anand? No? Okay. You please come. No worries. So, what did you come across? Just go ahead and announce it.
The 14th Annual GCC Excellence Awards in recognition of successful launch of multifunction Global Capability Center in India. Astellas Pharma.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you, SSF and the jury for selecting us. This is a very new GCC that we are setting up, just 200 people. Last 5 months, I joined the company, but really transformative digital work that's happening here. And great talent that we are hiring to make sure that we create value for the organization as well as for the patients. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
This award is in recognition of successful implementation of hybrid GBS in-house and outsourced partner, delivering efficiencies and effective operations. Everything is on efficiencies and impacting, and the winner is British Council Management Services. You're not here.
Anybody from British Council here? No? Okay. I think we'll, of course, pass the best wishes to them. Thank you. Here's the next one. I don't know.
This is Excellence Awards for recognition of delivering business impact and becoming an innovation and talent hub. The winner is PAR Technology. PAR Technology.
A round of applause for them, any which ways.
Excellence Award and recognition of successful deployment of high-end value chain services and capability augmentation. What goes to Alcon Global Services.
Thank you so much, SSF. This is our third in a row. Really appreciate the partnership. And just to clarify, Alcon, not very famous name. We started our GCC 7 years ago, and Alcon is into eye care, not eyewear. So anything goes inside your eyes is something which on the cataract side or LASIK is something which we work on. So our motto is to help people see brilliantly. So I wish you all the best, because as we are growing digital, we have to also take care of eyes to live the life brilliantly. Thank you so much once again, SSF and team.
Just to, while I heard Vineet saying third in the row, I think somebody from Bharati was saying fourth in a row. Just to clarify, there may be a different categories. Well, I know Bharati got it for a couple of years in the same category, but this is a very different one. This is a different category altogether, which is high-end value services. So in Alcon, they have got a very different R&D services also as a part of a typical GBS GCC. That's what they're recognized for. Do we have more? No, none. I think thank you. This was our pleasure to confer some of the awards today evening as a part two. I know it is not that easy for some of the organizations and leaders who were actually deferring their flight today evening in anticipation for some awards. But hard luck maybe this year. Believe us, each application was important, and each application was very clinically thoroughly reviewed by the jury with varying parameters. And it could be the comparative nature of those parameters may have resulted into somebody else to be a winner or getting a special recognition. That in no ways means that your application in that category was any less or you are not deserving, but maybe just comparative nature of this entire process, you were not the number one, and that's why you're not being recognized or not have received the awards. So just wanted to congratulate each one of you for submitting the application and taking the hard work and the efforts from that point of view. And I also thank the jury panel for it. Thank you, Urs. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. With this, I'll request our honorable guest of honor to say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha and SFF Global, who are instrumental in conducting this 14th annual GCC Conclave here. I'd like to thank at the outset all the organizers and Mr. Seshadri, who was instrumental in bringing Honorable Governor here. When initially I entered here, I saw Mr. Ashish. I thought he is a duplicate or a twin. I wish I had come a little earlier because a lot of fun was going on. I thought he was a technologist, maybe his twin brother is here, I thought. And then Mr. Agarwal comes from Warner. It gives a surreal experience of a student actor being here. This just typifies the kind of people who received awards here, organizations. I think there is nothing GCCs are not touching in the present day world. The talent pool is very vast, of course, in India, and India's story is very established story in the GCCs, and particularly Hyderabad. And I learned that maybe we're crossing by 2030 kind of $100 billion kind of industry. This will be providing huge number of jobs. It shows the kind of talent pool India has, innovation that's possible in India, and the kind of a skill sets what we have in this country. I think if you look into Viksit Bharat kind of targets which government has kept for itself, and in Telangana we are trying to look into economy, about $3 trillion economy by 2047. I was just going through because I am preparing a paper for Government of India for one of the future workforces. In addition to being a secretary governor, I'm also I've been also looking after one portfolio for last 3 months. That is labor, employment, training, and factories, boilers, so many things are there. In 1979, I learned yesterday that China's global economy, China's economy is about $179 billion. Now you know where they are there. I think they have 2-3 cities which have $1 trillion economies, and I think we have maybe one city which has $1 trillion economy nearby, Mumbai. So this is where GCC is going to make a difference. So as a part of the skilling ecosystem, we have set up some advanced technology centers here. I also head for this Department of Employment Training, which have about 65 industrial training institutes. This is a very important input I want to share with you. Now, when you look into this technology pool we have in India, we have industrial training institutes. On top of that, polytechnic colleges. On top of that, you have all engineering colleges. And top level institutes are, of course, IITs and all that. You have top class IITs, heading your companies, or IIT maybe equal kind of degree holders who are coming and heading that. But I think what we need to work at is a bench level. The entry level employees, I read again somewhere, a BTech graduate from any decent BTech holding graduate is responsible for anywhere between 16 to 17 workers who work under him. This is where skilling is, deficit in India right now. Unless we improve this skill force, people who are completing 10th class, they take a 2-year degree in ITI and get into your workforce basically. That could be electrician, that could be a fitter, that could be like Harman Technologies. I was talking to them, they make some kind of equipment for vehicles, or you have a light boy who are holding Warner Brothers kind of a camera system. You have good engineering colleges, bad engineering colleges, you have IITs which produce top of the talent, but you have the workforce at the bench level, at platform level, who are coming and giving you straight from college. They can give you the kind of work you are expecting, the skills you are expecting. That's a sheer deficit in India right now. If you look into house building in Germany, which is equal to our ITIs, there are very good 3-year degree courses there. And if I train any ITI graduate here who gets about 15,000 to 20,000 rupees salary, I train him for 1 year, teach him German, and he goes to Germany, he makes 3,000 euros after a certain bit of training. Unless we tinker with this, actually, you may not have talented pool from whom you can recruit so that your value chain increases. But some of the awards I have seen, most of them have efficiency, how to bring in value chain management, how to cut down costs, how to bring in innovation in the AI world now. I think as my appeal to the leaders here is that we need to focus on this pool. I've been having meetings with the CAA, FAPC, and all these organizations, how to improve this. They tell me, if any ITI or a polytechnic guy is taken, unless he's trained for minimum 6 months to 1 year, he's not graduating into kind of a skill requirement you have. Right now, we have an organization called TOMCOM, Telangana Overseas Manpower Company. This is one of the well-known organizations in government sector to export, workers overseas. We have done about 13,000 people who have exported so far. But again, I need to spend about 6 months time with them to improve their skills, or I have to pick up people, staff from already existing industry pool and then send them across because their salaries become 5-6 times after going there. If we have to innovate much better, we need to improve these skills at the bottom level. I think that's a challenge for India, as I could see, because in Telangana itself, we have about 98 lakh youngsters are there, youth are there between 19 to 29 age. We need to improve the skills of this skill set of these people. Otherwise, the 2047 goals of $35 trillion economy, 14 trillion economy, make in India, they all become very, very difficult to achieve. India, which is known for the kind of a skill set we used to have before drain of wealth and skill set happened, what Dadabhai Naoroji used to call. Sorry, I forgot the name. This drain of wealth used to happen in 1900s to 1940s, basically. The entire pool drained away. The kind of skill set we used to have, traditional skill set India used to have, got drained because we never had that expert potential that lost. In last 20 years of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, which I'm well aware of, if you look into last 25 years, all the technologists who have gone from our country are from BTECs, IT. I think with AI impacting, we need to have special skills. You get a humanoid, it's going to manufacture several of these things. You get a humanoid, it's going to do operations. But this kind of skills that cannot be replaced is skills that can really require mental power, analytics and all that. That's very, very difficult to replace with. I think there could be a time for global capability centers to look into this. Exporting this kind of potential is huge. I have from AWS, American Welding Society, a requirement of 186,000 welders. 186,000. About 86,000 are coming from Kuwait Tile Corporation. So we are collecting this kind of a data. Can we train them in our global capability centers, export them? And German government gives us 500 euros for training and sending each of these people. We haven't evolved any kind of ecosystem for this because low-hanging fruits are there that are being captured. But the economies of scale are available in these kind of organizations. There is a scheme that's right now going by Government of India, ITI upgradation scheme. Government of India is spending about 60,000 crores on that. And then recently a scheme has come, employee-linked incentives basically. Whomever you hire, government would like to give 1 lakh rupees as an incentive. So this is to improve skills among the students and hire them. And I think we have an opportunity to export these kind of potentially skilled people abroad. If you can train them, they can directly get employed. This year we have sent about 200 nurses from my own organization to Japan, Germany, these kind of countries. They get about 2 to 2.5 lakh salaries. I think this is being missed. GCCs doesn't mean, I know that Wipro also has a GCC, Cognizant has a GCC. I think we need to have this kind of a pool because, once upon a time, Kerala kind of a state used to get all petrodollars. Till now, we get a lot of, funding coming from government, abroad is that our guys and girls go earn money and send it back. But I think across Europe, across Americas, across, some of the Asian countries, the talent pool that can work as homemakers, the talent pool that work as hospitality, the talent pool that go to spas, the talent pool that has to go to hospitals, this is very much lacking. Japan is having a huge amount of manpower requirements actually. I think this is something, apart from all this, AI and all kinds of things, you look into Amazon, I look into Morgan Chase, which is here, and HSBC head I was talking to, A lot of things are happening, BFSI, IT related kind of things. I am trying to propose one thing, that there are skill sets, manual skill sets are required that are lacking and across the world in many of the developed countries. I think that's where India has a strength actually. I request to look into this. This is very, very important for a bottom-up approach. You will be creating employments. They can go abroad and send that money back, and you will be utilizing these people also in your own sectors, basically. I think I have taken a bit of a more time because this is a very, very important thing that's not getting noticed in some of the higher level managements, basically. So once again, I congratulate for this kind of a conclave here. I congratulate you, SFF, and also organizers. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all the award winners.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shri Dana Kishorji, for your time. We'd like to honor you with a token of gratitude, a shawl, and a memento by Shri Rakesh Sinha.
Thank you.
Thank you very much once again, sir.
I think very good morning, Mukesh. Dr. Mukesh Aghi is online. I hope you can hear me.
I can hear
Not
you.
sure
Yes.
you can see me. I'll see if I can get down from the stage so that you can see me. The camera, yeah. Which camera works? But very nice. If the camera can be here towards me, one of the cameras where Dr. Mukesh, can you see me, please?
I can see you. Yes.
Right, very nice. Thank you. So, very good morning, and thanks for taking that effort, stretch to start very early morning and join us from US to be with us now and share some of your thoughts. And particularly the thoughts, what I think all of us here in the room the last 2 days have been talking about a lot about this Global Capability Center, how the GCCs are really becoming very, very important for all the organizations, and that too particularly for the global organizations, how they are really becoming an asset for the enterprise growth. Now, all that is happening the same point of time. There is a interesting situation of the maximum GCCs in India are actually having a still their mothership or a home country, which is US. And we're talking about the bilateral relations of US and India and trying to understand how we can navigate those intricacies for the next leap of growth. In that context, wanted to take some thoughts from you, maybe as an opening comment, and then I have a few questions to, of course, inquire. How do you see this entire intricacies of bilateral relationships right now, and particularly in the context of the GCCs?
Well, good morning, good evening to all of you. You have to understand that the relationship between India and US is not just between the White House and New Delhi. The relationship is much, much broader. It percolates down to people, business to business, and also strong technology, defense, and research partnership between the two countries. The current scenario is that you have a Trump administration which has put in 25% tariff on India and plans to put another 25% by 27th of this month. And the whole objective is that because India is buying Russian oil, you have to understand that the real crux of the friction between the two leadership, I won't say two countries, between the two leadership is tied to basically Trump's desire to win a Nobel Prize. At this stage, this is the most important thing for him is that he basically gets a Nobel Prize because you had earlier President Obama also received a Nobel Prize. Now, keeping that in mind, when the India-Pakistan friction took place, after 4 days, Trump came out and said, I was able to bring ceasefire between two nuclear nations and I deserve a Nobel Peace Prize. India refuted that, saying that no third party was involved. And on that basis, we were able to resolve the issue between India and Pakistan, at least bring the ceasefire by our military communication. So Trump went and said that 25 times. India refuted it 25 times. I think that has irked the president, and that's why he is leveraging. And there was a call on June 17th between the prime minister and the president, where the prime minister told him that very clearly that India has a no third party intervention in its issues with Pakistan. And your statement is not helping me or helping the country. And that call didn't go well also. And so that's where the whole of friction started, and Russian oil issues come in, and then 25% tariff. So the question really becomes is the implication. One thing I have to say is that what we are seeing in the US, the business community is committed to India, its investment in India, and not risking its supply chain. We are talking to 4 to 5 global CEOs every day, and we are getting the same commitment that India is pivotal to our growth strategy, India is pivotal to our global supply chain, and India is pivotal to our R&D and global capability centers, which we leverage in India for them to be more competitive, innovative, and efficient on a global basis. So I don't think there's any iota of thinking that they will be shifting their GCCs or manufacturing away from India itself. But more important is you have to understand that you also have 5.5 million Indian Americans who are committed to this relationship. They basically constitute roughly 1.5% of the population, but generate almost 6% of the GDP. And so we are working with that group also. So they're reaching out to the congressmen and senators. And I can tell you consistently with the senators I'm talking to, congressional leadership I'm talking to, that they are not shifting their stance in partnership with India and the US. So the question you have to ask is, what is the basically de-escalation here so that both countries can work out and go back to the normality? I think it's important that there has to be a call between the prime minister and the president. Having that call is critical, but you have to understand both leaders are proud leaders, both leaders are strong leaders, and somebody has to initiate it. To do that, we have to create some kind of an environment so that gives them a leeway to have that discussion. And we have a letter going out to the president today recommending postponement of the second tranche of the 25% levy and basically initiating a call with the prime minister. We are also encouraging the prime minister's office to look at this and see how they can have that discussion going on, because I think nobody wins in this tariff war. And what happens is if 50% of the tariffs are put on Indian exports, it does have an impact on India's GDP growth, roughly around less than 1%, but almost 8% of its exports are impacted. But the impact on employment is substantial because these are low-end goods which are coming into the US. They are from carpets to garments to basically gems and jewelry. And so it is, and it has an impact on the US side also because they'll have to pay that tariff. So overall, I would say that while the relationship between the two leaders may be stressed at the moment, but as far as the country to country go, people to people go, we are not seeing any negative sentiment in the US on India, either from the people side, business side, or political leadership side also. So Rakesh, over to you. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
First of all, thank you for sharing that. And I think thank you for sharing it so honestly, I think. And that, of course, gives a lot of sense of comfort to many of us here in the hall, that you are able to sense that things will become better. And it's just a matter of time. And of course, one of the two leaders to take the first step and see how it really gets back to the normal. And as you also very well said, that I think this tariff is not a win for anyone. It's pretty much like a lose-lose. There's nothing called win-lose here. So we need to find a win-win. With this, I wanted to take to a very different side of the conversation, and which you touched upon a bit, in terms of India has also become a hub of talent, as we call it, right? And with the kind of a digital skills, the AI skills, the future product and engineerings, and so on and so forth, those kind of talent is being available in volumes in India, with the kind of 1.6 million engineers being produced every year by India. How do you see this could be an opportunity to position GCCs to really, loosen a bit or normalize a bit of that bilateral tension, if I have to say that, given that there is a lot of focus about, digitization within US. So do you see a talent hub could be a potential, or GCCs could be a potential to normalize a bit of this relationship, Dr. Agi?
Absolutely. You have to understand, if I recall, almost 60 plus percent of the GCCs in India are US. And what we are seeing is they're going up the value chain and focus so much on innovations. For example, Qualcomm, as I understand, 50% of their IP now is being generated in India. So the talent is not about labor arbitrage anymore with India. It's about innovation. And these GCC centers create that ecosystem to basically bring that innovation, because you have to understand, and let's be very, very honest, that the whole academia, VC, and the industrial ecosystem is not as strong in India from an R&D and innovation perspective as we see in the US. India, on the average, spends less than 0.7 or 1% R&D, whereas these GCC centers are moving into innovation hubs, and hopefully that will percolate into the rest of the economy and the people. So I think the GCC play a very pivotal role, not just from an innovation perspective, but strengthening the relationship between India and the US, or any other parent company and country itself, because I think you will see much more detailed assistance and collaboration taking place. And at the end of the day, it's not political leadership which builds the relationship. It's about people to people and company to company. So I think GCC has a big role to play. Only thing I would say is this: is we need to tell the story of GCC, at least in the rest of America. That is still not prevalent. And so it is prevalent with Fortune 500 companies, but when you go down, they still don't have an understanding. So that would be my request to you, is look at as to how you bring that messaging to corporate America. You can leverage Indian talent much more effectively and efficiently through their own GCCs.
No, very, very, very super point, and I think it's very, very important. In fact, we were also hearing from some of the global corporate head offices by saying, this term GCC is is making a lot of sense to them, but they may not be fully aware of it and how it really impacts them, and so on and so forth. So, to your point, of course, it needs to become more popular, and we need to socialize it beyond those Fortune 500 companies by saying there's a power and the impact of global capability centers and GCCs, and what India has to offer on that. I think that's important, and I think we'll love to collaborate as an SSF with you on the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum to socialize that. And we are already doing a lot of road shows in US, Dr. Agi, on that front. I just want to take a quick view from you in terms of looking at, while US-India we are talking about, there's also a lot which is happening on overall geopolitical and macroeconomic basis across the globe, with China having their own kind of views. Then there's something happening in Middle East. There's a lot of tensions also happening in Southeast. Of course, there's a war with Russia and Ukraine. Now, how do you see that? Will that also have any bearing on this entire bilateral relationship between US and India? And should we be prepared for anything? In fact, just before this session, we had something called GCC CXO strategy room meeting, and everybody was like little, worried about what if the US decides to put a tariff on a GCC or an IT services, which is a $120 billion industry in India. I mean, the whole advantage of your labor arbitrage, cost optimization just vanishes just like that in vapor. So do you see any reasons? One is the tariff as an overall industry, but GCC and IT and the context of this overall geopolitical situation, anything which we can do think and differently?
So what we are seeing is basically we are moving away from globalization, and we are seeing a sense of balkanization taking place. One is the tariff aspect. A lot of countries would like to basically de-risk their exports to the US and start having partnership among them itself. So you're going to see India probably signing a trade deal with EU by end of the year. Or FTA has been signed with UK itself. And so that trend has already started. So the traffic to the US from the rest of the world will get less and less as time goes by because countries do not want to go to the same drama of what they're going now with the current administration. So that's number one. Number two, geopolitically, the US, at least the current leadership, feels that it has no interest being in Asia Pacific. Why are we putting troops in Japan, South Korea, putting massive amount of bases in rest of the Asia Pacific? And it will most probably strike a deal with China, saying your sphere of influence is Asia Pacific. And while it's going to secure the Western Hemisphere for its own interests, that means taking over Panama Canal, working with Canada to see how it integrates itself. Obviously, President Trump had made a statement that it can become a 51 state, working on Greenland to become a secure border for Western Hemisphere. The reason behind Trump meeting with Putin is not just about Ukraine. It's also about basically taking away from the clutches of China and have European manage their own issues themselves. And U.S. commitment to Europe as time goes by, especially from defense spending, will come down less and less as Europe picks up their defense spending up to minimum 5% of GDP. So we will see that trend taking place. But at the same time, you have to understand 40% of the revenue of US multinational comes from international market. And they will not give up that. A classic example is Apple. Apple 4 or 5 years ago did not have any revenue coming from India. Today, domestic revenue in India has crossed $8 billion. And it has also announced all of the iPhone 17, 100% will be manufactured in India itself. So corporate America will do everything to ensure that it keeps on gaining the global market share in every aspect. So now the big challenge is both in the US, a sense of anti-immigration means good talent will not stay here as they educate from universities, and good talent will also not migrate. And so US companies, today we have a massive shortage of exploring their talent. So in case you can't bring that talent to the US, so move that product or manufacturing, whatever it is, outside where the talent is. And that's where India becomes pivotal from that perspective also. Especially high-end research where there's a lot of competition coming from China, and we have shortage of engineers. And I think that's why we see more and more collaboration taking place, specific in GCC between India and United States. I believe that the current challenges between India and US will sort out. You look at what happened between Zelensky and President Trump in February, and now that they made peace itself. So I think from that perspective, there's enough maturity, and we have a prime minister in India who is strong but also wise enough to understand what's critical for the people and the business. So we will find some solution. It'll take some time, but you'll see a solution coming through. And I strongly believe the leverage of Indian talent will continue to grow in the next decade itself.
No, very, very well put, I think. And this, of course, is quite reassuring that, there's a value which the India talent has in the eyes of the corporates, America corporates, and I think that is important. And as well as you believe that there is a sense of it's just a matter of time, but I think things will become normal between the two nations. As a last question, I want to check with you and get your quick perspective in terms of what kind of an advice you would like to leave or give to the GCC leaders here who are actually leading capabilities here, but working very closely with their counterparts sitting in across the ocean in US or maybe other part of the world as well. But at least from the US point of view, what kind of advice you would like to leave and give to the GCC leaders here?
Well, I think continue to basically do what you're doing because the value you bring to the corporate headquarters is tremendous. And what happens is as corporate America's dependence goes more and more on some of these GCCs, it kind of drives effort by corporate leaders to ensure that the relationship between the two countries is stable. And if there are road bumps, there's enough maturity to be able to give counsel to both sides to that we are able to manage those bumps in a very efficient manner. So it is critical that that the value which the corporate America is gaining from these GCCs is basically seen, felt, and realized in a much broader sense. But the other aspect is please make an effort to tell your story to rest of America as to how GCC plays a critical role in innovation, the critical role they play making these companies much more efficient and competitive itself, because that story is still not being seen in rest of America. People basically, at least from political perspective, think that there's a labor arbitrage. And I think what you do is not labor arbitrage. You bring value, you bring innovation, and that story needs to be told to the rest of the country here.
No, I think thanks for that kind of words and appreciation of the industry. And of course, you have seen that industry yourself, long ago. And but I think this is quite reassuring and very, very encouraging for the leaders here to see how they can continue to deliver value and innovate and become relevant and be relevant for the corporate America. I know, Dr. Agi, you had a lot of pressing priorities today, but you could find this time in the morning for us and share your perspectives. We are really honored and privileged to have you here today and look forward to seeing you sometime soon in person too. Thank you
Thank
for
you
your
very much,
time
Rakesh.
and thank you
Thank
for perspectives. Have a good day
Thank
ahead.
you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Uh, Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's very late in the evening and you have really stretched yourself despite seeing many of you rushing out to take your flights, and leave. Uh, well, I know a few of us will also have a motivation to go and grab a drink in a short while, and that's of course we'll do as we wrap up here. But this is an opportunity for me to say thank you to few people who have been behind this entire program, and they have made this happen. This is an opportunity to express my gratitude to all the people and the partnering organizations. So I think all the sponsors, the partners who have really believed in us, encouraged us to put this program together. I want to express my sincere thanks to them. A round of applause for all my partners and sponsors. I would also like to thank and express my gratitude to award applying organization. Not easy to fill up those forms, which is very demanding and very lengthy. And sometimes you are a recipient of that honor and sometimes you don't get it. But it requires a lot of courage to do that. And you are aware that it has a process in the place, which the rigor it goes through. And then finally, you believe in that entire process and the eminent jury. So I take the opportunity to express thanks to all the award applying organizations and the esteemed jury members who have really made this process meaningful and valuable. Thank you, awards applying company and the jury members. Also take this opportunity to express thanks to the organizing team, which has tirelessly worked over the last few weeks to put the things from concept to agenda to the speakers to the delegates to everything in terms of the event and making it a really place where we all enjoyed over the last 1.5 days, coming together, exchanging our ideas and thoughts, learning from each other. I think I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to the entire team which has worked tirelessly to put this program together. I think I have few of my colleagues I can see here. Pallavi, Abhinav, Shilpa, a round of applause for each one of you. You guys have been terrific. I think a lot of my colleagues who are not inside the hall, they're outside. They have been absolutely phenomenal, instrumental in terms of putting this entire thing together. We have also been not a great, if I can say, the host for some reasons on some areas where, with the hotel and with our event partners here, the team sitting on the right on the console, Ankit and the team here. I think we have been sometimes very unreasonable, demanding something which we believe, oh, should we get this done at the last minute? But I think they have been very, very responsive. And one of my colleagues sitting in the console for the last 1.5 days, Sanjeev, thank you to you. I know a couple of my team members and colleagues, they actually had to travel for personal exigencies, but they still managed to come in the nick of the time to the event. And I really appreciate their time to be here today and yesterday. I take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to each one of you taking the time and effort and that stretch away from your day-to-day work, business as usual, and be here and listen and learn from each other. Not easy. It's very difficult not to see your phone. There are a lot of time you are distracted because of the calls coming in, but you still manage to be here and listen through the entire conversation. Thank you, each one of you, for your time. Round of applause for each one of you. And the last but not least, I think all my speakers who were, really bringing the knowledge to this entire dialogue and conversation, as well as the couple of special sessions from Captain Raghuraman and Shri Ashish Vidyarthi. I think it was interesting. I must say, it may have some actionables or some takeaways for us. But at the same point of time, I must say it was interesting. Many of us at least have something to reflect on. If we can reflect slightly more and make it actionable, it will be great. It will be a success. And the last, I take this opportunity to also express my thanks to the Conclave Advisory Board. They put together the efforts to get the reasonable dignitaries, and we were really honored to have the Governor of Telangana gracing the occasion yesterday, and the Special Secretary and the IT Secretary for the IT and Electronics and Communications, Sanjay ji, coming yesterday evening, and today evening, Shri M. Danakishore, Principal Secretary to Governor's Office, gracing the occasion. We are humbled to have their presence and delighted. I know there's been a lot of news and bites coming on the TV channels and the newspaper covering this event and already praising the kind of efforts we are putting together. So we are really, really honored and privileged. Thank you for that support and look forward to seeing you all very soon for follow-through events and the roundtables as we keep doing it. Please do join us for the cocktail and dinner. And the people who have been having their awards in their hand to click pictures, feel free to come on the stage and get their special pics shot. Thank you, everyone, and have a great evening and the week ahead. Thank you.